Det var vanskelig å bomme.
Stå rolig, liksom.
Den hittet! Wow! Interessant.
Damn.
Burde det. Ja. En grunn for å hjelpe det. Mindre du jævlig lyst til å prøve.
Kan G2 lære Rogue og bygge anti-healing?
Det var ikke så mye annet der.
Det er jo Mundo, det er jo han... Nei, ikke nå da, men det er jo Mundo, det er Sylas, det er for så vidt Diego.
Ja, du burde ha det. Påsnettik.
Bosnatic.
Ok, coming upset. Ricka. Fikk ikke se det. Vent, hæ? Hæ? Niski, går det bra? Hva faen var det?
Jeg digger hva han... Jo, ja, nei, glem det.
Ja, jeg ble ganka. Jeg sa det noe.
Nei.
Her kommer det antihealing på 2 stykker.
Nice. Det er bra, det er bra. Kjør det tidlig. Spam du til i chat da.
Ja,
Nice.
til episode 1, vet du hva?
Upset.
Hvorfor jeg bip... Ah, fordi at det kommer en hyllesing.
Jeg har Jankos, så jeg er glad for det her.
Jeg forstår ikke føytene. Question mark.
At det ikke er litt question mark, ok?
Mm, mm, mm.
Wonder, please. Lol.
Hyllesing. Mm, mm, mm. Dun, 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 dun. Og jeg tror jeg får Pentec må gå inn her. Hva er listen med Armor Steel Plate? Ja. Det var litt sent, altså. Jeg vet ikke helt hva de gjør her.
Jankos. Oh. Records was more handsome. Åh. Faen, Records får mye skit, ass.
Jeg tror jeg er ganske på å ta Upsetten Charger.
More handsome, question mark. Wife diff.
Akkurat den.
Hvorfor har Caps så jævlig mye gold?
Det er et spørsmål for alle sammen.
Han har jo ikke mer farm enn bare ett kill, og så har han ikke noe mer farm enn Mr. Z. Det er sånn.
Han har 5 assist. Ikke lyst til å fighte her. Jankos, hjelp meg da! Bror.
Mickey int.
Hva skjer nå? Hva var det der for noe?
Nei, det var question mark.
Caps greia, det var ikke så mye han kunne gjøre. Hva som skjer toppen? Hva er det for noe?
Mickey som bestemte seg for at jeg har lyst til å dø etter Adam.
Lol, han går mundo med mana-item. Eller, jeg tror det er mana. Oi, Adam bygget seg en tårnmail. Wow, Caps. En G2 har bare 1 tower. Det er ikke
Mm.
sånn 4.
Har gitt litt faen i objectives, ass. Eller hitta den veggen. Excuse me.
Kan mulig ting gjøres. Det 4 armor steel plate boots på fuckings Fnatic.
De er redd for Reckles.
De har bare 1 AP damage. Oi!
Jo,
Da
det
fikk
er for så vidt sant.
Reckless is away. Det brukte litt lang tid, da. Men jeg er ganske på dem ikke prøver å ta den, de prøver bare å dusere dem. Lemau, Camille-ultien, han bipper og flyr hele veien tilbake. Han ulta vekk, sånn. Og så på grunn av Camille-ultien, så får han traff veggen, så han bare spratt den tilbake. Det var ikke sånn at han rammet litt tilbake, det var sånn at han så hele veien tilbake. Det var en drittheit å se på. Han ble sikkert død uansett, men det var jævlig leit å se på uansett.
Game, keeping G2 on that timer.
Yeah.
And right now they're just in commanding position. Yanko's going to have to jump away from this. Hex Flash comes out, Hylissang dives into the pit. And Fnatic have a 1,500 gold lead 22 minutes in.
Yeah, Reckless is sprinting towards the top side, so Fnatic know they have about 3 or 4 seconds to just start the fight, and G2 have to back off until Reckless is here. But then being forced to back away when Caps has no flash, with so much gap close on Fnatic, with Leona, with Kalista, with Amundo and Sylas running at you, Caps is as good as dead before Reckless arrives, so again it's a 4v5. Backside to Jankos.
Oh no, jeg rammer tilbake.
Mickey tries to save him, and this death ball of Fnatic is unstoppable.
Honestly, Hylissang just played that fight so well. Like, he got the initial Hex Flash into Solar Flare, they got the slow, then the Zenith Blade onto Caps, the stun onto Caps, which meant that Whippo could then stun him with the Spectral more. Then he turns his attention away from Caps and moves onto Reckless, gets the stun onto Reckless, which means the rest of the team can get in there. A good Leona is so much fun to watch, and it's why I'm happy that Hylissang is playing Leona rather than something like the Morgana, where he doesn't have that agency to really express his skills. Fnatic in the lead right now, of course, still a very close game between these two, but Fnatic didn't end up taking the Baron. They did only take the Cloud Drake, and they can look to get more of those neutral objectives over the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, the good thing for G2 right now is Wunder should win on side lane. He has the healing reduction, has true damage on his Q, so he should be able to win against Adam in the 1v1. But Adam has TP, and he can always just group with his team, get this vision set up, and then base whenever he wants. Or they can force up a Nash and make Wunder TP round 2, ding ding. Only a couple minutes later.
Okay, Fnatic backed away because they knew that they'd been spotted on Vision, perhaps just not wanting to take it. Caps still pushing, Caps trying to step away from the Solar Flare. The Zenith Blade hits once again, the Shockwave coming out as well. Caps still alive for the moment. The chase is on, Whippo's low, there's the charm, there's the quick...
Oh, Kalista ultimate is
Jankos is looking for this, but he can't quite get the damage down as Upset pulls the stopper to go golden. Niski coming in, the TP's joining as well as Wunder looks for the fray. Hexa Golden made him his key target. Upset the one he wants to land it on. Niski steals away a Shockwave, Upset is dead. Adam next on the menu here for G2. Niski on his lonesome in the midst of 5. Puts the stopwage, but that's just a sombrero. G2 win the fight.
Oh, that team fight was beautiful from G2. Fnatic were hungry for blood and they committed to the fight. Wunder was late with the TP, but Caps held his flash that entire fight, and that's what baited Fnatic to just keep going and going and going. And the Baron, it's gone. G2 are going to pick that up. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the Cloud Soul, and just watch how long Caps holds his flash here for. So he gets engaged on by Hylissang, just sidesteps the Leona ultimate, and then when he even gets the stun, Caps doesn't hesitate. Just pops the Shockwave, runs in range of Mickey, Mickey comes in, and then Fnatic Upset. He gets isolated off, and then by the time Wunder arrives, he's there to finish him off.
You can see Fnatic after that initial burst just didn't have the follow-up, and because Wunder is there, as you say, he can just lock up Upset in this Hexa Golden Maiden, making it very difficult for anyone for Fnatic to defend.
Yeah, Niski, it's really hard for him to get into the fight because he was zoned away at the start, and as Fnatic was engaging and committing to the mid lane, he was still in river, so he had to come around the side. That's why you saw him at the end in a very awkward spot where he couldn't dish out any damage, and you can see the carries of Fnatic didn't get as much impact in that fight as they wanted. Wunder has no flash here.
Wunder's going to jump across the wall, the Solar Flare with the chase, only gets the slow down. Whippo still chasing in, but Wunder able to walk away. That's Ignite Burn and the ultimate from Hylissang.
Yeah, Wunder has a lot of tenacity, so he gets through those stuns pretty quick, and G2 gonna push in mid. Wunder has no TP, and Adam does, so G2 might have to be careful here. That's why they're not committing to this tier 2. Could get TP'd on from behind. Upset and Whippo could commit from bot side into the mid lane. Cap still has his flash up. He's going towards those 3 items. Reckless as well. These carries gonna get stronger and stronger and stronger for G2. So Fnatic need to find a way to isolate them to make these fights very messy. Adam just gonna base. And G2 gonna focus on this top tier 2. As I say that, Adam's gonna cancel his base and go for the wave. He's delaying the Baron buffed up creeps. That's gonna buy Fnatic a lot of time. And G2 chasing him.
I mean,
Oh, he's just gonna TP out.
Yeah,
He has the
because
passive too.
unless you can root caller, yeah, with the passive as well, it's just nothing you can do.
Wow, that's such a good play because now that stalls about a minute of G2's time. They're just gonna have to base. They probably could have gotten a top tier 2 there and maybe forced Fnatic to base out of this bot side, so it gives Wunder the bot push. But in the end, it looks like they're not gonna get it. But as I say that, I think maybe Reckless has one creep left to work with. But no, he's just gonna back off.
And that's just such awareness, such sportsmanship from Adam to be aware of that in that moment. Think, I can take this, they can't CC me. In his first best of 5, his first G2 Fnatic best of 5, to think about that, that's just really smart stuff from the rookie.
It was a 5-head play because TP is not really useful until Nash is up anyway, so it's
name
fine
is
to use it
Adam.
like that. And now, Cloud Soul in 30 seconds. G2 do have the push in top and the push in mid, so they still should have some control around this. It's whether Fnatic want to opt into the fight or not.
That's the question. Do Fnatic want to fight it? So far, the answer has been yes. Through the season, the answer has been yes. Fnatic always want a fight, always want a fray. And they might look for it in the mid lane as Mickey going forward here can just dance back. Of course, you can see Nisqy looking for a flank position, but he is on a ward, so he's just going to go back up towards the top lane and clear out that wave.
Yeah, I think they just have to give it, don't they? Fnatic upset has no flash. Waves are pushing into you. By the time you even get to this Dragon Pit, you're face checking into Rakan, Xayah, Lee Sin, Camille, Orianna. It's really hard to face check anything with carries having no flash, so just push in mid, push in top, get some deep vision towards the top side. You can see no matter what happens in the game, when a play is made on one side of the map, you always make a play on the other. So that's why Fnatic push in mid, they all run top side, take wards, deep vision, everything, push in top to tier 2, and buy yourselves time on the map.
Do you think those circles were big enough to highlight what you were doing?
I chose the big circle instead of the small one, but it's okay, we'll ignore it.
It's like covered the entire quadrant.
Here.
It's great.
Now they can maybe look for a pick. Mickey has to be careful.
This vision helping them out as Mickey steps forward into the Zenith blade. Mickey does dodge away the Guardian as well to keep him alive. So what was invested there? Well, it was only a Solar Flare and a Zenith blade, not too much. Mickey only burnt his quickness as well. So on either side, actually only support ultimates were used.
Yeah, Mickey should have died there. It's a little bit disrespectful to kind of walk up into the enemy team's territory when you don't see them on the map. But as I say that, Caps has flash, but he's getting TP'd on behind. Wunder's TP is not up for at least 10 to 15 seconds.
Nisqy looking for the back door plays, he gets in.
Ikke bruk begge spillene samtidig, what the fuck?
Yeah, great flash there.
So lock him down.
Yeah, what Nisqy did was he E'd and he W'd on Sylas and he was playing a game of chicken, but Caps reacted phenomenally to his E and flashed away from it. If he got hit by that, he gets rooted, and then there's a world where Nisqy takes the ult, pulls him into Adam, and he might die. So good flash there, and now Wunder's going to push in top. He saw everyone on Fnatic down towards bot side. Maybe he can get this top tier 2 finally for G2.
Armor
All pressure they need to keep control of this river to stop Fnatic getting any more
You see the items stacking up on G2 as well. 3 items complete on Reckless, 3 as well for Caps. Wonder in a strong position with his Trinity Force stacks combination. On the other side though, you know, you do have 2 items on Nisqy. You do have a Ginsu's on upset. They are strong. It's just at the moment it feels very much like G2 are in the driver's seat of the game. And this ebb and flow of who is in control is something we've seen all the time in G2 Fnatic games.
I think that Fnatic are going all in this next fight. Upset just bought a Guardian Angel. I think they're just taking what they have and they're throwing it and seeing if it sticks, because this next fight, he has Flash, he has GA, G2 have a lot of dive. I think Fnatic are starting to realize Xayah, Orianna, Camille are they're gonna outscale their counterparts, so the later this game goes, without having control, it's even harder to team fight. So get Guardian Angel, get the 3 items on everyone now.
Cool for
and this next Baron is gonna be a fight no matter what.
igjen.
Wonder looking for this. Where are the rest of Fnatic? Look where Hillesang is. Look where Hillesang is. Can he get the long way around here? Because Hexagon Maiden is available for Nisqy. Lots of damage down onto the side. Spots the stopwatch. Whippers here as well. Needs to get over that wall. Upset joins in with the blast cone. Ignite taking Nisqy. Gonna get the Everforce slow there. Wonder's gonna try and hookshot wall dive away. Whipper.
Det var en fin hit.
Spectral more. Hillesang with the Solar Flame as well and chases on. Wonder overstepped. Wonder overstayed and Fnatic pounce.
Okay, det veldig uforsiktig. Silas så useless, og nå fikk han en stor skjønne.
That's the big question though, because Baron's not up for 40 seconds and Wunder's up in 43, so he should be able to TP by the time Fnatic even tried to start it. G2 get a bot tier 2, and Wunder does get shut down, so a lot of gold went over to Fnatic there. It's just a case of what they can get off of it, because it looks like they're basing. No, Upset's just cancelled his recall. He's running for this top tier 2. But Caps is going to clear out the wave. Maybe Fnatic can make a pick on the Caps now. He has no flash. I think they might just commit to a full-on dive. Jankos is trying to find Fnatic. If he does, that'll help out the rest of the map.
Jankos heroes.
Good dodge away there by Jankos. Face call coming out as well. He's going to use the flash. That is big because, of course, the next fight around the Baron in 7 seconds' time. Not having that flash for Lee Sin means no possibility of that flash kick.
I think Fnatic's just going to force it, you know. I think they realize it's getting worse and worse and worse. Just pull the trigger, get the fight started. G2 of all base.
Kalista kan brekke
The bot lane of G2 is really, really far away. Rakan Reckless, they're very far. It's going to be a 3v5 at best. G2, Fnatic's just going to commit.
Jankos has no flash and Hylissang is acting as a bodyguard. Setting him up, it's gone. The Ren is used. G2, do you fight or do you flee? Fnatic are looking to flee. They're looking to get out of this one as quickly as they can. The Solar Flare coming out as well, and there's the quickness onto the back line. Adam already dead. Upset next on the menu. He's got that GA, but the GA won't save you today. You're left to the hungry wolves of G2. The rest of the team retreats, and Upset gets taken out.
Yeah, but Baron over to Fnatic. They lost 2 members, and that's a 40 to 50 second death timer for them. But Dragon's up in a minute. I don't think Fnatic will be in time to contest that Dragon. But the important thing is they stopped G2 from getting a Baron for a long time. And that should help them hold on at the very least. And we'll see what they can do with it. 3 buffs right now. Hylissang forced to flash away. Wunder's just committing for it.
Thanks to Godomedu coming out. Whippo's here as well. Hylissang dead before Whippo can really intervene. Niski looking in the wings as well. Whippo's going to get knocked up, and Fnatic have walked straight into this. 2 quick kills. And the Baron might not even matter here because G2 just have the numbers advantage. They've got waves in the mid lane, waves in the top lane. They've got the inhibitor down. Can Fnatic defend?
15 seconds on Upset. Adam's up now. It's just the solo lanes of Fnatic to defend the Nexus. I think G2 might be able to push it in here, Medic.
First Nexus tower is down. G2 looking to jump in. The quickness coming out. There's the charm. It distracts them. The second Nexus tower falls as well, though Adam diving in with kills.
Det er så morsomt å se på dem. Dere bare flyr vekk.
What's coming out from Adam? It's a 4v2. It's a 4v1. Upset falls back to the fountain as G2 will clean up game 1.
What a performance from that man on your screen.
Jeg mistet visionen sin, men appellerte den av. Og der er den.
100% kill participation from Jankos. It looked like G2 dropped the ball for a second around that Baron, but a couple kills and the waves already pushing in gave them the momentum to push into the base of Fnatic. Fnatic tried to hold on, and G2 was relentless.
It was such a back and forth game in the mid game, but then as you say, G2 just took control of it, and it became very difficult for Fnatic to ever find an avenue to approach a fight or to approach G2 or to even approach their own base at times.
Fnatic was against the clock. They had to force it. They went all in with that G on Upset. They wanted to fight or get a Baron at the very least because TikTok was on the clock.
TikTok.
G2 put the party on stop.
TikTok. Det Andreas sitter seg
Down their rivals in game 1, and we'll get some takeaways from the Islanders desk in just a few minutes. That was good. That was
like
Du sitter ved siden av meg. Det derfor jeg håper at det blir en stomp I dag også.
Even though League of Legends is not a physical sport, there's the
Same
same eagerness and nerves before every single esports match than I had. The same in swimming. It was always about getting closer to a new height you can reach, an endless pursuit of perfection.
I'm inspired.
Even though I come so close, I don't feel bad about it. If I work harder, it is gonna happen.
De vel sponset av Kia da.
Yes.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair.
Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ok, skal vi lage sånn syk Hearthstone-dekk mens vi venter nå? Not fair.
Da blir vi med 2 sekunder.
Not fair, not fair. Åja, sant, det sånn her kan jeg. Tror det. Who won? I don't understand.
Jankos I form.
Ok, sånn her kan jeg. At the start of your turn, next turn, silence all enemy minions. Outcast.
Outcast, det når kortet helt til venstre eller helt til høyre. I hånda. Det for at det skal være en outcast, liksom. Det jo ille den greia.
cards in one turn. Reduce the cost of the cards one by one.
Ja, altså, Demon Hunter holder bare at tråd er jævlig mye.
Den nye handlocken?
Nei. Demon Hunter er veldig mid-range.
Det er bare en dårlig drøkort.
Jankos, for
Hva er Soul Fragment?
at han var så høyere.
Utseende.
Caps fikk endelig mat. De sa du får ikke mat før du vinner.
Hva er Fragment Soul? Eller Soul Fragment?
Ja, det er det ikke.
Det er Hero Power plus 1 this. Hva er Demon Hunter Purple?
Nei, Demon Hunter, det koster 1 mana, men du gir heroen med en attack.
Jævlig.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Summer Playoffs, where G2, they are looking for a world's spot today, and they took down their rivals Fnatic in game one. Goldberg, we talked a lot about the approaches of both teams, but I think specifically we were looking at, can we see different styles coming out of G2? What do you think with this draft?
I think they actually decided to come out with a different style this time around. They beginning taking away the Rakan from Hylissang, and then the Camille for one up in the top side into the Mundo instead.
Å nei, vi tar dagen 9 champion nå som gir 1 armor for 1
Yeah, definitely. They changed up their style in game 1, which I think is pretty surprising. It's usually something they see later in the series, but yeah, they changed up their style and their early game was superb.
What can you say about the priorities for both teams in terms of what they want to draft? Maybe start with Fnatic. What did they give us in game 1?
I think Fnatic had a pretty solid draft that they usually like to play. Adam was on weak side this time around, he didn't really play strong side, and their bot lane had a really punishing 2v2 lane with
mana,
having a lot of kill pressure, so I think it was kind of a standard Fnatic draft, and it's something that suits them overall.
That costs 3 or less from your hand.
And usually when this happens, I'd say, oh, Adam probably didn't have the best game, but he actually did this time around. He had a really good weak side this time around. I think the problem here is that it became very hard to teamfight setting
characters are immune while attacking.
Barely melee, really struggles to play into the Xayah Fetters, really struggles to play into the Orianna. So I think from that point of view, if Fnatic didn't get that snowball going in the early game, that's where it really started to fall apart.
And they had double bad luck in that the snowball did go in the way of G2. We're going to take a look at the skirmish mid. I think that gave Jankos a triple kill, but this was so instrumental for the rest of the game, especially that early game.
Yeah, I think Jankos had a super insane performance on these in this game, and after a few fights in mid that G2 won, it was kind of hard for Niski to do anything after this. Like, Jankos played all these fights mechanically well, and it was quite unfortunate for Whippo here that he couldn't really pick up caps before he died. So yeah, it was really well played by G2, and it snowballed pretty hard after it.
And it's not only just in these fights, it's also general up towards the pathing in general we talked about in the beginning. And then I will say though, I think Caps was left alone a little bit in the first clear where Whippo did actually come in with an interaction and try and break the flash from Caps here. So maybe a bit more jungle tracking on that point, but outside of that, really still a game from
Maybe he had too much to do. The man had 100% kill participation in the whole game. Jankos coming up huge, but then we get to the mid game, and I think here is where Mikkel, you were also talking about how you see that there are still possibilities for Fnatic in a mid game that they're behind.
Yeah, definitely. One thing is you have to criticize G2 from putting Reckless down towards the bottom when the Baron is up, but at the same time, flip side that to Fnatic immediately pulling the trigger and saying, what the hell, he's down towards the bottom side. Now we can just start up this Baron and play for a turn, and that's exactly what they're
look at 3 cards in your opponent's hand, shuffle one of them into deck.
Decisive, and he finds Caps, which was the key target for him in this fight, because they know he has no flash, and after this, G2 like cannot really win the fight. They're just trying to disengage and try to get whoever they can. And yeah, this was, I think it shows a lot from Fnatic as well, that even when they're behind, they can also have these these key moments where they just pull the trigger and go for it.
It was a bit of a flashback to yesterday when Mad Lions were behind and always pulled the trigger. Do you give that same kind of ability to Fnatic? Is that on the same level?
I mean, I won't say it's on the exact same level, but they're doing it right. And the thing is, like, that mid-game, that fight specifically, yes, you could probably say, but like, all game long, probably not, right?
That, of course, didn't keep going well for Fnatic. G2, they made the right decisions after, and Varius is going to take us through the second Baron.
Yes, I certainly am shocked. So let's talk a little bit about this big fight that ultimately decided the game between the two teams. So as you can see in terms of setup, let's start by looking at the minimap and the position. So the Camille is sitting in the bot lane and creating pressure towards the side lane. Camille does have the teleport up and will be able to join the fight, but Fnatic are trying to pressure on the Baron and potentially trying to force this TP out from the Camille to try and get it to force the play. So as we start rolling things out, you can see that Fnatic is looking for an opportunity and they have their eyes on Caps. So the Hex Flash is going to come over and Fnatic sit there and they have a clear focus of who they want to kill. Caps is the priority target. They have a rough idea that Mickey is all the way over here from the rest of the team. Jankos is slightly split. Reckless is also split. The TP hasn't come through from the Camille just yet. And so they're sitting here saying, okay, let's see if we can find ourselves a pick. The crazy thing about this play is Caps doesn't actually flash once throughout it. So keep your eyes on this man here because he's going to show so much patience and respect that he doesn't actually have to use that summoner. The other thing to note here that's really game-changing is the fact that Niski uses his stopwatch very early into the fight. I can only assume that this was a misclick because look at this is a perfect opportunity for him to get right into the middle of the fight, get into melee range of the Orianna. Mickey is still all the way out here looking for a flank angle to join the team, and the Camille hasn't joined the fray just yet. So he's trying to disengage. You can see they're in a position where, okay, we can't look for the fight, but look at this beautiful knockup that happened onto Upset. He doesn't react in time, the flash does not come through, and he actually takes so much damage initially. And meanwhile, Caps has been able to disengage, Reckless is now in a better position, and here comes the TP from Wunder because they see this as an opportunity to fight. But meanwhile, look at Niski. He's in this awkward position where he now believes that rather than come in from this angle, he's going all the way around to try and track Caps. They can see him on the ward, and he thinks that he can get the isolated 1v1, but that's not what happens. The fight ends up splitting up into two parts, and now the target becomes all about trying to kill this low-health Upset, and the entire squad of G2 is going to dedicate their resources into getting that kill. So they're going to collapse. The fight gets split up for Fnatic. Niski then joins on the backside, but there's very little he can do. Upset ends up dropping, and the moment he dies, G2 come out ahead in the fight, and they secure themselves the Baron. This was a very big team fight for G2, showcasing that they still can team fight very well, but it was a very well executed fight and overall good game from G2. Now we're going to send it back to Shox and the boys for a little bit more insight to round out the draft.
Thank you very much, Varius. Fantastic breakdown, and in the end, right decision-making for G2 to win that game one. Let's get the draft back up. Fnatic has now picked blue for game two. It was obvious that they needed to change something, be it in the game or in the draft. Goldborg, what do you think it's going to be?
I think that Rakan, once again, is going to be quite pivotal for this series. Last time Fnatic played, it became one of the most pivotal picks there was in that series for an adaptation. And I think the fact that G2 Esports decided to first pick it as well really just illustrates that this is a priority champions, and it probably will be for the rest of the series as well.
If we look at the bans for G2 in game one, do you think a Rakan ban is something they will expend when they're on the red side?
Yeah, most definitely. I don't think Aphelios, for example, is something that they need to ban. I think this series will be a lot about the front to back, and Zarakan is always a super solid front to back, and especially the Rakan first pick just has a lot of pressure in this, so I expect to see it banned now that Fnatic is on blue side.
Okay, then where does the priority go if the Rakan is banned for Fnatic blue?
That's a tricky one. I think. Depends on what they want to get. They could get something like the Lee Sin, which they've also shown that they want to get their hands on before. This game they prioritized the Diego, so it kind of depends on what they want. Yeah, I think a jungler is the most likely option.
Most likely option. We'll see what happens. G2 struck first in tonight's grudge match, and the fight for EU's last spot at Worlds continues after the break.
Hæ? Den verste legendary i mitt liv? Eller forstår jeg ikke hva det er? Gain 4 attack video hero. Gain 5 armor reward.
Den og heroen for 5 attack.
Den quest. Så det er bare 5 armor.
Hvis heroen din får 5... Nei, du får 5 armor første gangen. Questene går videre. Du får en ganske sick legendary tredje gangen du gjør det greia.
Vibrant Squirrel. Death Rattle shuffle 4 acorns into your deck when drawn summon. Det er sykt da. 1 kost, 2, 1 som summer 4 2-1.
Bare spennende. No pause, no words.
No nemesis, no words.
Hele chatten. Alle gjør det.
Add a random 2 costs. Vi kommer å lage syke decks nå. Summon er gibbering. Det som ikke will. Draw a card. Guess if your next card costs more or less than that card. Spiller vi drikkelek eller hva? For det er Guess the weight.
Hearthstone drikkelek.
Verste er på det som druid-kort, så den her, enten kan være minst, det kan være enten være laveste kortet, eller det kan være høyeste kortet i spillet. Discover a card with the cost equal to remaining of a mana crystal. Deal 3 damage to a minion, your next spell to be done. Oh, your next spell this turn cast twice. Det er svag.
Det er ikke så spennende, men jeg ser et kort som du brukt hele tiden. En 1 mana 1-1. Your next hero power costs 0.
Er det noe annet?
Det er...
Hva morsomme ting kan du gjøre med? Vi skal lage nye jokser.
Det er ikke morsomt. Jeg vil bare at den brukes hele det.
Ja. Det er et tempekort. Som bare en 1-1 for samtidig som for herborene.
Du gainer jo 1 mana.
Du gainer mana? Du gainer 1-1, ikke?
Altså, din hero power, hvis du ikke er dårlig glass, så koster 2 mana.
Sånn. Den koster 1.
Du bruker 1 mana, og gainer 2 mana, så da gainer vi 1 mana. Så den får 1 mana, og den 1-1. Veldig bra.
Deal 3 damage to a minion costs 0 if you have at least 7 mana.
We're dropping in so hard here. We're going school. We're going Twisted Towers.
Tilted Towers.
Twisted Tree Line.
Rest in peace.
Twisted Tree Line.
Anyway,
can I say, before we talk about anything, Jankos let out the biggest war cry I've ever heard before G2, the game started, the draft started. He was looking at Fnatic and he screamed at the top of his lungs.
Polish powerhouse getting the war cries in early, getting that mental warfare in. G2, of course, 1 game up in this series. But Fnatic, they fought well in the early game, just couldn't quite hold on to it in the mid-game. Here we get on into the second game of draft, and Fnatic have decided to be on the blue side, Pedro.
This is G2's first red side game in playoffs. So we'll see what they decide to ban away. Fnatic taking away Varus, Thresh. We'll see if we see similar bans come out, things like LeBlanc. Ashe banned away, maybe Fnatic want to run back the Kalista. They think it's working, despite having lost the game. And G2 showing very high priority on the ban it away from Hylissang and take it away from Hylissang in blue side.
I mean, we've seen it first picked in a lot of the series up this weekend, so I'm not too surprised about the right account being banned away. Now, Fnatic, the question is, do you go back to something like the LeBlanc that was banned out in game 1, or do you switch things up a little bit?
I think TF could have been a good pick for Fnatic. I'm not sure if they're willing to blind pick it though, because the last time they picked TF, I believe it was on red side 3 pick, but Xin Zhao taken away. Maybe Fnatic fancy themselves a first pick Lee Sin here. We saw a lot of Lee Sin trade-offs in the Vitality series as well. We'll see if Whipper wants to be the one to pick that one up for first pick.
Yeah, Viego, of course, still an option, and with the Renekton being left here, I expect that Fnatic will look to that Renekton as a pick for Adam. Doesn't have to be first pick, of course, but is one of his stronger picks across playoffs.
That's just a Tristan first pick for upset. No, I will say G2 on blue side always pick Tristan on the 2-3 when Varus was banned away. So Fnatic ban away Varus and take Tristana themselves. What does Reckless have in response? We saw Zyra Khan last game, but that's banned away because of Rakan. Ashe is down, Varus is down, Aphelios is down. Is it going to be an Ezreal Braum? Are we going to see something along those lines? Or are we going to see, you know, he's got Jhin, he's got Sivir, he has a lot of champions, but that blind pick Braum, Rakan's already down, makes sense. See what Hylissang has to counter it.
I mean, it would be quintessentially reckless to play a Sivir. He has been playing it a lot in solo queue recently. It hasn't brought it out too much on the LEC stage.
Do you know what I want to see countered into Braum? A Zillion. I want to see a Zillion. Does well into lane, Rakan's banned away, some kind of range support could be good.
You can't Killian it either, so...
You can't what?
Can't Killian the Zillion.
You can't Killian the Zillion? Oh my lord, are we starting with those, are we? Fnatic have the 2-3 now. Are they going to pick Lee Sin into Viego? We saw G2 do that last time around, but no, it's a Trundle. Could be a flex. Trundle normally good into Aftershock support, so expecting that go towards the jungle. TF still open, Ryze is still open, Renekton still open. We have to expect Fnatic probably going to lean towards their support here, I'd imagine.
River, of course, has brought out the Trundle twice across the course of playoffs. I believe he won both the times he played it as well.
Okay, det här är en C-draft.
So now G2 Esports have the option of countering mid or looking down towards the AD carry.
Caps has counter pick for TF. Will he pick the champion now or will he pick it later on? Could go Ryze, does really well into lane. It's like, you know, Lucian is also very good, some kind of lane dominant champion, but we're going to see, you'd expect the Ezreal Braum come out from G2, and when the Braum was first rotated, I think Ezreal was the first champion that comes to mind, but no, it's the Reckless Sivir special.
What is it with Reckless and Sivir? Like, across the course of his career, he's played it 75 times.
It's most played.
Most played, 164 of them, so 64% of them, so he's a very good Sivir player. I'm just gonna have a quick look back to see when the last time he brought it out was. Did against Schalke, where he lost before that Mad Lions all the way back in January.
Okay, well, pick Sivir, ban away Alistar. Makes a lot of sense. And the Sivir, it's going to struggle into the Trundle pillar, and when Tristana looks for the all-ins, but makes sense into the TF, right? You can just spell shield the stun card, but I think the TF will obviously, Nisqy will bait it out with wild cards, you know, it'll be a stare down. But anyway, Alistar taken away from Hylissang. Renekton taken away from Adam. Now Fnatic need to blind pick their top laner, you'd imagine. And G2 going to pick up their mid laner on 4. Looks like Fnatic just banning away counter picks for now. Jace ban spells something like a Gnar. We haven't seen that from Adam just yet.
And the question is, can Fnatic really pinch Caps' pool in the mid lane? Because Sylas, Ryze and LeBlanc all available. Sylas now banned away, Syndra as you say. But the Ryze of course can follow the Twisted Fate, which is why he's often used and gets prio in the lane early on. The Syndra and the LeBlanc just very strong mid lane champions in and of their own right that can bully the Twisted Fate early on.
Mid då.
See what he goes for. The LeBlanc would be really good into the Trundle especially. Gets away from a lot of the spells, but are we gonna have a Diana solo lane from Caps? Now Diana was banned out last game on red side by Fnatic on the 4-5, even though G2 have picked their jungler already, so maybe this is something that they know is up. It's been being played in scrims, in solo queue, whatever it is, but I think we might have a Diana solo lane here into the Twisted Fate. I don't expect the Viego to go into the solo lane, but you never know. We've seen Viego mids. I think C9 was the one who pulled that one out, but anyway, Fnatic gonna go for the Olaf top for Adam, and that'll give counter pick for Wunder.
So I've had a quick look. In all major regions across Season 11, Diana has not been played in top lane or mid lane.
Not a single time.
Only been played in jungle.
Always in jungle. So, well, we might have broken that just now. We'll have to wait and see. But range support into Braum makes sense. Tristana and Lulu, wow, they're going for the push in bot. TF can play towards top, you'd expect. Not a lot of kill pressure in bot unless they overstep, but the Tristana will be very strong mid to late game with that Lulu by
Vi menar Trundle support och Olaf jungle och topplane.
Okay, so it's Diana jungle, but it's Caps on Yasuo, it's Viego going to the top lane for Wunder.
Oh baby.
And I remember in
support Viego.
We saw actually, was it preseason? Recently we saw Caps and Wunder both practicing Gwen Viego a ton.
Det här är från leader-based draft. Fnatic har nettopp spilt mot folk som nettopp pikka der.
In the regular season or in playoffs so far. Gonna see something a little bit spicy.
Jeg tenker Caps sin Yasuo hans bread and butter.
Recently, mainly in the LCK, I think Showmaker was playing it, Leader was playing it as well. We saw BDD play it as well, I believe. And it's always paired with Diana with that point and click engage. Vitality loved this combination. And now you have a Viego top into Olaf. I'm excited to see how this draft plays out because a lot of explosive champions on the top side. And I think bot lane will just be scaling. You'd expect both sports maybe trying to roam around, but globals across the board, point and click engage, and a lot of side lane and team fight from both teams.
It's going to be a spicy one. I did just quickly look back. Wonder did play a bit of Viego at the start of the summer, but nothing since about week 3 or so. So it's been a while since he's brought that one out in the top lane here. The Diana Yasuo combination for G2.
After this attacks at a random 8 cost minion to your hand.
Top side bot lane, likely to be an island, likely to be left alone, and the focus has to be on which top side of the map can get out to that early lead, which team can really catch the other team out, take the game by the scruff of the neck, and close it out. Of course, if G2 win, they will be 1 win away from Worlds. Fnatic need this victory, need to start coming back in the series, otherwise they're gonna miss out on Worlds for the first time since 2016.
Yeah. You spills cost 1. Bounce back here, and I'll tell you something really quickly. The last time Caps played Yasuo versus Damwon Gaming in the 2019 World Championship. Remember, he was playing against Showmaker's Kale and he was roaming top lane with Halo Blades. But we're gonna get into it. Game 2 starts right now.
City.
Let's go. Go ahead, Mom.
Thanks.
Hi everyone, before jumping onto the riff, I have one small question for Grabs. Thank you for joining me. You were hovering Ezreal and finally went for Saver. We know that it's a comfort pick for Reckless, but talk me through the decision making here and why you went for this champion anyway.
Basically, Ezreal is a bit more vulnerable one-on-one against Tristana, and we practiced some Savior. We know he's really good at it. So basically, if we survive the mid game, I think we're really strong. I think it should outscale really hard, and that's basically the goal.
All right, and a few words on Viego lane. It's been ages since we saw this champion outside of the jungle, so how good is it going to be?
Wonder is just a better Viego player, and we are known as the flex pick team, right? On the past at least, so we try to bring it back a bit. But I think the response was not too bad. So again, I think mid game they're stronger, but if we bridge that gap, I think we're going to have a good chance.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes for you, and back to you guys on the rift.
So can G2 weather the storm that is Fnatic's mid game? That's what Grabs thinks is going to be the key point of this matchup. Fnatic will be looking to get out to that early game lead then, and really start snowballing the game away from G2.
Keep our eye on the scaling as well, because he talked about it. We're going to outscale them. Severe, notorious exciting champion. Yeah, so
Han fick en.
Against Olaf, I have to keep our eyes on. But yeah, Adam, I mean, you have Olaf Trundle level 1. No surprise they walked into the top side. That's probably the strongest level 1. Throw in a Braum there, and it's probably unbeatable. Anyway, Viego Solheim, we haven't seen that much, and the reason for that is because his healing got reduced a lot, so he just was a better champion in jungle. I expect Olaf to have priority in this lane 100% because he wins out straight up 1v1, so Wunder's probably going to be playing safe here. But the enemy team has TF, Olaf, Trundle, so a lot of champions that can make this top side explosive, but for now, both junglers pathing towards bot lane.
Of course, Adam's Olaf feared through the LFL when he was on Carmine Corp. It was one of his key picks alongside the Darius, just one of his, such a strong lane dominant champion, and we've seen it often in the LEC. He likes to just trade 1-for-1 kills early on. If he can get the wave into a good position for himself, he'll just run you down and then make it. He doesn't care if he dies. He just wants to make sure you are losing out on XP and gold.
Yeah. Niski is just pushing in mid, getting early vision. The TF has the push with the E start. It's going to put a ward onto Jankos' Wolves, but Jankos has done Red Raptor's Grump. So he's going to be level 3. No,
Excuse me?
Game of Hard.
Got the Raptor stolen away from him, so he doesn't get level 3. He only has 11 CS because Adam took away the small Raptor. That's going to be horrific for Jankos here, because now he can't find Whip over his blue. Caps is fighting Niski to stop him from being able to get there.
Golgar goes out, Wind was going to block it. Jankos getting chased down towards the top side. Niski there, but here comes Hylissang. There's the shield, there's the Guardian. Caps now in a 2v1. The exhaust coming down as well. Heal Niski, flash across the wall. Hylissang looking for it, and Caps will fall. First blood, Hylissang. Jankos chased out of his jungle as well.
Yeah, there's the bot prow coming in. Caps would win that 1v1, but Hylissang's there with exhaust. Niski arguably wasted flash there to try and secure the kill for himself. But Caps trying to stop Niski from collapsing on his jungler. This all comes down to Adam stealing away the small Raptor to stop Jankos from leveling up, to force him out of his jungle. He's only level 2. And now Fnatic slowly taking control of this mid-bot side of the map.
It's going to be a 3-buff here for Whippo, including the Wolves and the Grump.
Tror rammen din har nok å gjøre med tanke på hvor mange faner du har åpne.
Har ingen faner. Reckless, Wife.
Jankos there. Just one small little thing stops him from being able to fight back. He had red buff as well, so there's a world where he could have traded back with Braum. You know, I think that could have gone a lot different. But anyway, Whippo is going to get this top scuttle. Adam had to go and catch top wave. Doesn't have the CC for the crab itself, so it would take him a while. Niski has the mid push, and they're going to walk into Jankos' respawn camp, so we'll see what happens there, but fighting in bot.
One more auto attack will stun up. Upset uses the buffered jump to get away there. And it is so important for Fnatic that they put G2 on the back foot, that they put Jankos on the back foot, especially because of how strong Jankos was in game 1. 100% kill participation, incredibly high jungle proximity, 6-0-12 on the Lee Sin here, but now he's level 3 at 4.5 minutes into the game. He's going to help Caps get the push here, but he got neither of the Scuttle Crabs, didn't get his blue buff, he didn't get his first rotation Wolves. He is going to work his way down towards this bottom side jungle.
I will say this pathing is very smart from Jankos. He saw them invading his top side, and he knows Whippo hasn't taken away any of his bot camp, so he's going to get the Raptors for now, but he doesn't have Smite, so it's going to be another 2v2. Caps has no flash, Whippo does.
Flash, pillar, and now Caps is caught out, but he can try and dodge away with the minions. The chase is still on. Niski doesn't have flash, of course. Jankos did not get the Razor Beaks. Another stun card coming out as Jankos is forced underneath the tower. A couple of chomps will mean that he's down to 150 HP.
Oh, G2's mid jungle playing very risky there to try and get themselves just one singular camp. Caps has the creeps to dash away. Jankos holds his flash, but again, Whippo walking into his respawn camps. Jankos will know that he's there. He's losing his Wolves respawn. He's going to lose his Gromp respawn as well, unless Mickey can stop it. He's going to try to spot it out. Hylissang's already there to cover. Whippo has no smite. Jankos, his only real respawn camp now is Krugs. Upsets here.
Mickey's going to jump away. The explosive charge will not be enough to kill him. Jankos so far has got 6 camps, 5.5 camps overall.
Because of the Raptor.
Yeah, because of the Raptor.
So unfortunate, but I will say Whippo's playing really great around his pryos. Has mid-bot prio, using that effectively to walk into Jankos' jungle, forcing the plays and putting G2 on the back foot. Already off to a really good gold lead here for Fnatic, controlling the whole mid-bot side of the map. Top lane in isolation seems to be going even. Now they just need to snowball this into neutral objectives. Whippo's red buff is still up since level 1.
Just left it up the entire time. Doesn't need to take it right now. And now because Niski has hit level 6, he has the option to get in to a jungle invade as well. Adam's looking for Wonder here. Jankos still only level 4. Solo laners all at level 6 now. Adam just wanted to clear out this wave as quickly as he can as he gets underneath the tower.
Yeah, but by process of elimination, if you're Fnatic and Whippo's taken away all of Jankos' bot camps, where is he? He's probably top side unless he's just doing nothing bot. So they knew that Jankos was around there, so Adam doesn't go for the all-in, has a big wave. Mickey helping Caps crash this wave. He's really struggling here, Caps. Jungle support always hovering around this lane, and Niski having the push as well hurts even more. So things actually getting even better for Fnatic now because Caps has no TP and Niski's level 6. So as soon as Niski base and gets back on the map, he's always going to be first to every side lane play.
Very strong start here from Fnatic. 1,100 gold ahead. You can see Wonder already realizing he might be a point of focus for Fnatic, getting himself a Bramble Vest alongside the Sheen on Viego here. Of course, into an Olaf, it does make sense. The Grievous Wounds will proc, and that makes the Olaf just that little bit less tanky through all of his healing. But Adam going Vampiric Scepter for extra sustain in the lane. And G2 rock back on their haunches a little bit as Jankos will get his second red buff on the game. The chase still on here. Adam misses the undertow as Wonder uses the harrowed path to escape.
Someone I want to talk about this game is Niski. I think that last game he had quite a poor game when it comes to team fights, but if you look at Fnatic's trajectory in the last couple series and given the mid lane meta with things like Sylas and Ryze and TF being these champions which need to have either priority or some roam potential, he was doing fantastic on those plays. Niski, historically a player who you look at and you think of as a supportive champion, but he's shown that he can be a carry point for Fnatic. I just think that last game, you know, he misclicked the Zhonya's in the team fight. He wasn't really there for that mid lane fight, and that's how Fnatic was put on the back foot. So for now, he's doing his job. He's doing really well, pushing in mid, helping out Whippo, and with these play to steal caps, he'll be absolutely fine in the lane.
So we'll keep our eyes on Niski to see how much he is able to use this Destiny, this Twisted Fates ultimate to get around the map. Adam, for the second time this game, is roaming down towards mid. Niski gets priority into the Yasuo with that red card. And Whippo, a level advantage here over Jankos, looking to shield this away. Jankos gets it and will immediately flash across the wall, as you say, Kadril.
Yeah, level 6 Trundle with red buff, red smite, Sheen. Diana would die pretty quickly, but yes, Fnatic still controlling this bot side of the map, but they need a little bit more. They need to get a kill, a pick, push them out even further, and maybe look to start the Dragon. The only risk might be is if Jankos runs straight to Herald now after doing Krugs at level 6, then there might be a bit of a problem. So Whippo.
Reckless didn't know he was on vision. Spell Shield is procced. Chases on from Upset. That's going to explode, but Reckless able to walk away.
Yeah, Jankos doesn't really have much to work with, does he? Mid pushed in, bot pushed in the whole game, and now Whippo's going to start up the Drake, should secure that neutral objective. Jankos does hit level 6, but I don't think he's going to go for Herald. If he does go for it, you know, he has no flash. Adam can run down. Niski can ult onto him. He has no way to escape. So Bwipo should be able to control the whole map here after this dragon. Move through mid, back to top side, secure Herald, and Fnatic with all these pushing lanes using them perfectly.
Jankos' battle cry not seeming to help him out too much in this early game. Maybe more of a motivator for Fnatic as they continue to put pressure down towards this bottom side. Rekkles, obviously, without a flash, has to step away just a little bit. Bwipo can work his way around here, but this should just be a plate over to Upset on that Tristana.
Yeah, just pushing them off, making sure Upset can get the E onto the tower to, get, like you said, get the plates. Luckily for G2, TPs are coming up now, so Cap should be able to match Niski on the map. But it's all about mid-push, so we're going to see both mid-jungles contest this push. The one team that pushes this wave in can move into River first. For now, it'll be Fnatic, so that's what they want to do. But they're going to have to back off because Wunder is dropping the wave and running down here to secure the Scuttle. The Scuttle Crab will help this Herald secure, so Wunder will be down in tempo because he will have to run back top and catch this wave here. He's going to have to run all the way around top. Meanwhile, Fnatic still pressuring bot.
And although Jankos was put quite far behind in the early game, that level is really the only difference between the two junglers now. He's 200 gold between them. Jankos level 6, Bwipo level 7. Across the rest of the map, slight advantage for Niski in the mid lane. Twisted Fate passive will help you with that, and a slight advantage for Upset down towards the bottom lane as well.
Jankos now clearing down towards bot, making sure G2 can push out, maybe get a base off, or at least push Fnatic in. Everyone has globals available on the solo lanes. If Jankos gets spotted out, then Bwipo is just going to run straight to Herald. I think that edge of the ward saw Jankos that he's behind bot lane. See if Bwipo does it. I think he's just going to start up Herald. I think Fnatic saw Jankos bot. Fnatic's going to back off and they're going to get themselves this neutral objective.
Fnatic with an okay back timer there as well. You can actually see Upset just short of a Noon Quiver. It looks pickaxe, the daggers, and those long swords as well. Not quite able to get that first item, but already has the Zerk Goose, has a lot of attack speed. Ragnarok popped him in the top lane. Harrowed Path coming out from Wunder as he looks to get away. That'll be an ultimate exchange for that Harrowed Path. Rekkles here will be able to get a plate because of that back timing. The question is, will we see anyone stick around? Jankos decides he doesn't want anything more.
Yeah, so if I just bring up the minimap here, Bwipo's going to base. I think he's just going to beeline straight through bot to Herald this bot tier 1. Get all the plates over to Upset. So as much as... Oh, we've got a Destiny going on.
The ward is so good. Rekkles already knew to walk away. There's the spell shield. Niski cannot catch out Rekkles.
Yeah, but the thing is, G2's bot lane stayed for so long. They got a plate, they pushed out the wave, but they were chased all the way back to their blue buff. So now Upset can push in waves, and Fnatic can start to pressure the map. G2 the ones on the back foot who have to base now. No TP wards behind, although as I say that, yeah, that ward in between towers could prove to be something if G2 get the push and look for some kind of dive. But for now, if Fnatic plays safe in mid, they should be able to get this bot tower, at least a lot of it.
Looks like Bwipo holding off on using the Rift Herald right now. Still 2 minutes on the Drake. You can see the rest of G2 hovering around mid. This will be an advantage for Fnatic here. Flash, Dunkard hit him for TP as they look to take the fray. Jankos jumping in. There's the last breath onto Hylissang as well.
De brukte 2 ultier for å drepe faktisk Lulu. Og så dreper de ikke Lulu. De brukte Yasuo og det alle ulti bare for Lulu.
Yeah, double kill to Upset as well. Now they can move towards bot and get this tower. They wanted to control the bot side vision. And Niski's stun card hits Jankos. It wasn't blocked by the wind wall, so they have a target to isolate. Hylissang was the target for G2, but he lived through with the exhaust, with the wild growth. And Fnatic come out on top, really clean early game here.
And you highlighted him. Niski made a couple of good plays over the last couple of moments, so have a look at this stun card connecting.
Yeah, Niski hits Jankos, who has no flash. Bwipo pillars him on the side to stop him from going that way, and then Caps can't get the wind wall up in time. So he's stunned up, so he tries to turn on Hylissang, but with the exhaust, with the wild growth, and Upset arriving. Adam zoning away Wunder and Reckless. Fnatic just take over.
Another stun card there as Caps is trying to kill off Hylissang, and then the third, of course, to lock down Mickey to make sure he can't get away.
Oh, we got a fight on the picture-in-picture.
Wunder is able to jump away with a heartbreak, and you see Yamato very happy with the way that bot lane river play went. The question is, can Fnatic keep the snowball rolling? You said they needed a few kills, they're now 4 up. And you can see Caps just struggling there to kill off his former teammate. 3,000 gold to lead for Fnatic at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, look at mid tower as well. Maybe we missed it, but it's got one plate left, so Niski...
Rift Herald, I think, was used.
Oh, they must have heralded mid. We must have missed that, yeah. Thought they still had it, but good spot there, Medic. But so, Herald was used mid, all the gold went to Niski and Bwipo. Bot towers on 2 plates, Adam's hitting top tower, which is going to sit at 3 plates. All these winning lanes benefiting Fnatic so much. As you can see, they're over 3,000 gold ahead at 13 minutes in.
Fnatic in prime position to equalize this series, and historically, it's kind of been the way it's gone between these two teams. Fnatic and G2 constantly trading, constantly battling at the top of the LEC. All-time G2 have a slight lead, 38 wins to 27. But this year it's been Fnatic favored. 3 wins to them to only 1, well, 2 now for G2.
A lot of back and forth. Yeah. A lot of back and forth. You think of the reverse sweep eras where G2 was losing, knocked to the lower bracket as well. And then they come back against Fnatic, of course. And this is arguably one of the most important best of 5s they'll play in recent years, because it's for the last world spot. And now with turret platings falling, upsets the man with all the gold on Fnatic right now. He's gonna get this bot tower, and he has almost like 4 supports around him. Adam's gonna buy time, Bwipo's gonna shred through any front line that he needs with slows. Niski's a stun bot, and Hylissang is his shield bot. So all the gold going to upset is exactly what you want. Jankos has flash up, and Niski's looking for him.
He's going to get locked up. There's the Everfrost. The root duration is just so darn long. Upset gets gifted a double. And now he is 3-0-1. That double also help him with this laning phase as well. He got the bottom lane tower. First tower of the game is down, and 15 minutes in. Fnatic in command of this game. 4,500 gold ahead. Will take their second Drake.
Feels like the whole game Fnatic has controlled the bot side of the map with wards absolutely everywhere in their jungle, giving Fnatic perma bot push and able to walk in constantly. Caps has flash and Niski doesn't have ult, but this bot side vision, Bwipo playing towards bot side non-stop is giving relentless pressure to Upset and Hylissang, and they're using it very effectively. Bot tier 1 already down, they're going to get this mid tower too.
Such a change from game 1 where we saw a lot of the focus up towards the top side of the map. Here it has been all about getting Upset ahead. Fnatic doing that incredibly well. 4 minutes on what will be a 3rd dragon of the game for Fnatic. It's the Mountain Soul. Shields will definitely help them out against the burst potential of a Diana and a Yasuo. Mickey gonna step in here to Bwipo, and you're gonna see just how much damage a Trundle can do. This is through exhaust, by the way, as Bwipo just needs one more chomp. And Mickey called out for the 2nd game in a row.
Yeah, so much true damage and tank shred, right? Sundra, red smite, red buff with his ultimate as well. He's shredding through everything. The exhaust doesn't even matter. And now after mid tower dying, Bwipo has to be careful though. He has no flash, but he is gonna get away. And you can see Upset after pushing out bot is moving top. Fnatic bot to mid to top, all 3 outers falling. G2 are yet to get anything, but they might find something here.
Bwipo oversteps a bunch there. Wonder's going to steal away that Divine Sundra for the moment as he looks to go up towards the top lane. Trying to defend this tower. It's a good kill there for G2. The shutdown going over to Caps as well. Upset on the front line with the wild growth. Will be able to jump away and dash out of the fray. And now that top lane tower still low, but not going to be taken out by Fnatic just yet.
So G2 hold on to this tower and they get a pick. Grabs talked about the scaling that G2 have, and Reckless is building towards his 2nd item. But Fnatic in full control of this game still, despite losing Bwipo. 2 dragons as well. 3 minutes until the next one. Niski, we've seen what he can do in bot lane 1v1s. Might look for Reckless here. It's a stare down, but he does spell shield it.
Everfrost coming out as well. There's the on the hunt. Reckless is going to try and run away from this one, but the exhaust is keeping him locked up. He'll use Niski. Has the stun card. Doesn't quite have flash. Now it's up. Caps goes in. Stun card blocked with the wind wall. And Niski is down. Caps with his 2nd kill of the game on this Yasuo.
Oh, Niski's flash is about to come up now. He just didn't have it up for that fight, and if he did, he could have chased through it. His ultimate was also 4-5 seconds away from coming up, so Caps TP's behind him and gets the kill. There's a world where if Niski had both of them up, he could have flashed, killed Reckless, and ulted out. But that's not what happens. So now G2, after getting that kill, Caps is sitting on 2 of them, will get this bot tier 1. So Yasuo starting to get accelerated a little bit here.
The question is, what can G2 do with that? Because Fnatic still have that deadly mid-game that Grabs said he was afraid of when we got into the game. With Dragon coming up in 2 minutes' time, you have to expect Fnatic will want to take that. Bwipo taking the Rift Herald off towards the top side as TP was used by Niski to clear out top wave. Still a 4,000 gold lead for Fnatic. They are still very much in the driver's seat of this game. Almost 2 items on their mid laner and on their AD carry. 2 items on the way for Adam as well, but it's Caps going to try and take a trade here. Doesn't have any grievous wounds.
G2 have a lot of bot side vision. They see everything on the bot side map. Jankos is going to come to the lane. Maybe Adam face checks through River. They will spot him out. He has a Blade of the Ruined King, so he might be able to trade back, you know, onto Jankos. G2, are they going to look for it?
Is Adam going to look for it? That's the question. Mickey's on his way down as well. Bwipo with Rift out. Here we go. They're looking for Destiny once again. Of course, Reckless. No flash to get away, and Fnatic pounce on their former AD carry.
How can the Sivir even move on top of a Trundle pillar? He doesn't even have ultimate up. Yes, has no flash, true, but I think no matter what he had there, he was as good as dead with the TF ult in the pillar.
It's just so difficult for him to ever get away from it. If the spell shield can only block one thing, and with Everfrost, with stun cards coming in with the Pillar of Filth as well, it becomes so difficult. The Rift Herald will charge in mid. That tier 2 is down. Fnatic 4 towers to 1 ahead, and they're going to look for a second charge. They're looking for Mickey as well as the subject goes down. Whippo can just tank this for days. Mickey down. Next on the menu is Jankos. He tries to dodge away, but Upset is leaping. Next up, Wonder. Heartbreaker across the wall, but he is stunned up, locked up, and taken out. Fnatic just battering down the door.
They're diving G2 at their tier 3 towers in 19 minutes. Are they going to take the inhib though? Probably just better to back away. They get 2 towers, they get 3 kills. And this Tristana is just so far ahead with a Lulu by his side and 3 supportive champions to help with stuns, with CC, with slows, and everything Upset needs to just keep hitting and hitting and hitting.
You can see G2's strategy of weathering the mid game really not paying off too well. They may have bought an umbrella, but it's a torrential downpour that Fnatic are bringing to them. Hurricane Fnatic in the house, and right now they're in true command of this game.
But it's just Fnatic fashion. All their best of 5s. Either they stomp or get stomped in game 1, and then the reverse happens in game 2. We've seen that so many times throughout the playoffs here in the LEC. What a dominating bounce back here by Fnatic. They're 6k up. They have 2 dragons. They're going to work on this 3rd dragon now. G2, their only real big win condition right now is yes, 6-item Sivir, but it's that man right there, Caps. He's the only one that's really far ahead on G2, arguably. And Adam's looking for him.
I mean, Adam! Oh, Adam! That was so good from Adam! He takes out Caps, the only threat really on G2. Reckless gets the kill. Meanway, the rest of Fnatic are on their way up, maybe looking for a bit more of a fight. Destiny available for Niski if he wants to join this one, but they decide to back away for the moment.
Hashtag worth. Adam will take those, because now Fnatic, Yasuo no TP, it's G2's strongest member, Caps, and now they can force the 4v4. Reckless still no flash up.
Man, they just got a bullseye on Reckless right now. Mickey's going to join it as well, but the rest of Fnatic are on their way, and the pillar's going to slow down Reckless. Concussive blows coming out, but the stopwatch is used here by Niski. No vision in the bush though for Fnatic. They will be able to get the kill, and Niski survives. Another double for Upset as Fnatic. We said they were going to look for the Drake. I think they might have another neutral objective on their minds.
Are they going to start this though? Niski no TP, no ult, Adam no TP either, so it's hard for all of them to collapse onto this. Wunder has flash coming up soon and has move speed to get away. I think Fnatic just play it safe. Get this dragon, starting up the Baron when Jankos can get into the pit and you don't really have enough CC to push him away or members to push him away. It's just the safest play. Fnatic's going to be on Mountain Soul point here. They can retake control of Baron whenever they want. And they just own the whole map. The second G2 steps foot close to the river. This is what happens. Fnatic just claps on you.
Bubba's just running down whoever he wants, whenever he wants right now. Jankos forced down to 400 HP, cannot contest the dragon. Upset takes it. 7-0-2 on this Tristana, the supporting cast helping him out a huge amount as well.
Whippo will be okay here, but I think it's pretty safe to say with Upset coming into Reckless's shoes, he's definitely more than filled them. I think that he's had a fantastic year, now he's having a fantastic game. We saw Fnatic's playstyle throughout the whole year was play through bot, get Upset ahead, get us ahead, and let them dictate how the game is played. Upset playing phenomenally in the playoffs so far.
Game over helt stable sinne.
It was a little bit of a quiet game 1 for him on that Kalista, but here he is showing up, and the team is playing around him, Pedro.
And Upset, a player who has been 4 times. He's been 1 best of 5 away from Worlds, and he lost them all. And this time, this is the 5th time that he could go to Worlds by winning this best of 5. And winning this game would put the series at 1-1. A step closer.
Yeah, it's been heartbreak after heartbreak for him, but perhaps the wife buff will be enough.
The wife buff coming in.
Started with Ambition, then moved on to Doinby, and now it is Upset trying to use that buff to get himself a spot in one.
From the LCK to the LPL to the LEC. We'll see if it pays off, because now Fnatic in full control, 7k gold up, Mountain Soul points, full control of top side. Adam's gonna base, pick up some items, get some pinks, move towards the bot side. He has TP coming up soon, so Fnatic probably want to force this Baron.
De har jo ikke noe, så det eneste AP-damage som har, de går bare i arm hele gjengen. Oh my god.
It's just so impossible for Fnatic to do. They haven't even, for G2 to do. They haven't even managed to kill him once so far this series, this game. Fnatic just can do whatever they want on the map. They are playing it a little slow, which does give, of course, G2 a little bit more time to get more items. You can see Reckless at 2, Caps at 2 with that Infinity Edge complete.
But I think that's what you want to see if you're a Fnatic fan. You don't want to see them lose their minds and make this game into, you know, a slugfest by just overcommitting for fights. It's a very important best of 5, and getting this win is crucial. Fnatic in the driver's seat. G2, the only real play they can make is Jankos flashing in, ulting, and getting Caps on top of Upset. But even then, I think the wild growth, the exhaust is really going to hurt G2's burst. This Lulu pick negating a lot of what they want to do. We'll see what G2 can find, because Taking down upset's going to be very difficult.
So Fnatic's strategy at the moment is get Adam to push in the bottom lane, then use the rest of your team to gain control over to the top side. There's no TP on Wonder, so he won't be able to join a fight if it does start around this Baron. Of course, Fnatic can just take away the jungle, but you have to expect the Baron or that subsequent Mountain Soul, which is coming up in 2.5 minutes, is their key target. Jankos going in, Adam in the mid lane. Here comes the Destiny. Wonder will be looking for a flank position, but the Destiny just a little bit late. There is Adam, very low, manages to survive. The stun card goes down onto Mickey. Adam able to walk out alive. Caps going in as well as they look for Whippo, who's now on the front line. The Heartbreaker not enough as the stopwatch comes out. Jumps onto the back line. There's the last press, but Upset's already killed off one. They're looking for more. Upset's still alive. He's taken no damage. Upset and damn die. Upset gets the double. G2's though able to get a 2 for 2 so far in this trade, but Upset is still alive. There's the stun card. Wonder jumping in. Winter's bite from Mickey won't be enough to slow down Nisqy as Upset looks to put the damage down. Wonder going forward. There's the stun card once again. Eyes on Upset. Eyes on Tristana. That's 4 so far this fight, and Reckless has to flash away.
He's absolutely unkillable. G2 had a great start to that fight, getting down a couple of the frontliners so they could start to move forward, but Upset pushes them back, gets 4 kills, 11-0-2. We'll see if they can get a Baron off this. They have TPs. G2 have TPs to respond, but they're not alive for a while.
And you can see just how far ahead Fnatic were in that fight. You had the last breath. You had the combination with the Moonfall from Diana, and you had Upset taking 0 damage through it all. Baron started now for Fnatic. Jankos and Reckless on their way. Jankos does have flash, does have smite, but he has to work his way through an almighty
Upset wants some.
Upset once more. Heal coming out. Jankos flashes away. The stopwatch. Yeah, that might stop time for a moment, but all it does is delay the inevitable as he goes back to the fountain. Fnatic continue to look for more. Upset goes in. Caps in a 1v4 will flash away. Adam on the front line, just doing what Adam does here. Look at the damage coming out from Upset. Adam gets a kill. Upset looking for more as Caps jumps onto the back line, but he will be killed off as well. Upset looking for Reckless. The man he replaced is getting pushed back to his own base. Wonder next up. Upset with the red buff with the slows. Wonder will use the Spectral Maul to dash away.
That's got to be it, right? Fnatic have to be done chasing. They've got all they wanted. They can turn back to this Baron and finally get this objective that they dearly wanted and started so many times. Fnatic should secure this neutral objective. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds as well. I think they're going to get both.
And what a response after game one. Game one was close until the mid-game where G2 really took it over. Here, Fnatic have not given an inch. A slowish early game into a 10,000 gold lead at the 26-minute mark. Fnatic have come to party.
Oh yeah, look at Hidesang and Nisqy scorelines as well. 1 kill apiece and then 15 and 14 assists. Just standing next to Upset, keeping him alive. Wunder is going to try to get this. Wow, great play here from Fnatic, I think, because TP's top means you can pressure the top side of the map while G2 get this Mountain Soul that, well, you don't want anymore. You're just going to pressure top side, so Adam just using his TP, Baron's not up, just get tempo on the map, just keep these waves alive, and he can go for this tier 2 top, but Caps might collapse. G2, all their members going towards mid here. Maybe they just want to take a fight. Adam TPing top means maybe there's a world where they can find a 4v5. Caps is quite far away though.
G2 looking for the Fnatic push against Fnatic. Whipper with the wild growth though. Look at the damage. He's just so darn tanky. Mickey on the front line. Upset putting the damage down. He's going to get stunned up with the concussive blows. Caps joins the fray as well. Adam pushing the inhibitor towers while all of this is going on. Upset's going to jump away. Nisqy now the target from G2. 5 members strong. They will be able to take out one. But Adam is looking for that inhibitor.
Yeah, he's going to get this in 100%. Now Fnatic could just stop bases here. It means G2 would have to run all the way back. So Nisqy dies, but Fnatic crack the base open. So Adam using his TP there. The split push will base on the spot. Should get out in time. You gotta call that.
Oh my god,
it's a minion there. Get the inhibitor down up towards that top side. You have an open inhibitor in the mid lane. You still have Baron buff for 1 minute and 50 seconds.
And the idea from G2 was good. Adam's TPing top and he has insane tempo. He has a really big wave. He's gonna take our inhib. Do we defend the play or do we go for a 4v5? Maybe there's a world where we can get Upset, get the shutdown, get 4 members, and then stop the siege, which will get G2 back in the game. Doesn't work in the end. Inhib for Nisqy. Trade comes off. Nisqy should be quick out of base, and Fnatic aren't stopping here.
Upset still has that GA yet to be popped, yet to be propped. Fnatic continue their unrelenting pressure as G2 are forced back to their inhibitor line. One of them already demolished.
What you'll see Fnatic do now is play with 3 or 4 members bot lane and have Adam mid buffing up waves or just pushing in waves to get that inhibitor. I think with that topping it down, playing on 2 lanes becomes a lot easier.
Oh, that handshake.
With Fnatic here, they can just take a second, take a breath, reset, get those items in. You can see Upset 4 items strong on this AD carry. The Zhonya's complete for Nisqy makes it a lot easier for him to navigate these fights, of course, because if he is ever caught out, he can just pop that stopwatch and make sure that he survives for a second rotation of spells. Upset on his way down the mid lane as G2 look to defend. their middle inhibitor.
Adam level 16, he's the highest level member in the game right now. He's walking into G2's face.
Upset isn't even here. This is a fight without Upset so far. Now he joins the party. Look at where Jankos is. He's looking for that flank position, but Fnatic have spotted him. Ragnarok used, Caps already dead before he can even get the last breath off. And perhaps that's the last hope that G2 had in this fight. Upset goes legendary. He's jumping around, he's hopping around, he's leaping around, and he's looking for kills. Wonder underneath this inhibitor tower trying to survive against Whippo and Adam. The Destiny Gate from Niski joins the party. And Fnatic are on a killing spree. They're on a tear, and they are looking to tear through these Nexus towers. G2 forced back to the fountain. Reckless forced back to watch as Upset rips through G2. Fnatic will strike back. Upset will jump forward, and it's 1-1 here between Fnatic and G2.
Great game from Fnatic, great bounce back, and great performance from Upset, taking it back to G2. Wow, what a dominant game, you have to say.
Really was. After probably the first 10 minutes, it was never really in doubt. Fnatic just took control of it, and they never gave G2 an inch, never gave them an opportunity to get back into the game. And even when G2 found good engages, Fnatic were just so far ahead that G2 couldn't get the damage down.
Yeah, I have to say, Fnatic, great response in draft with the Lulu into the dive comp, playing for bot lane non-stop. Whippo didn't leave that bot side jungle of G2, gave full vision to them, and Upset could just keep pushing and getting leads.
It was great stuff from Fnatic all round. We're dead even in tonight's series, and on the other side of the break, the experts will look at how Fnatic snowballed their lead. They got more kills. Oh, that's how it happened. Really? Yeah, just kept getting kills. Bruh. You kill the enemy, you get gold.
say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go.
Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye.
to the LEC studio. I'm going to summarize that game as Upset really wants to go to Worlds. Fnatic, they ran away with game 2. They tied the series with a very convincing win, I would say. Treats, what are your first thoughts about the draft and with the results-based analysis of prioritizing your Tristana for Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic went in with a completely different draft strategy. I like the TF and I like the Tristana, and I think they just had way more options in general, and they also used these options super well, especially in the early game with the lead that Bwipo got over in the jungle matchup.
Looks like a very well-rounded comp, and I think you see a lot of power picks that you would want in this meta, Goldborg. And then on the side of G2, we asked for more diversity and versatility in Ready Check. Is this then what you wanted?
Okay, so I've seen a load of Diana Yasuo in my LPL time as well at the same time, but the problem with this right here is that you lack priority in every other lane, and Diana is super weak pre-level 6, so I think Fnatic did a remarkable job at playing around with their prior lanes. Yasuo don't get prior against range, no prior against the Sivir and Tristana early. So the fact that they were able to just navigate around Jankos, with him even having the Raptor stolen away from him, was just super nicely done by Fnatic in the early game.
I also think that there are a number of things when it comes to G2's comp that basically Fnatic drafted around. So the first one is that priority on the Braum. They decided to end on the Lulu. And of course, you sit there and think, haha, we've got Hylissang off of an engaged champion. But that ended up not being a problem at all because G2 are the ones that had to engage all the fights. Their whole composition is very melee. And when you have 3 melee champions that want to dive on top of you, fun fact, Trundle and Olaf absolutely love that. And on the off chance that you are able to get on top of the Tristana, Lulu's going to polymorph you, Lulu's going to heal, Lulu's going to shield. So I really liked what Fnatic did, and I think that the moment they took control over the early game, it became very difficult for G2 until if they got to like 6 items or like 4 or 5, then maybe there's a wombo combo team fight there, but they fell far too behind far too early into the game.
Okay, so Treats, do you agree with G2 building in some late game components in their draft, just not with kind of what it turned out to be?
Yeah, I mean, definitely having some form of late game insurance is good. I think Sivir and Viego are just too bad of champions right now to make them work. So I think they just didn't have like the best components. There are other champions that they could play that are just better scaling if they want to go for that. So I think G2 for the next draft will at least adapt and have slightly better early game so Jankos doesn't fall as far behind, and then still have this late game and some other champions.
You mean Viego top, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, Viego top, not that good.
Vedius, you did want to look at the jungle pathing specifically because Bwipo put Jankos behind.
So a lot of this actually starts with Adam. The casters highlighted it before, but when we get to this point, you're going to notice that he's going to throw an axe out and he's going to steal one of the small raptors. Now, at first, you might think this isn't that big of a deal. However, what the Diana is now going to do is path from the raptors into the red buff, and at first, this is going to keep you at level 2. But with this early ward that they're able to put down, this gives full information as to what the Diana is doing. They know that the Diana is going to path bot. Meanwhile, the Trundle is doing a full clear bot side. Notice that as he's going towards the Gromp, this should traditionally give Diana the level 3. But because of that single raptor that was stolen, it won't. And while that is happening, the mid prior that the Twisted Fate got then put wards onto the raptors as well. So the control they had in top, they got vision early. The control they had in mid, they got vision early. And they know that Diana's not going to be level 3, so the Trundle can invade. And then with the prior that they have in bot lane with the Lulu, they're able to collapse and they end up killing the Yasuo in this situation as well. So just absolutely perfect early game execution with really good understanding of what they were doing, really good use of vision, great utilization of their priority, just masterclass in early game jungling from the side of Fnatic.
I genuinely think Vedius' breakdown here also just summarizes why it's so important that you have priority lanes that let you have a first move in this scenario, specifically when Diana is such a pivotal part of your composition. She's the main engager, she's the one who's supposed to get the other people ahead in a team fight. So as soon as Fnatic shut that down, there's just nothing for you to play for, and that made the game even more of a stomp really here for Fnatic, where they just got to do whatever they want.
Yeah, Treats, relate that then for me into, yes, you've made the tactical invade, you make sure that you have all the ground, and how does Fnatic then relay that into actually getting the kills on the board and getting Upset ahead?
I think the biggest thing to note is the TF pick. It just enables a lot of plays around the map. I think this champion is just perfect for Fnatic in general, because sometimes Bwipo and Hylissang go for these crazy engages, but Nisqy is usually more of a calculated player, I think, so when he plays the TF, it just becomes a bit easier for them to find these fights.
I think the TF also allows you to play easy mode when you're playing the broader map at the same time, because especially for Fnatic, as you're saying, Treats, it's a super good champion for them, because if they go for some of these exchanges or engages in a jungle and they overstep, they always have a man that can join joined them without having that teleport up, and that man advantage that you create with the Twisted Fate just really solidifies a one engage for them.
And I think that Upset was obviously a huge benefactor of a lot of these kills. He was very difficult to touch in the team fights. His positioning was fantastic, but the whole team around him really was enabling him. I know that he has the most kills, but that really doesn't represent how well Fnatic as a team was playing to really set him up for success.
No, absolutely. As a bit of a treat for everyone at home, these three analysts are going to cover picks and bans after the break, but I do want to get a little taster here. Let's pull up the picks and bans once again if we can, and talk about it. One thing that came up was kind of an obvious Arise would be good here, because obviously you can match also the mobility that comes out of the TF to some degree, right? What adaptations would have made this draft viable for G2?
I mean, what I said in draft is that I would like the Viego just to go towards the jungle. I think it's kind of too fancy to put a top lane, then go for the Yasuo Diana, which I think is a good combo, but not in this draft. So I would like them to just go Viego jungle and play a mage mid, something like the Ryze that was open, I think would be perfect. And then Sivir, maybe not the most optimal champion, but I mean, you could go for something like Ezreal, but I think it's just super comfort for Reckless as well.
I mean, once again, I think it's that bot lane part as well. The fact that you don't have two prior lanes, I mean, even having one in this game is so pivotal. I think we saw it in the Misfits versus Fnatic series as well, how pivotal a bot lane really became. If you did not have that skirmish, the Ashe and Seraphine really became a part where they could challenge Upset. In this lane for G2, there was no way for them to, realistically speaking, challenge that bot lane.
I know, we saw it even when there haven't any ganks gone bot side yet, right? In terms of what Upset and Hylissang could do. Now, we talked in game one about the strength of the Rakan that got taken off. Now we see this Tristana priority and first pick on blue side for Fnatic. G2 is back on the red side again. They chose it for game 3. So does a Tristana now add to the ban list, or you can't just keep banning bot laners, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't ban every AD carry. I think the biggest thing is just what they want to do with Aphelios. I'm not sure. Yeah, they must have some plan with that G2, but I think dropping that for a Tristana ban would be something that would be viable for them.
Personally, I think the Tristana priority is more of a pinch at Reckless. I think they're saying you can't play anything else. And the fact that he went towards Sivir over the Ezreal was a really big indicator for me, because he clearly went for comfort. He plays Sivir. That is one of his favorite champions. And we were all discussing, like, imagine if this was a Ryze, Ezreal, Jace comp instead, then it's a very different composition, very topside focused. And so I think that the priorities need to shift. Early Braum, not a fan, but I also think that this draft in particular for G2 was a bit of a test to see what Fnatic would do. And clearly, Fnatic will look to dominate in the early game.
Well, Nelson's interview, I'm hearing it in a whole different light now based on this draft, but we'll see what happens. The spot at Worlds is on the line tonight, and based on our first 2 games, we're in for a close fight. Join us for picks and bans after this.
Wow.
Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. What have you done to me? You're living in my mind, I can't sleep. I'm missing my missing beats. It's got me down and I feel so incomplete. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go, stay with me. Don't ever leave. Can't find another you. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just hold me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Stay with me, cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go. Stay with me. Don't ever leave. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye.
Don't let me go, don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go.
Don't say goodbye, bye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Just love me like you do. Don't let me go. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye. Can't find another you. Don't let me go. Stay with me, 'cause nobody can love me like you do. Don't let me go. Stay with me. Don't ever leave. Don't say goodbye, bye. Don't say goodbye, bye, bye.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Hostess is taking over the analyst desk where we'll cover picks and bans for Game 3 between Fnatic and G2. I am of course joined by Treats and Goldberg, and we thought that we'd have a bit of an analyst corner here as we go into this third draft. It's obviously tied up right now, so let's think about priorities. The Aphelios. It's been on our minds a little bit so far in games 1 and 2. Do we think it still needs to be banned? Treats, I'll start with you. What do you think?
I don't think it has to be banned. I would say that Tristana is a champ that should be banned over Aphelios at least. I mean, there must be some scrim meta going on there where upsets Aphelios is just too powerful or something, but I don't see the ban sticking for long.
I mean, it's completely the same. I think specifically with the supports, if there's no thirst paired up with or anything like that, like it is a champion that can be abused. I don't know if G2 are just not feeling confident enough matching that Aphelios down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it does seem like a big pick for sure. We'll have to wait and see how things shift in the draft. The one thing I am also concerned about is Reckless's priority in the AD carry position. We saw him hovering the Ezreal, then shifting over to the Sivir. The question is, will he get an AD carry that he's comfortable on and have impact on? Of course, this game isn't necessarily on him, but in terms of the priority that he could get in the lane was obviously a problem. The early priority for G2 overall was a big problem. So let's see how that priority shifts as we move into Game 3 pick and ban. So, Fnatic is going to stay on the blue side, G2 is going to maintain on the reds, Vars is going to be removed from the side of Fnatic, and it seems that these early bans will continue to stay the same.
Yeah, it just seems like Fnatic is in this position where they feel fine with banning away the Varus, banning away the Ashe, and then all of a sudden, what left is there for Reckless really to play, and that's why the Tristana comes into the picture. So now G2 having opted in for the red side, I want to see what that adaptation has become of them.
Yeah, I would say that the Rakan ban is something that they obviously still want to keep because it's a really good one. I just think this Aphelios ban should be swapped out on the blue side third ban, or sorry, the red side third ban for G2. I think if they swap it for like a Tristana, maybe Reckless is more comfortable playing something other than the Sivir.
But the problem you then have is that perhaps Fnatic want to blind the Aphelios. By actually banning away the Lulu, this does suggest to me that G2 is looking at an early Braum once again. But then, of course, Hylissang does have the Morgana as a potential answer as well. Fnatic are going to stick with the Tristana for the time being. The question is, will G2 actually decide to go for the Ezreal this time around? No, they're actually going to insta-lock the Trundle. So what do you think about this?
I mean, this does still leave open the option of Braum paired up with Aphelios for a third pick here from the side of Reckless. And I think in the jungle, they just realized that they needed something that could match the early game aggression, and Diana, that was just not it. So having seen Whippo on it, Janka's now just feeling like, well, I want to play like that in the early game, and picks up the Trundle.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see here if Fnatic wants to go for the TF Lee Sin, because both of them are open and super strong into the Trundle, and they can control the map a lot. So if they go for the TF here, I'm not sure if Caps is going to look for the Sylas third pick this time, or if they will just pick the Aphelios, because Reckless champion pool, as you said before, it could be a problem.
What about the Rise? We saw it as a huge priority from the side of the Mad Lions. Do you think that that could also be something that G2 look at as an answer to the Twisted Fate?
It definitely could be. I still think that AD carry is kind of the thing that is a struggle for G2 with all these AD carry bans, but they lock in the Orianna, which I also think is a fine answer, and it doesn't really impact sides as much as the Rise, but it's a really good scaling into TF.
It can be a fine answer, and I agree with the scaling point, but there's always that early to mid-game pathing instead, where, or not pathing, but stage of the game rather, where Twisted Fate really just had the numbers of Orianna. She can never really move, she can't follow up for that man advantage, so G2, it seems like they're just going for that really scaling aspect of the game.
Well, I will say one of the things about Orianna into Twisted Fate is you can bully the Twisted Fate a lot more and make it harder for him to actually get that roaming in the early game, especially before that level 6 mark. The concern for me comes from this Lee Sin pick in particular. Twisted Fate gold card into the Lee Sin, that Orianna could be in dire straits. We already saw in game 1 how much pressure this mid-jungle duo from Fnatic is willing to throw down. Now, we do see a couple more bans come out. G2 deciding to get rid of the Alistar and the Renekton, so that blind safe pick that Adam often goes for, as Fnatic now answer with the Camille. To me, this is looking something like a blind pick Mundo once again for the side of Fnatic Treats.
Yeah, definitely could be. I think Reckless here, he really wants to play Sivir again. I think it sounds like a bit troll, but it's actually not that bad in this game once again. And I think if Fnatic don't ban it, I expect G2 to take that one on 4 pick. If the Sivir ends up being banned, then maybe Affiliates is something that Reckless wants to look for. Okay, so it's not banned.
The priority right now is top laners. I imagine the Reckless will look to lock in his AD carry right now. Ezreal is still up and available, but it seems that the Xayah is going to be the pick for now. Gets that extra safety against the Twisted Fate gold card. So how do you want to see Fnatic round out the draft now, Treats?
Yeah, I think honestly they could pick kind of whatever style of top lane they want. They all have a super solid front to back. And I think it's kind of up to Fnatic more and to define their draft here. Do they want to go for a pick comp or do they want to play a full team fight comp? I think we'll have to see.
We're going to get Pyke.
Okay. Well, that's the pick comp there for Hylissang. It's one of his biggest comfort champs and he's really good on the champ, so yeah.
I mean, it has to scream comfort because you're not doing this for lane. It's super hard to actually get that execute down onto the Xayah, down onto the Braum. So this is also to get out and influence the map once again for Hylissang. You can get prior with the Tristana and then you just send Hilly off to roam wherever he wants. He's been so good at that in the recent series as well.
Yeah. The Gnar here would be super good for Wunder because it's a safe champ against the TF and it has a good matchup into Dr. Mundo, so I think that's the most expected lock-in. But I rally into TF, that's spicy.
Well, we talked about comfort last game. It seems like we're going to have to talk about it again because this is Wunder's favorite champion. So what do you think about Wunder? In terms of the Mundo matchup, I feel like it's a pretty favorable one for Irelia, like a pretty safe one at the very least. But in terms of the comp, what are your thoughts, Street?
Yeah, definitely a risky Irelia game, I would say. I think if TF and Pyke moves top one time and he dies to a gank, it's really hard for the Irelia to come back against Mundo. So I think as long as Wunder has a solid early game and can get at least the Bork, then he will be fine in the matchup.
Okay, so Goldberg, which comp do you favor right now? Whose side are you on?
I think Fnatic is easy to play in terms of you can actually punish this side lane with the Twisted Fate. I think the mid lane priority, a lot of it is going to come down to that. And if GT can't stabilize that, I think they might suffer a little bit.
Okay, Treats, final words. What do you think about the drafts?
I mean, I would like to say Fnatic because it's spicier, but I think G2 has a pretty solid comp as well overall, like a very good front to back. So unless the Pyke and TF can find a lot, I favor G2.
Okay, so it seems like strong ideas for both sides. I'm very excited to see how this Pyke will work out. We know that Hylissang is known for his Pyke, and I expect a lot of pressure to be put onto Caps in the mid lane. We talked about Caps versus Nisqy at the beginning of the day, and we know it's going to be a pivotal matchup in Game 3. The winner of this will move on to match point. The winner of this will be one step closer to locking in that final seed for Europe's World Championship. The teams are ready on the Rift, so let's get into Game 3 between G2 and Fnatic.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go for Game 3. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Nice to see you here. If your friends aren't watching, by the way, tell them to start watching, because this series is already off to a great start. And it's a must.
It's a best of 3.
It's a best of 3 between Fnatic and G2 for the final world spot in the LEC. One of these two teams who have made worlds every time since 2016 is not going to make worlds. One of these two teams who have been finalists in the last 3 worlds is not going to make worlds.
Great setup there, Medic.
It's crazy.
It is.
It's crazy. And Hylissang's playing Pyke.
Hylissang is playing his Pyke and he's playing with Hail of Blades, so I can't wait to see how bot lane pans out in this game. And I want to say, just looking at the comps, we heard the analyst test talking Gullborg, like the pick comp from Fnatic treats favored the front to back. I think they're both completely right. Different win conditions for both sides. Fnatic have globals, they have picks, and they have a lot of single target damage. G2 have a great team fight, front to back scaling. So that's the expectations that both these teams are looking at. Fnatic want to pick up kills, and they want to pick them up on side laners and shut that Irelia down. G2 want to get to the mid game in an even state, and then look to force fights around Dragon.
It's kind of been the story of the first 2 games. In game 1, G2 were able to get into that mid game a little bit ahead, and then were able to take the game away from there. In game 2, Fnatic got that early lead. Concussive blows coming out. Hilly won't have to flash. Still has that grey health as well. The exhaust comes down, and he's able to walk away.
Yeah, Upset to that heal there. Mickey's not running Ignite, running the exhaust, so they thought they could get some kind of all in there, but Upset pushed him back. Hook, he's going to connect, you'd expect.
Gets onto Mickey. Once again, the concussive blows a possibility, but Hylissang can just walk away. Mickey takes the explosive charge, and overall across that first couple of trades here, it's Fnatic coming out on top.
Oh, Hylissang playing so aggressive, going for every single Q. Hits another one onto Mickey. No heal. Reckless cleanses, thinking he had heal.
That's a mistake there from Reckless.
Ignite goes down, so it's a trade-off for... Let's imagine Reckless did have heal there, and he saved this way now. So it's a trade-off of combat summoners. That's what's important. But Fnatic still have heal. Hylissang's looking for more.
Mickey.
Oh, they both flash!
Hylissang's in there, flipping heads!
Oh, Hilly's playing out of his mind in this laning phase. All 4 Qs doing so much work. Niski getting zoned away. Wait, is he dead, Hilly?
Oh, the Unbreakable will come up for Mickey's keep him alive. Upset taking a chunk of damage here as well. Spike. Wonder trading in the top lane. I missed him too. I have to see how that death from below really affects the game as it goes on. But you can see Hylissang so practiced on this Pike, 16-7 across the course of his career. He's played it a couple of times against G2 in the last couple of years as well, and has lost both of those. Wonder with the flawless threat into the flash. 3 flashes burnt on the side of G2 in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Wow, Fnatic getting the better hand of both side lanes here. Wonder lost his flash, but has still got kill pressure. Whoa, what's going on here? Hylissang is looking for Reckless in between towers at 3 minutes in. G2 are forced to base already. This blind pick Braum, Hilly, he doesn't care about enchanters anymore. He's going for Pike and he's pushing them back. G2 will get back to this lane in time, and they have some potions to work with on Mickey, but Hylissang just hovering around here, just trying to hook them away from the creeps, and he's going to dash back over the wall. Both junglers pathing to opposite sides of the map, and both are going to trade away scuttle crabs. So a lot of action in both these side lanes at the start of the game.
And the last time Hylissang played this Pike against G2, it was Reckless by his side. And they were winning out on that.
Again?
And this time it's Reckless feeling the pain of Hylissang. The hook connects, Bripple going in as well, and Mickey is the first blood of the game.
Oh man, Hylissang's having so much fun on this Pike. He's just sitting in the river brush, waiting for someone to walk up. Both of them have no flash. I want to say it's a bit of a bot kingdom down here right now.
There's definitely a bit of a Diffy in the Spiffy, the support role, like that kind of works in the Siffy, in the Biffy. There we are.
Sure.
Got there in the end.
Fighting top.
Wonder looking straight in onto Adam. Adam using the defibrillator to keep himself just that little bit more healthy. Wonder continues to trade in. The W will get a bit of extra damage down and mitigate some of the damage that's coming back. Jankos is nearby. Adam does still have the flash.
Yeah, Wave's kind of pushing into Wunder, but he's going to push back by getting his stack still up. Jankos hovering around, but Whippo's right behind him, and he's already based, has the Iron Spike. Whip pushing in Wave. Whippo's here to respond.
There's the stun. Whippo on his way, but Whippo just wants to protect. Wonder dodging away with the Blade Surge, and Wonder almost down. Whippo has the flash. Wonder somehow still alive. Adam walking forward straight into the waiting arms of Jankos. One more. But Whippo takes it.
Is he dead as well?
No, gets it. He's dead as well. You just can't do it to him! Fnatic 3 kills up!
Oh my god! That's game deciding that topside fight. If Wunder and Jankos get 2 kills, top lane is so swayed in the favor of the Irelia. But the Irelia is such a volatile champ that now it seems really hard for Wunder to start to win out in this lane. Whippo having based had the Iron Spike whip. Oh, my voice went a bit high-pitched there, Medic, I have to admit, but great match here from Whippo. Q's the dash away to make sure he can get onto Wunder, and he has to flash here. He knows that he's going to die to the next auto Q from Jankos. Adam steps forward, gets shielded. The Q misses, but now Jankos tries to get the kill. Auto attack. He just needs one more auto attack. Oh, but as he's in the animation, he dies. And then as Wunder's in the Q animation, he dies too.
Oh,
Adam.
My goodness.
Adam gets away. Both these side lanes are just so fun to watch.
The corporate Mundo showing that meetings can be the death of you there as he lands the briefcase into Wunder's face. There's a strong early start here for Fnatic. 6 minutes in, a 2,000 gold lead. Very reminiscent of game 2 where they were able to snowball this lead away from G2. Jankos has been matched at every turn by Bwipo. The top lane turned jungler is out jungling his enemy man right now.
Bwipo has to be careful here though. Has no flash. He's gonna stop it to get away. Jankos is committing for it, but he gets kicked away. So what Jankos wanted to do there was flash Q to get the slow. Caps puts the ball on him, gets the shockwave, and maybe they can get the kill, but Bwipo can just kick Jankos away. So Jankos uses flash and loses the Raptor. So let's take stock of the map right now. Hylissang and Upset have this perma bot push, and now Adam has the push in top. Nisqy has the push in mid. It's similar to last game. Fnatic have these 3 pushing lanes. They have a global. They can dive any side lane they want, and Jankos is spotted out on the map wherever he goes. Adam zoning him away from his Krugs, while the rest of Fnatic 4-manning bot. Reckless no flash yet, Mickey no flash yet. Only Caps can respond with TP here.
No level 6 as well for Reckless. Double TP's coming in. It's going to be 5 members of Fnatic down here. Caps is going to join them as well. Reckless with the cleanse to get away. Uses the root collar really well, but Fnatic still able to execute the dive. The shockwave though is going to bring them back, and Adam has to be down in this fight. He will fall. 1-for-1 traded so far. Caps going in, gets hooked back, concussive blows. Procced on Hylissang, not quite there it goes. G2 able to defend, and meanwhile Wunder is pushing in top.
5-man dive there from G2. Hilly looks for the flash Q. Caps holds his flash. Bwipo
hasn't got kick. Hasn't got flash.
This is a winning play for G2, as good as it looked for Fnatic. Yes, they got the dive, and yes, they killed Reckless, but Wunder is so far ahead in top now. This matchup that was swayed to Mundo, where he had the push, this TP advantage slightly backfires because it's only a 1-for-1 trade, so now Adam will eventually get back to this top side, but Wunder is definitely the winner of this entire series of events.
Look at the difference in the jungle right now, though, Kato. 1,100 gold in Bwipo's favor. As you say, Wunder able to equalize the gold in the top lane, but Bwipo is the key man so far for Fnatic in this early game, and he has been so consistently across the course of playoffs. We've seen it in the last couple of games, but here especially, Bwipo has just had Jankos' number, been able to keep him locked out of a lot of the plays that he's looking for in the early game.
Yeah, Jankos taking away the Trundle this time around to prevent the early aggression. Reckless has flash up and he's level 6. Hylissang throws the Q a bit short and he's going to dash away, but I think both junglers playing really good in this playoffs. I have to say, Jankos I think is in top form, and Bwipo in the Vitality series was trading blow for blow with Selfmade. It was amazing to watch, and here on the Lee Sin, putting on a clinic, 100% kill participation so far, and Bwipo is going for more. Mickey has flash up. We'll see if Bwipo gets the double kick.
Now, is he going to go for the Phantom Undertow? Instead, just uses the Bone Skewer. There's the Undertow. Featherstorm coming out from Reckless will be able to escape. Nisqy stepping forward.
Whoa, he stole it!
He stole it away from Adam. The top laners doing the Rift Tail by themselves. Flawless Duet comes out, but there's the passive from the Mundo. Wunder should be able to walk away from this one, but he doesn't want to. He wants to go back in. Maximum dosage, healing up Adam. You can see the songs going higher and higher as his health bar rises as well. Wunder going to be able to walk away. Bwipo misses. The Sonic Wave just at the side. Wunder with a great dodge there. Adam still chasing him down. Infected Bonesaw hitting, but Wunder will be able to dash underneath the tower.
The whole map is in such a weird state. Wunder and Adam fighting over the Herald. Nisqy's up against Reckless and Mickey in mid. Wunder's going to get out. Caps is farming bot plates. So Fnatic moving around the map so much, had such a big gold lead, but they've lost Dragon. They lost the plate in mid. They lost 2 plates in bot, and they lost Herald. So all of these pieces have just fallen apart, all these small things adding up to something big. G2, despite being down so far behind in the early stages, are now pulling back.
Nisqy still has flash here. Just locking the blue card, he's going to have the flash. Concussive blows won't proc. Bwipo going in as well. Doesn't have the kick himself, but he's looking for the damage onto Jankos. But here comes Caps with the shockwave. One more auto attack onto Bwipo will be enough. He's stunned up. There's the subjugate. There's the shockwave. And there is the shutdown. Hylissang with a good hook will keep Nisqy alive for the moment, but Caps is still on the chase. Has a red buff for the slow now, and there's another concussive blows proc. Nisqy trying to put the damage down on the Caps. Out of vision. Hylissang dodging around. Phantom Undertow. Caps enough. The hook hits Mickey. The pillar is enough. And Caps survives. G2 equalize the scoreline.
Yes, be careful though. Upset has jump and flash. He gets spotted on a wall. He's going to go for it, I think.
Jump. Flash. Oh no. Oh my god, Mickey! It's a support kingdom this game. Mickey keeps Caps alive long enough for the concussive blows for Jankos to pick up the kill. And both these supports are absolutely smurfing.
They are indeed. 10 kills in 10 minutes. It's just a bloodbath in top, in mid, in bot. Everyone's showing up in every single lane. And G2 win out on that fight. This Orianna that wants to scale is now really far ahead. Wunder heralding top. Bwipo going for a kickback.
Wunder not tanking up the tower yet. The Rift Tail's going to charge in and should be able to kill off that tower. Wunder will go down here. Bwipo is able to chase him out. The Rift Tail gets 2 plates, and Wunder does secure them. We've got a here, Kato. Let's have a look back back at this play in the mid lane.
Oh man, so much happened, isn't it? G2 is getting so many plates, and Nisqy has to flash away initially on this play, because if he gets stunned up, he's as good as dead. So Bwipo looks for the re-engage, but he doesn't have kick. But the key thing is here, he gets 3 stacks on the Brown passive. Caps comes in, auto-attacks his flash, and then pulls him back with the shockwave. Now Nisqy's in trouble, so Hylissang has to save Caps. He does have to save Nisqy, sorry. He does save Nisqy for a little bit, but Mickey commits to the play. Q flash, Caps gets the kill, dodges away from Hylissang's E here. The flash was really, really clutch, because then Hylissang could get autos, and Hylissang's Ignite just came up now. So he wants to pop it onto Caps, but it's too little, and it's too late. And then when Upset arrives, Mickey almost saves Caps. He blocks the first ultimate, but in the end there's an E and there's an auto attack, and when the shield falls, he does get the kill.
Importantly though, Upset there went back to look to proc the explosive charge so he could jump away, which gave them enough time to get the concussive blows proc.
Exactly.
Proc meaning that he couldn't then get out of the fight. 6 kills to 5 on the scoreline. It's still a 1,000 gold lead here for
They're just hitting each other.
Supportal combat.
Oh no! Fight it, top medic!
There's the Destiny coming into the top lane. The stun card's going to go onto Wonder as well. The Vanguard's edge. Trying to kill off Adam. Adam flashes away. Wonder look at the chase. His Bwipo as well. The Sonic Wave dodged. Wonder with the fancy feet almost went out the 2v1 but couldn't quite do it. Fnatic get a kill in the top lane. And meanwhile, G2 are pushing in the mid. And this is a great moment for me to ask, guys, all of you out there, before you predicted G2, well, who on earth is taking the last world spot now? Spam in chat, Fnatic or G2. Last time it was 70-30 in favor of G2. Fnatic have won a game since then. And then we've had whatever this has been.
Oh man, what is going on? So much fighting. Wunder almost wins the 1v3. Hylissang and Mickey just hitting each other to give Mickey a passive proc into the ult, into the one-shot. Hylissang dies. Now Bwipo's behind Caps. No flash.
Do they know that Jankos is there? That's the big question, because Mickey is here as well. Bone Skewer coming out. They now know that Bwipo's there. There's the pillar. There's Caps. Shockwave not available for the Orianna. Mickey can still chase in here, but doesn't have an ult of his own either. Subjugate is available for Jankos. Bwipo has the kick. There it goes. Mickey dodging forward. Bwipo goes back to Jankos. A great little dodge there. The chase.
Oh, Jankos!
He was locked in the concussive blows, but couldn't quite get it. Stun card locked in for Nisqy. Hylissang dodging away. Jankos still on the chase, but Fnatic should be able to walk away.
Oh, beautiful play there from Bwipo to get his escape from Jankos. Jankos again tries to flash forwards to get Bwipo to get the slow, but he doesn't get what he wanted. Hylissang still hovering around mid. Both AD carries have just been handshaking bot push while this 4v4 onslaught in topside just keeps going.
And it's so even now between these two teams. Remember, Fnatic had a 2,000 gold lead early on, and now
still the same.
Still people think G2 are going to win, perhaps because of how well they've come back so far in this one. Adam chasing Wonder underneath the tower. Perhaps a little bit more in favor of Fnatic overall, but still G2 the heavy favorites.
Yeah, Upset winning out in this 1v1, has the kill pressure, and now Jankos is hovering top onto Adam. He has the ultimate, has the red smite. Adam no flash. I think this should just be a clean kill, no TPs to respond.
I really think this is what we expected when we heard G2 and Fnatic were fighting it out. It's best of 3 for a world spot, and so far we have 13 kills in 13 minutes. Make it 14 in 14. Jankos goes on a killing spree.
Yeah, no globals for Nisqy, no TP, no ult just yet. I think G2 had that time, so they're going to get the kill. Their objective is this top tower, though. You can see them kind of hovering to see if they want to push for it. Caps has TP. So Fnatic, if they take this fight, TP will come in. Bwipo 2 levels up on Jankos.
Destiny's not available though for Nisqy. He's going to have to walk the long way around here. You can see Hylissang waiting in the wings as well. Death from below can do a lot of work and gets you a lot of gold if you can proc it, but Hylissang now on his lonesome behind this tower.
Hylissang is deep in enemy territory.
Bone Skewer, there's the stun, there's the Sonic Wave, and Hylissang finds it. Death from below, X marks the spot. X marks the first kill of the game for the Pyke. Now Wonder with the Vanguard's edge trying to survive underneath the tower, but you just can't get away from the CC chain that is Fnatic.
The Fnatic death ball continues, and it doesn't stop here. Mickey, no flash just yet.
Oh, Mickey, that is not fine. Caught out as the Destiny comes out. Death from below gets another kill, gets another bit of gold, and look at how quickly this gold has accelerated for Fnatic. They're now 3k ahead.
Lots of back and forth, but Fnatic pull through once again. They get the gold lead, they get the fight, and they get the kills. And the thing is, Hylissang picked this Pyke because he wants to roam around the map. Mickey's playing Braum. It's so hard for him to keep up. This Pyke has so much kill pressure, almost solo killing Jankos there. Wunder can't survive the dive. He dies too. And then from there, the second the ultimate's popped, which just came up now, Mickey falls too.
It's just kill after kill after kill after kill, and G2 perhaps overextending, trying to save, trying to protect that tower, but not respecting the damage that this Fnatic lineup can do. Also, Caps and Reckless were just not there. They weren't contributing to that fight as a whole. Rift Tower taken down for Fnatic. It's sitting on Hylissang. I love that. Oh no, it's not. It's sitting on Whippo, by the way.
You don't love that?
I do. It's fine, but like I love it when you put it on your support, especially when he wants to roam around a lot because of the enhanced recall. It just gets you 4 seconds of extra tempo on the map. For the moment, though, Whippo will be the one with that extra tempo. Right now, G2 grouping up in mid. Definitely in a losing position at the moment in this game.
The thing I just want to highlight here is Wunder. He's completely even in gold with Adam, but it feels like he's not really having the impact he wanted from this lane itself. He couldn't get the top tower despite getting the Herald that he stole away. He hasn't really found too much kills onto Adam, barring that one gank from Jankos. He's lost his tower, and now I think the 1v1 he should still win. But as the analyst has pointed out, there's a Pyke, there's a TF. This is never going to be a 1v1, so the Irelia is going to have to get into fights, but with the itemization she has right now, it feels like it's going to be very difficult.
It's also the second time we've seen a counter pick from G2, really not working out too well. This time the Irelia was picked into the Mundo. Last time it was that Diana last pick that really... Oh no, sorry, the Diana switched to the jungle right at the end. With the Viego top, that really didn't work out for them. Fnatic just have G2's number over the last couple of games. There's thrown Skewer into the Fandom under 2. Hilly is by himself right now. Mickey's going to trade into him. Hilly actually will have to flash away. Niski and Whipper were in the area, so I understand what Hilly was doing, and it also opens up a bit of space for this Rift Tower to charge.
He got Mickey's ult, so now they can't engage when they siege his bot tower, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Hilly had to flash away. He has no breaks. It's just non-stop relenting, isn't it? Just keeps going in. He sees one person, he's just going to keep hitting him until he has to eventually run away, which he doesn't really want to do, but if you force him to, he might.
Exactly, and also by pushing them back, he controls more vision. You can see his first item, the Umbral Glaive. Is it Umbral Glaive? It's been a while since we had it. Yeah, the Umbral Glaive means that he's denying vision from Fnatic as he steps into their jungle. He's getting behind them, getting behind enemy lines, and making it very difficult for G2 to do anything. Adam here trading back onto Wunder, upset in the mid lane. There's the Destiny Caps. Does have Flash, will look to try and get away. Jankos in the vicinity as well, but that's 4 members of Fnatic, and Caps is just burst down. Jankos next up as upset once again leaps forward. He's been doing that a lot this series so far.
Oh man, this TF pick is paying dividends to Fnatic this game and last game, catching out G2 everywhere they run. Caps has no cleanse, he might have Merc Treads, but with the stun and the Everfrost, it's enough for upset to catch up. And it's such a bloodbath. 2 towers for Fnatic still, and they want to get this mid-tier 1. G2 definitely on the back foot. Their objective, these side lane towers, bot tower, top tower, they're both on 1 HP, and they just haven't been able to crack them open. But now Fnatic, 5,000 gold lead.
G2 very much on the ropes in this game. You have to remember, the winner of this goes through to World. The loser does not make it. G2 have made it every single year since they joined in 2016.
And they finished top 3 every single split ever since they joined in 2016. If they lose here, they finish 4th.
Yep.
Which would be a horrendous position.
I mean, it's 5 years. This is their 6th year with 8 out of a possible 11 titles for G2. And it's very possible we don't see them in our finals weekend. Currently, Fnatic well in control of this game. Game 2 was the same. It was a stomp for Fnatic, and G2 since game 1 have looked a shadow of what they showed us.
Yeah, and what we need to see from Fnatic now especially is the calm, kind of clean playstyle we saw last game, where they don't overforce, they don't overcommit, but Mickey might be caught.
Has to flash away. Another good hook there from Hylissang, predicting that Mickey would jump back to the cannon minion.
Yeah, Fnatic had that win condition of dragons last game, which made it much easier for them to just play for neutrals, but right now they have no dragons. With this mountain spawning in a minute, it's around, 30, 35 minutes that they're actually even going to be able to start contesting or pushing for a soul, so I think accelerating the game through kills is what they need to do with this comp. Twisted Fate, Pyke, they need to find picks and then convert that into a Baron, and then they can start the siege, but without that Baron, with its single target damage, it really feels hard to find any form of siege, so skirmishes is what Fnatic wants.
They'll definitely be looking for them a minute, as you say, before that dragon comes up. Niski off towards the top lane, getting pushed, getting prio. Doesn't have TP, but Destiny is on its way off cooldown. Adam's about to get his teleport up as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he is the one to go up towards top lane next, with Dragon being the key focus. In terms of items, there were 2 on both Niski and Upset. And there is another hook landing onto Jankos. Subjugate's going to keep him alive for the moment. Niski going in with the gold card blocked with the Unbreakable. A 3v5 in favor of Fnatic right now as Whipper dives in. Mickey with a good stopwatch. Adam's going to look for it in the death from below from Hylissang is perfectly timed, but Wonder's coming in. The flawless duet's going to hit onto the Pyke. Wonder immediately dives as he dives in, though. There's a Feather Storm coming out as well. Cap's going to join the fray so late. Already 2 of his teammates are down. Cap's looking for Niski. He will kill him off. Niski tanks off the tower. The Root Caller coming out as Upset dives across the wall. Shockwave still available for Caps, and he has the flash as well. Whipper going back in against his former mid laner. Can't quite do it as he flashes out. Adam still trading in. Hylissang has the death from below cooldown back up, so you have to remember he can use that once again. The hook hit it across the wall, but for it, Hylissang pays with his life. Caps still alive, the shockwave used, Reckless trying to put the damage down onto Adam, who's tanking up 2 towers. Root Caller coming out, but Adam takes another tower shot. And Fnatic overstepped, Fnatic overstayed, and G2 pounced.
Do you know, we just talked about a medic 2 minutes ago. Fnatic just don't overdive. They're still 5k up, but they're definitely going way too deep here. Caps got so many kills in that fight and got a huge shutdown onto Hilly, who was fishing for hooks non-stop after those resets. Fnatic are going to get the Dragon. G2 won't get any major objectives off of this unless they might start up a Baron here. Blue Orb comes out. I think that was from Nisqy to spot it out. Really good play there, but no, G2 are going to force his Adam. 10 seconds to respawn. Has teleport available. Nisqy doesn't have the Destiny. Whippo and Upset need to get here ASAP because G2 could just burst this and run. Maybe a couple of the members will die and they'll have to sacrifice, but this Baron is as good as dead, you have to imagine. Whippo is too far away.
Baron gonna get taken here by G2. The question is, can they make it out alive? Nisqy with the Everfrost, Mickey getting hooked in. G2 trying to retreat up towards the top side. A good kick. Gonna land to Reckless as well. He doesn't have the Feather Storm, and Reckless already gets shut down onto Whippo. He's managed to kite back with the death from below, and Hillisang has got the resets once again. Adam the next target. G2 now in a 4v5. Wonder going forward. Nisqy stunned up. G2 winning the fight as Upset has to dive away.
G2 forced the Baron. It looked like they would lose the fight because Fnatic arrived. They'd based, they bought items, they could TP in, and G2's positioning wasn't great. But Caps and Wunder, the solo lanes of G2 coming up massive. Reckless didn't have ult for that fight. He didn't have flash either, so he was an easy target. But when they focused down Reckless, it was the solo laners of G2 that picked the weight up.
And the solo laners of G2 have struggled so much in 2021 compared to their peak, compared to 2019. Caps and Wunder have not been in the form that they were in the past, but here we see them perform when it matters most. The question is, can they keep doing that? Can they keep this form up for the rest of the series?
Yeah, Reckless, there's really nothing he can do in this fight. He has no ult, he has no flash, he has barely anything and he's low HP. And when all of Fnatic's diving on top of him like this, great kick, he can't move, Adam's jumping on him, Hillisang's jumping on him, he's dead. But Wunder gets Jankos alongside Reckless, and now he gets his stacks up. He gets Conqueror stacked up, and he can start free hitting. Upset splits from Nisqy and Hillisang, and they can start to move forward. This melee brawl of Jankos, Mickey, and Wunder with so much stuns and CC and true damage alongside Caps' mage in Orianna. It's just too much for Fnatic to handle, and now for G2, only 2k down, but they have a Baron.
Only 2,000 gold in the game, as you say. Caps sitting at 7-2 and 6. Rabadon's must be almost complete. He's got double needlessly large rod. And with a minute 30 left on this Baron, G2 will start collecting turrets, collecting structures around the map. Upset has a bit of time here by himself on this top lane tower. Hillisang is shadowing him. Caps is going to meet him in the jungle. Tower will not fall. Meanwhile, G2 are still pushing in that bottom lane. Reckless and Mickey going to get some damage down, but Adam is there to defend.
Yeah, Nisqy must have used his ultimate while we were in the replay. Maybe he was looking for some kind of pick or information, because G2 was able to push bot all the way into that tier 2 despite having no TPs, and they weren't afraid of getting collapsed on. Fnatic really focusing on this top tier 2. Looks like they're just going to back off. And everything's going to slowly quiet down for the first time in this game. And G2, look at the scaling. You know, Orianna, Xayah. I think that's a much better scaling combo into the carries of Fnatic, but they have frontline to work with. They have Adam, and they have Hillisang if he can find the resets, but in straight up 5v5s, like what the analyst has said, in a front-to-back, G2 should win, but Fnatic don't want to give it to them.
Fnatic still looking for those skirmishes, looking for those picks wherever they can find them. The game, once again, that rests on a knife edge, as games often do between Fnatic and G2. You look back to 2019 Athens finals, you look back to the game we showed before the series started today, that base race, and that was a regular season game, never mind one for World's contention, as Mickey has been caught out here. Nowhere for him to go. Death from below won't do it, but he does still fall.
That's a pick, and that's what Fnatic's comp wants. That'll slow down the siege of G2. They won't be able to push for that mid or bot tier 2 tower, and the Baron has gone. Baron buffs off. They got 3,500 gold for that, and they've almost stabilized the game. But important to note, Caps has Rabadon. He's 3 items Orianna. One combo from Caps onto anyone that's not Adam, he might just kill them straight away with the shockwave. So they have to be very careful. They have to pick and choose their fights with precision, as Fnatic just did. Picking off Mickey, they need way more of that.
Hillisang continues to be a nuisance in the side of G2, a thorn that they cannot seem to get rid of. Adam here is spotted on a ward.
He's on the phone.
He's on the phone. It's a Discord call perhaps as he sets up in this jungle. They know that Adam's there. Reckless is going to step forward. Root Caller comes out, doesn't break the passive of the Mundo though, so he's still got that spell shield available. Fnatic now the ones in the driver's seat in terms of tempos. They're the ones pushing in mid and top at the moment.
You're completely right, Medic. Tempo is the key word there. You can see Fnatic's pushing G2 back. This Baron from G2 only stabilized the game for them. It didn't give them this insane lead. It only gave them time to work with to push in. But once that time ran out, Fnatic grab a hold of it and they can push them back. So next objective, 40 seconds on Dragon. but Fnatic want to find a pick. You can see Upset and Hilly just walking through the jungle after pushing in waves, taking jungle camps, just looking to find someone isolated off. And G2, look at their positioning right now. They're all within a couple of meters grasp of one another. They don't want to let anyone go astray, and they want to group up and stay together. Push in mid, move to this objective together, and then we'll see how Fnatic responds. I think Nisqy pushing in bot is already a good start.
The thing is, for Fnatic, they do not have to fight this. Adam doesn't have TP up quite yet. It's about to come off cooldown. There's the Destiny. Nisqy will know that all of G2 are down towards this bottom side river. 12 seconds on the Dragon. TP about to come off cooldown. Nisqy goes in with the Destiny. He's looking for Wonder. They don't know he's there. Double ward coming out. It's G2. Step forward into the river.
Adam's TP is coming up in around 5 seconds, so Fnatic need to wait a little bit longer. I think G2 just take this mid wave, push them back, and take this Dragon. What can Fnatic get for this, though? I think Adam can start pushing in and taking this tier 2 top. And G2 will get the Dragon. It's a little bit of a stare down right now.
This is good from G2 though. Let Rekkles do the Dragon and then catch the wave in mid, so Fnatic don't get that free pressure in the mid lane. They sent people across there, they got the wave, no damage on that tier 2 in the mid lane, but Adam does still have the top wave pushing it.
And the big question is, does Rekkles have Infinity Edge on base? He's recalling right now, has BF Sword and Pickaxe. Doesn't have it just yet, needs a couple more waves, but with that 3-item spike of Xayah alongside the Rabadons of Caps, if these carries can start to hit, they're going to shred through Fnatic, but Fnatic playing really well around splitting G2 up and cross-mapping and trading here and there.
Upset is really strong as well with the Lord Dominix and the Rapid Fire Cannon and the Kraken Slayer. He never even needs to get near G2 to put down the DPS. Tristana, of course, scales very well with attack range as the game goes on. That draw bead passive helping her out a ton. Nisqy has a Rapid Fire Cannon of his own as well if he wants to land those long-range stuns.
See, G2 can't step past the river. There's almost like this kind of line right here where if G2 step past it alone, then Fnatic's just going to collapse on them with the globals that they have and with the members of Pyke, you know, TF, TP on Adam. So once they group up like this, now they can start to move together forwards. Rekkles has Infinity Edge and Baron is spawning G2. Get some vision here.
Nisqy not there, no TP on him either. He has Flash Ignite. He's pushing in that bottom wave, expecting G2 to answer. But right now, G2 are grouped up, Upset. Able to keep himself alive right now, can buffer out the jump. Wonder pulled back as here comes the Destiny. Wonder forced away, but that is the TF ultimate out, and Wonder can reset and has the TP to rejoin the fight. Nisqy stepping in, but can't quite find that stun that he was looking for.
Yeah, Wonder is going to have to TP back as well now, because you imagine Fnatic's going to start pressuring the Baron. The good thing for G2 is that Nisqy's not hitting on their bot tier 2 anymore, so they won't lose that. So now again, it's just a 5v5 stare down, Destiny down, Upset ult is down. G2 didn't lose too much.
Nisqy on the front line, there's the Unbreakable. Wonder's actually going to go and catch the bottom wave as G2 decide they don't need him to TP in straight away. Yankor's very fortunate the Razorbeaks were respawning because, of course, the King's Tribute and the healing that he gets out of that means that he is back to about 3/4 HP instead of the half that he was at a moment ago. Fnatic and G2 fighting over mid lane priority. So important when you are looking to make picks that you have more vision than your opponent.
Wonder needs to be careful right here. I think Fnatic, they were gonna collapse, they were pinging on him, but they were scared of G2 doing Nash.
Adam needs to be careful as the top laner, but it's Adam on the other side. He's gonna pop his ultimate as he tries to walk away. Rekkles on the front line, caught out. Solid Wave goes a little bit wide. Adam rooted up in place, and here comes Wonder with the TP. Adam with the Sterax. Look at Mickey, he's landing down. Death from below is gonna take him out, and Adam still alive. Half HP on that Mundo. G2 now a man down, looking to try and defend this fight. Death from below goes in as Hylissang tries to dive forward. Sonic Wave from Whippo up towards the top side. There's the Vanguard's Edge as well from Wonder. He needs to get out. Hilly continues to land the hooks, continues to land the stuns. Wonder dives in and dies immediately. And now Fnatic have a man advantage. Stun card flashed in, flashed away by Jankos. Fnatic turn their eyes towards the Baron.
5 versus 3. Fnatic should be able to get this. Jankos has no flash now. Nisqy forced it, so he can't get in the pit. Caps can base and TP back. Fnatic still have Lee Sin ultimate. They still have gas in the tank. Caps is coming back. It's a 3 versus 5 medic. G2 need to find a way in Hylissang. Watch Hylissang, he's gonna look for a hook.
He's looking for it. There's the Destiny. The gate behind them. Nisqy looking for the rapid fire cannon stun. Lands it onto Caps. Hylissang in a great position for the hook as well, but Jankos is gonna block it out. Upset dumping forward. And Jankos will be able to walk away. Importantly, Caps still has flash, Rekkles still has flash, and the Feather Storm is still available. Sonic Wave hits once again, and Mickey is now back, and Fnatic have to back away from the Baron.
Oh, G2, hold on. The fight might not stop here. No flash Adam.
No flash on Adam, and no life to boot. Hylissang still with a flanking position. He's going to hook up Jankos, then dive away with the Phantom Undertow, but Mickey flashes forward, lands. The Winter's Bite. He was invisible, and Hylissang is still going to get chased down here, trying to get away, trying to escape the fray. But with the Glacial Fissure coming out, just enough mana for a single Phantom Undertow. Now we can dive into these bushes and try and use that Grey another day for the moment. You can see Hylissang continues to hit the hooks from across the wall. G2 forcing forward, pushing forward, upset up in 20 seconds. Fnatic still a man down.
Hilly looking for it, hook hits Wunder, has no flash.
He's stunned up, and look at the CC chain that comes up. Wunder trying to dissuade them, distract them as the rest of G2 come in, but Mickey now down. Death from below is available for Hylissang. He goes in and he gets it through the shield. Hylissang continues to press forward.
Fnatic don't have any TP, so I think the fight might end there, but as I say that, Niski's popping the ultimate. Is he gonna look for anything? G2 are on Mountain Soul Point, and the Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Fnatic have to run there to secure it. You can see Caps on the minimaps already running down Medic. That fight went on for way too long, but Fnatic and G2 fighting neck and neck here. G2 get the Baron, but Fnatic still ahead, and they're 1 member up. It's a 5v4. They're gonna stop the Mountain Soul from being taken. And now we might see the game slow down, but G2 having Baron, maybe they want to start the siege.
I think the game needs to slow down. We've only had 34 kills in 31 minutes here, Cadril. Come on.
You need a breather, I'm sure.
Speed it up. It's Fnatic G2. This is what I love. This is what the teams love as well, fighting for that world spot. 1-on-1, neck and neck, win a best of 3 for the final LEC representative.
I think the big takeaway from all of this fighting is how Fnatic and G2 differ in the way the fights progress. If G2 are clumped up, they can melt through Adam, but if they're split up, Hylissang can start picking them off one by one, so keep your eyes on how that keeps on going. G2, 4 minutes, 30 seconds away from the soul. Niski pushing in top. G2 have the Baron, but how can they use it? There's no tier 2s on the map. Adam, no flash though.
Yeah, Wunder's really strong right now as well. Goes in with the Vanguard Jets, and Adam really can't get away from him. Healing up. Jankos down towards the bottom side, gets the shot down onto Hylissang. As Upset tries to get the damage, can't quite do it with the Buster shot. Adam falls as well. That's 2 quick kills over to G2.
Jankos just solo killed Hylissang with Upset right next to him, tanking straight through it. 2 members down. Wunder doesn't have TP just yet, but he's going to group up. Jankos is going to come out of base. Still 4 members strong, but no waves to play on. They are going to get this bot tier 2, I believe, that still is up. We'll see if they can start the siege onto these tier 3s. 30 seconds on the front line of Fnatic in Adam.
Importantly, you do have rapid fire cannon on Niski alongside the Void Staff now as well, so he can long range stun. Upset can clear out from long range as well as Bwipo looks quick. Featherstorm coming out and the stopwatch used by Caps as well. They're looking for the damage, but the shockwave still going to hit onto Upset. Wonder coming in from the side as well as G2 look to close out the game right here, right now. They can't quite do it. They'll take 1 inhibitor. Now Hylissang is back up. Can he be a nuisance? Can he be a pest? At the moment he can't, as he doesn't quite land the hook. Stun's going to land onto Mickey. Wonder still diving forward. Sonic Wave connects as well, but for the moment that's just 2 inhibitors over to G2.
Yeah, G2 don't have any more waves to work with. Fnatic have held on for now. They need to go top and push out this wave. 2 inhibitors down, just like you said, but that opens up the entire map. Destiny popped. Wunder does get the recall off. Maybe with that base they want to look for a fight, but Wunder has TP, so they can't overcommit. Niski's just going to go back to base, spend his gold, regen his mana, and G2 get the 2 objectives that they came for.
Double inhibitors down, Baron up in 2.5 minutes, Mountain Soul up in 3 minutes as well. 4 items on either side for the AD carries. Mid laners equal that with 4 of their own. And if I were Fnatic, my big worry actually is Wunder. Now, he just seems too strong. He's taking out Adam in a pure 1v1 every chance he gets. Hylissang continues to try and play spoiler, but right now it's so difficult for Fnatic to find an equal fight.
Problem is, look at the levels on G2. Level 17 Irelia, Orianna, and Xayah. So Fnatic down in XP right now on the solo lanes especially. Hylissang's trying to find 1 member to pick off. Wunder has TP to join the fight if he wants to. And Niski's waiting for that Destiny. 2 minutes on any objective, so teams are just kind of fighting back and forth and poking out spells to try and contest vision. G2 moving into topside. Mid and bot inhib down, so this is the only point of kind of pressure that they want to look for with their champions.
Second super minion's going to join the wave in the bot lane in about 30 seconds time. Adam caught up with the pillar. That does get rid of the passive. Now G2 pushing forward. Hylissang here with the rest of Fnatic. Mickey's going to take a bit of damage. Hylissang gets away from the shockwave. That hits no one. Bwipo going in. Featherstorm once again used by Reckless. The feathers can get pulled back. There's the backside edge as Wunder dives in. He's hooked up and he's already on a killing spree. So Hylissang's down. Upset trying to put the damage out from the side, but he just can't get it out. Wunder continues just to shred through Fnatic. It's a double for him. Upset's going to kick him away, but that GA only means he lived to see his Nexus fall. G2, 5 players strong, 3 inhibitors down, are going to push him for the win.
Yeah, they have the waves, and there's no one left on Fnatic to hold this. Niski and Upset are alive, but there goes Niski, and Upset even knows that if he bases, he can't hold this. It's going to go over to G2. G2 are 1 win away from claiming the last world spot here in Europe. And wow, it looked like Fnatic had that game from the start. You know, the first 10 minutes of the game was so Fnatic favored, 5-6k gold lead. but it slowly fell apart after the dives just kept coming in, G2 responding, and the fights were just so back and forth, Medic.
Yeah, it was so close for a lot of it. You can see Yamato coming out onto stage immediately, not giving Fnatic a moment to breathe, to think about how that game went poorly for them after the early game, instead getting them up, getting them backstage, and getting them ready for what could be their final game of 2021.
Well, it's all cards on the table now if you're Fnatic and G2. If you have any pick that's been working all year long, this next game is where to put it in. But these teams are so evenly matched in team fights.
What a series so far. G2 came back with a monumental win. And when we return, we're looking ahead towards match point. Don't you dare leave. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Esport is not a sport.
Hey guys, it's not a sport.
Okay, wrap it up. It's not a sport.
It's over, no goodbye.
Not a sport? Huh? Who gives a shit? Welcome back to the LEC. Get ready for the match of the week in the battle.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back, my groovy cats. It's Vedius here at the Telestrator once again, because G2 have moved up to match point after an insane Game 3. And I'm here to look at the key moment, in my opinion, that decided the game. Now, Fnatic are in a commanding position at this point in the game, but they do something that Fnatic often does. They throw it away. So let's have a look at exactly how they do it. So let's start by looking at the minimap and highlighting some of the positional things. Now, you will notice that Wonder is about to go back to base, and you can see that multiple members of Fnatic are starting to collapse towards the mid lane. Orianna is pathing towards top. Fnatic have the right set on the mid lane tower. So let's see exactly what happens as the clip rolls out. They catch Jankos out of position because they use their good deep vision to spot him out, force the flash from him, looking for a pick with the Twisted Fate ultimate invested as well. Good stun, or block rather, coming out from Mickey to soak up a lot of the damage, but then the moment he comes out of the Zhonya's, is going to get executed by the ultimate from the Pyke. That's the word I was looking for. Now, you'll notice that the Aurelia has now joined the fray, and Orianna is about to go back to base and will soon join the fight. I'm looking for this button right here. So both these players are soon to join the fight, but they haven't joined it quite yet. Now, Fnatic at this point say, we can get ourselves a quick pick here, and now we can see if we can continue this siege. But it's at this point that they need to weigh up their options, because they notice here, okay, well, Wonder's overstepped. This is another big mistake from G2. This is another opportunity for us to get a pick, so let's just take the free kill. And this is the moment. This is like freeze frame before disaster strikes, because the problem for Fnatic is they're now splitting themselves up right down the middle. This bottom half is going to be separated from these three right here. And on first glance, this looks really good for the side of Fnatic, but you'll notice how disastrous it ends up being. First off, Caps TP's in and gets a kill on Niski. Bwipo can't get involved in the fight. Hylissang is very low. And while he is able to land a clutch hook onto Caps, you're thinking, this is perfect. Wait for it, wait for it. Good flash here from both Caps and Bwipo. But you're going to notice here as Caps path back towards the team, he's going to get caught out. And you think, okay, well, with Caps dead, they can break into the base and get themselves an inhibitor. But look at the damage that comes out from Caps. Flawless execution from the mid laner of G2 as he just one pops to support. And now look, Upset is already committed to the play. He's jumped over the wall and he's now on the front line. And now Fnatic is in a very dangerous situation because Rekkles has health, Rekkles has mana, but Adam is thirsty for blood and Upset is right behind him. Mickey is now respawned, and now with these kills, with these shutdowns, G2 realize that there's an opportunity here for them to get the Baron. So that's exactly what they go to do. Fnatic secure themselves the Drake because it is the fourth and potential soul. G2 rush down the Baron and Fnatic decide, okay, let's try and get the collapse off. But there's a few crucial things that I want to highlight before we actually get into the fight. The first thing is Pyke's ultimate still on cooldown for the time being. The positioning of Bwipo and Upset means that G2 is in a 5 versus 2 right now, and let's see exactly how this one plays out. Mickey's soaking up a lot of the damage. Keep an eye on Wonder here. He's able to land the stun onto Bwipo, but notice how low Rekkles ends up getting, and you think, oh, if Hylissang's ult is up, he's able to do a huge amount of damage, but it only comes up now. So because Rekkles is able to live, he ends up getting that initial kill onto Wonder, but look at Wonder. He gets that initial kill onto Bwipo, and you can see that Wonder's actually just soaking up all this damage from Upset, who can only hit the person in front of him. Meanwhile, Caps is still safe, Jankos is still safe, and they're just mowing down the front line of Fnatic, using this single target damage to great effect and slowly picking apart the enemy. Upset can't do anything on the back line, and G2 are able to convert that dive into the Baron, into control over the game, and all of a sudden, G2 are back in it. Whew! It was a chaotic game. There was bloodshed all across the board, but it was a banger and a classic G2 Fnatic. Fnatic now need a win to stay in the series and the road to Worlds. So we'll see if they can take us to Game 5 right after this break.
today, 2-2 in the best of fives. But here it is Mad Lions that will reign supreme in the fifth. They will.
I feel guilty. It was my fault. I want to hide. I want to hide for a long time after a moment like this. So usually what I do is I give myself maybe 1 day or 2, but then Monday morning when I wake up, it's finished. Like sometimes it's fine to lose. I've lost many times in my career. If we win next week, then we're not only at Worlds, and then we could beat Mad and get our revenge and maybe beat Rogue and get the title. League of Legends is everything for me. This is it. This is what I feel like I'm born to do. If we miss Worlds, I'm not sure how I'm gonna deal with that. It feels too unreal to not see myself there. It's really important actually I win in Europe again, because it's been a while since I've been able to consider myself the best. I always talk about this being the guy that everyone remembers with the most titles and everything, but I'm not even close right now. It's not gonna get any easier. You see these players coming in and they're so good, all of them. I honestly think it will be quite easy to go into next week because I know my team played really well. I can deal with my own stuff, but obviously it's a very stressful situation playing a game that, in my mind, decides if your year was successful or not. If you miss Worlds, no matter how you did in spring, no matter how you did in summer, regular season, or anything throughout the year, will matter. It's a failure. So next game will be everything.
Well, during his time with Fnatic, Rekkles made 6 World Championships. Tonight could be his 7th. But if G2 and Rekkles make it, they will also deny his former team, Fnatic, a spot at Worlds. There is a lot on the line, and I think that was very much reflected in the game we saw. Yeah, Treats, what was going on? Why was this game so back and forth?
I mean, this was a classic G2 Fnatic fiesta. No, it was back and forth, kills left and right, Hylissang hooking people, Caps outplaying people. It was crazy.
But at the same time, I feel like if you break it down for a normal analytical level, like this was Fnatic once again having better laning phase. I feel like the early game once again was extremely Fnatic favored, and then it became the Fnatic Classic at this point where you get to that mid to late game and all of a sudden Vedius broke it down on the Telestrator. They have that overstep.
Oh, absolutely. I think they're going to be beating themselves up for that, and rightfully so, because this moment, a moment like that for Fnatic, that can change the momentum of an entire series. So as we go into the possible decider game, let's take stock of what we've seen. And I think with Vedius' Telestrator and what happened in the mid game there, Fnatic and Bwipo and Hilly, they are the heart and soul and the core of this Fnatic roster, but they live and die by the sword.
They certainly do. I feel like that they are a large part of why I think overall Fnatic have been playing better in this series. Their laning phase, as Guldberg was saying, has been phenomenal with how well they've been roaming around the map. Bwipo and Hylissang as a duo are pretty much everywhere on the map, and you can see some of the early game players looking back, just the way in which they were outplaying G2 on an individual level. 2v2s, 3v3s, it was Fnatic that was coming out consistently on top in this game and the last one.
So I think I hear from my analysts a little bit that the feeling that Fnatic is playing better in this series so far, but they're down match point, and I just want to play devil's advocate. Yesterday we said Mad has the clutch. We never said that Rogue was actually playing better, but losing the games, Goldberg. So how is the series different?
I mean, I think Fnatic is playing better until they aren't as well, because they are the team that's making the mistake. I think Fnatic are playing worse to be at this point in this series, obviously, because you can't consistently keep dropping the ball like this as a top team. Sure. Like, the early game has obviously been very successful, but if it's a consistent thing that happens in the mid game, then you are not a good team.
And I think we then also have to highlight the team that is on match point, of course, and they not only catch the throw, but then they make sure that they win the game after that. Treats, the individuals on G2, they played very well in this last game.
Yeah, G2 is the specialist of picking up the ball right. I think it shows when they have all these experienced players. Caps and Wunder specifically in the late game had insane damage outputs in all the fights, and G2 looks comfortable when they get the ball thrown towards them, and they always take it.
Definitely so. So this could be it. This next game could be it. G2 make it to Worlds. Fnatic is out. Their season is done. So Somehow, I don't think that's going to happen, but we don't know. Let's pull up the draft once again. Goldberg, you said this was going to be 3-1 for G2. How did they draft in this game 4 to take it home?
Obviously, I'm sticking with my prediction, but as you already said, I think Fnatic, they are looking extremely scary. I think the draft they're going for here, if they want more late game agency, they should try and go for that instead, perhaps with more solidified engage. Haley was phenomenal on the pike, but that team fight potential wasn't really there with this composition.
They're on blue side, Vetty.
4 support bans being thrown towards Hylissang, and then he pulls out the pipe.
That's actually true.
It's just, I think that right now, Fnatic actually have so many options, and I think that they're going to continue their priority on the Twisted Fate, because Treats has been talking about it pretty consistently throughout the series. It just gives them so much agency in the early to mid game, and it makes it so much harder for G2 to play through sides. That Aurelia just didn't get to play the game. She was 0-6 at one point, by and large, thanks to this Twisted Fate and Pyke making her life hell.
Yes. How does G2 win this next game? You've got 10 seconds.
How do G2 win this game? They get rid of the Twisted Fate, and they find a way to lock down Hylissang.
All right, Fnatic, they have their backs against the wall, and they need a win in game 4 to keep their dreams of Worlds alive. Let's hit the Rift.
Thank you very much, Shox. Here for what could be the final game of Fnatic's season, what could be the final game that locks G2 into a world spot. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Kadril, the wonderful man standing beside me.
It's been a lot of back and forth.
Yes.
So much back and forth, and I think the analysts hit the nail on the head. I feel like the TF's enabling Fnatic's early game. You have 2 winning side lanes, which are just winning out in the lane phase itself. Put a global on top of that, and it's really, really difficult to find any kind of breathing room for G2, and specifically Jankos. You know, with these lanes pushing in constantly, jungle walking into your lane, into your jungle, sorry, and them having a global, it's really difficult to do anything.
We're going to jump on into the draft, and we'll see if G2 agree with you guys and that the Twisted Fate is a key ban. So far, they've been looking towards the Thresh, Rakan, Aphelios, sometimes the Lulu as well, towards Hylissang. But it's do or die now for Fnatic. Perhaps we have to wonder how they close out the game, because it hasn't been their early game where they faltered. Twice in a row, they've got huge early game leads, and one of those times they just haven't been able to close it out.
Yeah. I think the overdive was just the biggest overstep, and when you give G2 an inch, they'll take a mile, right? Especially with such good scaling carries, if you just throw the ball in their court, they're going to keep it. So, into the draft phase, Fnatic banning away Paris once again. We saw a lot of support bans onto Hylissang. Are we going to see it again? Thresh already off the board. We're looking at Rakan as the next one.
Yeah, Rakan ban on red side has been G2's bread and butter. There's the Ashe getting taken away by Fnatic once again. You see Camps with a smile on his face. There's the Rakan. Up until now, it's been LeBlanc, Xin, or LeBlanc again for Fnatic as their final ban.
Yeah, are we going to see a first pick Tristana again come out of Fnatic? Because the Ashe Varus bans give them a lot of options if they want to run a Kalista into Tristana or anything along those lines, but they could just run it back. It was working in the early stages, but will it work again? And do they think the run back is something they want to do? Trundle banned away from Jankos, and they think that that was one of the big issues last game.
Jankos did have a good performance on that Trundle, even though he fell a little bit behind in the early game. There's the Lulu taken away by G2, so that Tristana still up on the menu.
But LeBlanc is up, so maybe G2 could just slam something like Lee Sin LeBlanc here if they don't want to go in for bot lane. But no, they're also going to run it back. Brown picked up already. Xin Zhao taken for the jungle, and you expect them to pick their AD carry on 3 perhaps, unless they want to opt into LeBlanc. Will Fnatic go for Lee Sin TF again?
Definitely could here. You know, Lee Sin, Wibbo's had a very strong performance on it so far, even though they haven't been able to clutch out those games. Alongside the Twisted Fate, where Nisqy showed just how much he can roam around the map, how much pressure he can exert from mid lane. Caps has been a little bit more quiet in the laning phase, although his late game fighting and his shockwaves in game 3 were impeccable. Renekton locked in here for Fnatic. That's going to add him in the top lane.
Yeah. One of his most comfortable champs. I think it's by far his most played champ in playoffs, especially, so wants to secure that on the 1-2-3. That gives Wunder a lot of options. Could go for something like a GP if he fancies it, but they have a Tristana, so no immobile carries just yet to help that shutdown with a GP ult. It's gonna be a Twisted Fate again. So, TF Renekton, strong top side already. The only problem I see here for Fnatic is G2 could ban away things like Lee Sin and Viego, and then what is Wippo's pick in the jungle? We've seen his Olaf. I think he might have to resort to something along those lines.
I mean, he's put out Olaf, he's put out Graves. We've seen him play Karthus in the past as well. Of course, not probably part of this composition, but the Graves is a possibility for him. And G2 could, of course, decide not to ban out the jungle role either. They could look towards support. There's the gangplank for Jankos in the top lane.
Wunder in the top lane. Jankos isn't role swapping yet. Whippo went jungle, but Jankos isn't going top just yet. GP for Wunder. I think it's a great pick into Renekton TF. I think the matchup's good, especially if jungle attention's put up there. and the TF's just negated on the stun card when he collapses on top lane to get top lane ahead. So great pick there for G2. And again, Lee Sin, Viego bans expected, and then Whippo's gonna have to run something like Olaf Graves, you'd imagine, with TF in mid lane. And again, support. What is Hylissang gonna bring out? Could go for the Pyke again with the TF. But for now, Fnatic's going to ban away ADs.
Yeah, so far, of course, G2 haven't locked in their AD or their mid laner as far as we know. Of course, Xin Zhao could be some sort of super duper flex that we haven't heard of, but expectations are that Jankos will be piloting that in the jungle. Fnatic are looking towards their support and their jungler themselves.
Yeah, I think Fnatic have a choice here. Do you ban away things like the Sivir or the Xayah? Because I think Rekkles can go for either of them. So it's up to them what they want to ban away for AD carry here, or is it just better perhaps to just take away something like LeBlanc? You know, just make it so Niski's life a little bit easier. But then again, Sylas is open, so they have a lot of problems to juggle here because they have two champions on mid and ADs with Xayah being banned away. Rekkles can easily go for something like a Sivir if he wants to, and then Caps has full choice on Sylas, LeBlanc, anything along those lines.
Expectation is here that you see mid lane, and it's going to be the Orianna locked in for Caps, so nothing that can follow the Twisted Fate around.
So the reason they pick Orianna here is because if they want to pick Sivir here, Alistar can get locked in, and Alistar into Sivir is a nightmare to play, so can't blind pick Sivir just yet if that's what they want to do, so just picking mid into mid makes the most sense. Orianna control mage has been working out the whole series long. And maybe Fnatic think, well, if they're doing this, then that smells like a Sivir pick, so we'll just pre-pick a Jarvan here just in case. So now, there's not many mobile ADs left for Rekkles unless he wants to go for something like, you know, a Kai'Sa to get out of the ultimate. With Braum, doesn't pair so well. Ashe is down. You're looking at Jhin MF Kai'Sa here if he doesn't opt into Sivir, but we're going to get the run back of the Pyke from Hylissang.
We saw how strong he was in the early laning phase in game 3. He was dominant in that lane. Of course, Pyke, not the best into Sivir because you can just spell shield the Bone Skewer, but that means you can't then spell shield the knockup from the Jarvan or the gold card coming out from Niski either. So we'll see if the Sivir is a lock here for Rekkles. Lots of discussion happening on the G2 side.
Vayne.
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 Vayne!
Away!
We got Rekkles' Vayne here for a match point of G2. Wow. Okay, so the Vayne lane. Maybe he thinks the Tristana Pyke is just going to push and then get the Pyke out of lane, so AD carry is just going to be a trade-off. Yes, Vayne will get pushed in, but so will Xayah, so he can farm up. And he should be able to melt through Jarvan Renekton when they commit. So a lot of scaling on G2 here.
Of course, the Condemn works with the Jarvan Cataclysm as well. Those walls can be stunned against. Interestingly, Vayne has only been played by Rekkles once in the last 2 years. It was against Fnatic this summer, and they lost that game with Rekkles going 4-2-1, tumbling in, flashing forward to try and kill Adam's Mundo, and actually costing his team the game. Here, though, in what is a do-or-die moment for Fnatic, Rekkles locks in Vayne against his former team and could lock them out of Worlds.
Yeah, let's look at both comps then. Similar composition for Fnatic. A lot of pick with the TF Pyke and lanes to play around with the Tristana Renekton. The only AP damage you have is the TF though, and G2, lots of scaling. GP Orianna Vayne, very dangerous the later the game goes. Lots of wave clear, lots of scaling.
G2 going for scaling, Fnatic looking for some early picks, looking for some early plays. It's kind of been the name of the series, and Fnatic have consistently got out to early leads, though they haven't been able to close them out. So far, we've had 3 games of breakneck action, and I'm expecting one more. Let's see if G2 Esports and Fnatic can take it to the Rift.
Esports!
Esports! Onto the Rift for what could be the final time tonight. The final time for Fnatic across the course of the entirety of 2021. After a disappointing spring, they looked to bounce back in summer, but it has been a choppy road, a difficult road for them to navigate. And so far, G2 have just been that little bit ahead.
Yeah, now, a lot of, you know, eyes on Rekkles' Vayne. The last time they picked it into Fnatic, they lost, and now it makes sense in the draft. You know, they have a lot of bruiser frontline, 3 melee champs, and you can dodge away from Hylissang on a Pyke this time around, but I expect the game to play out very similar to the last game, where Niski can push in caps, Upset and Hylissang can start trading really, really aggressively bot. I wonder if Jankos will go for some kind of level 2 gank to stop that from happening, but it looks like he's going to path top. Top lane will have a lot of trading. GP into a melee matchup tends to be a lot of trading, but they're going to invade. Mickey's going to sweep it away, and they're going to look to split the map bot side. Fnatic love to do this themselves, but G2 are going to do it back to them. And if they do this, that means the aggressive lane of this Pyke can't dash in on cooldown. So just learning from last game there, G2.
Obviously, it leaves Wunder a little bit on an island off towards the top side. The expectation is that Jankos will not be walking top side of the map basically at all this game. Instead, take away this red, take away the bottom side camps, and then get his blue. And you can see Adam already trying to trade onto Wunder because of this.
Yeah, and the ward on his own red will spot out Whippo when he goes towards it. And again, like we said, top lane, so much trading. Wunder and Adam going for it. Adam can kill him here.
Adam just kills him!
Oh my lord. Adam gets the level 1 kill onto Wunder. Who would have thought the most experienced and achieved top laner in Europe gets solo killed by Adam in his first best of 5 against G2.
Yeah,
Upset.
With the level 2. Upset is going to have to flash away. Exhaust was used as flash heal out of Upset, but there's no kill. Well, meanwhile, on the top side, Wunder's had to burn TP to get back into the lane. Whippo now going over to the red buff. Wunder is in for a world of hurt on this top side of the map.
Yeah, he's going to be weak side for a very long time, and G2 tried to force something bot. In the end, it's just a trade-off of summoners from Upset and Mickey, respectively. And now Jankos will clear out his bot camps, and I think he's going to have to move towards his top side. There is a lot of dive potential with Renekton and Jarvan, but luckily Wunder still has flash, so he can, orange the stun and flash the combo, worst case.
That's what he'll be looking to do. Wunder still trading in. Let's have another look at this top lane play, because Adam's like, oh, first blood, see if we'll play. I will take it.
All comes down to Conqueror, Medic. Both of them just fighting level 1, because Wunder has the passive constantly with the grass, but that one overstep there gives Adam the confidence to just go for it with the fully stacked Conqueror, and he gets the first blood onto Wunder. Gives him a little thumbs up as well. Wunder has to TP back, and it looks like Adam is going to base. I expect him to TP back as well to keep this lane in a favorable state and keep pressuring.
Yeah, the only good thing for Wunder is there's a ward on the Razorbeaks and that ward in Tribush, which means that he did know that Whippo is in the area. Now Jankos looking down towards this bottom lane. Remember, no flash on Upset. He can buffer away the jump, but he's still only level 1 here, Kadril.
Okay, Adam's safe TP, so he's just going to run back top, take that solo kill, and keep playing up towards the top side with his TP, so he can TP bot if his team needs him. There's Nisqy.
There's the Condemned TP coming in. They're trying to get just minions here. Nisqy coming in with the stun card. Unbreakable put up by Mickey, and as you say, no flash, and Upset now gets the kill, and that's going to mitigate a lot of the early bleeding that was happening. Whippo in the middle lane looking to kill off Caps as well, but Caps is able to walk away.
Yeah, that wave was absolutely massive. Upset was still level 1 with like 4 CS because of the map split. G2 could stack a huge wave, so Nisqy had to TP no matter what. They get a kill as well, goes over to Upset. That should negate a lot of this CS disadvantage that he's facing from the split map.
Kadril, over and over this series, Fnatic get early leads. They get early kills. Here they're 1,000 gold ahead or so, 800 at only 4 minutes into the game. Adam is smurfing, winning the top lane match of 1v1. Upset, who was put behind, now isn't so far behind. And it feels like almost deja vu from games 2 and 3.
Yeah, dominating in the side lanes. Nisqy using his TP to help out his team. The TF will pay dividends as well, because when he hits level 6, he can always match Caps regardless of not having this TP. So now Fnatic saved in the bot lane from the split map and winning out on top side on the one-on-one. Adam, what you saw there a couple seconds ago was he pulled the wave in top, so it pushes into him, maximizing the wave state itself to get as ahead as possible in CS. Adam, no flash though, and Caps has TP, so with Jankos pathing up here, he might have to be a little bit careful, but Whippo is really far ahead in jungle right now. I'm not sure if he got double crab, but he's very far ahead in CS. Jankos, 20 CS still, and still hasn't based.
In a really strong position right now is Whippo. We'll see if he is able to find something on the map. You can see G2 hovering topside, Caps and Jankos in the vicinity. Caps just going to pop the Scryer's Bloom, and Jankos was spotted here. I wonder if Adam wants to take this.
Oh, Jankos is wasting a lot of time, I have to say. He was spotted, and he's going to get spotted on the second brush as well. As long as Adam just buys time and waits, Jankos still has not based. Just going to help Wunder push out this wave. I think Whippo is going to be inbound. Adam could hold the wave here, and Whippo could move up. But it looks like Whippo's just going to clear out his Gromp. Jankos is really far behind in tempo compared to Whippo right now.
Adam's trying to hold it, but will eventually get underneath the tower. Wunder stepping forward, and that will reset the wave, meaning that Adam isn't able to hold it in front of his turret. Whippo's on his way up as well, and Wunder actually maybe overstaying a little bit here. Whippo can look for this, flashing with the Ruthless Predator, or jumping with the Ruthless Predator there. Whippo looking for Jankos, but Wunder able to walk out alive.
Yeah, good buffer on the W there. Instantly cleanses off the stun, and he's absolutely fine. But now Jankos still has not based. Whippo can take away these Krugs if he wants to, and Jankos will just have to base and run towards the bot side, you'd expect, because this Jarvan is a level up with an Iron Spike whip. Adam using his TP that he saved to get back to this lane after getting chunked out, and can start stacking waves. The problem Jankos has here, if he bases, Nisqy's ulting top, and it's a 3-man dive onto Wunder, so he has to stay around for a little bit, and it's just hurting him more and more the longer he stays here. Nisqy has to push in mid, he's level 6, Adam stacking a wave, Jankos cannot base, he's stuck top, and if he does base, you expect that maybe a 3-man play can come in.
Looks like Whippo has decided to back away from it for now, going for his second rotation of camps. We'll be over towards his Wolves.
See, Jankos cancelled his base there. He was really unsure on this wave. Can we have a look topside, observers? Because Jankos cancelled his recall. He's still hovering around. He knows that there could be a two-man dive. Waiting. Niski's gonna come. Bwipo won't be there. They might just go for a two-man. Niski has Ignite, and Jankos is ready for it.
Niski pops the Destiny and just goes back towards mid lane.
Yeah, Niski pops ult, and he sees Jankos is still top. He's like, guys, this Xin Zhao is still top after 6.5 minutes, and he has not base yet, and my jungler is doubling his farm. It's absolutely fine. I'll use a Destiny to get that information. I'll back off and take the base that I wanted to take, and now Bwipo can use that. I think he's going to be 2 levels up. Yeah, you can see Bwipo on the left there. Almost 2 levels up now, because Jankos has to keep covering these lanes.
We were in such a strong position, twice the CS, 600 gold ahead of Jankos, who's only level 4 right now, same level as the supports in this game.
Yeah, and if you just look at the minimap here, you can see the amount of vision that Adam has to work with here on the top side. He can see absolutely everything. Those are the 3 areas that the jungle can come from, and he has them all covered off. Cap still has TP, but he hasn't been able to use it just yet.
Adam putting on a clinic in this top lane right now. 7 minutes in, he has a 20 CS lead. He's looking for a plate as well. Wunder doesn't have TP to get back here. Adam tries to stop him. It's okay from the moment as Wunder's going to lose that way.
It looks horrible to base right there if you're Wunder. It looks horrible. Yes, he'll ult the top wave to get most of it, but you know, if he stayed under that tower with no mana, Adam could have 100% gone for the dive with ultimate stun. Wunder had no real escape with no mana from W, so he's going to have to use the ult to get the wave itself, and we'll have to run back top. So this early game, again, fantastic for Fnatic. This bot play that happened in the level 1 is what put them behind. Bot lane's only 10 CS down, but he has a kill. Adam smurfing on top side, like you said earlier, and Niski is even mid despite having TP'd bot and has ultimate coming up again soon, but yet to see a neutral objective fall. Herald spawning now. I think Fnatic might want to move Hylissang up towards there and at least secure that.
The question really is if Fnatic can hold on to this lead, because we've seen them make a few over-eager plays across the course of the series. That mid-lane dive in Game 3 comes to mind immediately, and these early leads don't really matter for much if you cannot keep the ball rolling through the rest of the game. Bwipo and Niski teaming up here to try and invade Jankos' jungle, and Bwipo can just take away this red.
Oh, it's a horror, isn't it? Level down, no red buff. This Jarvan has boots and Iron Spike whip. Niski's right behind him. No cannon barrage either. Adam's hovering too, so yeah, Jankos just going to lose his red buff. See if Bwipo can get more. He might look just to force Jankos completely out of his top side here.
Just taking the little Krugs as well. This is dominant stuff here from Bwipo, still keeping about double the CS over Jankos. Bot lane has been quiet after that early game. Vector's going in, looking for the damage there with the Condemn hook, comes up, but only hits onto a minion.
And I have to say props to Fnatic. What we've seen this whole series long is them playing towards bot side. Adam gets that 1 solo kill, and now they're showing that they can play for a strong top side. They can play for this Renekton since the draft. After that solo kill, it's all about the top side of the map. I think Hylissang might run to the top side of the map right now as I say that. Look at him on the minimap, abandoning bot lane alongside Upset to make sure they get this Herald play and they win out. But I think that once they see G2 going back to lanes, they're just going to back off.
Yeah, Ghostwater dive on Pyke, obviously such an easy way to move around the map. Hylissang here waiting. Remember, Destiny almost off cooldown. Hylissang's looking for Caps. Upset coming as well. Just slow from the bone skewer. Cap steps to the side. Jankos now coming in. Shockwave goes wide. Upset knocked back with the Crescent Guard. He's going to jump, but he's knocked out of his butler. Stun card onto Caps. Jankos gets a kill. Hylissang next as he flashes away from the death blow. And Hylissang was looking for something, but Jankos found 2 kills.
This was the most confusing play I've ever seen. They're trying to 2v2 the mid jungle of G2 while their whole top side's on Herald. Upset jumps in to finish off Caps. He knocks him away from Niski's flash. Hylissang's ult gets flashed away from. They'll get a kill to Wunder on the back half of this, but that bot fight was extremely unnecessary from Fnatic. And it just gives G2 a little bit of breathing room. 2 kills over to Jankos, who was so far behind. Gives them a plate to bot, and he'll give them a dragon.
Men det playet Wunder gjorde på Upset, ass, hvor han bare gikk hard inn og bare drepte den. Det var helt sjukt. Det var faktisk så sjukt.
Fnatic do still have a lead. They're still 2,000 gold ahead. TP now invested by G2 to get back up to this top lane.
Han bare lå så hardt frem, og så bare mistet han ting på en.
Ja, han lå veldig langt foran deg. Jeg ble sånn, nei, nå taper jeg med han, liksom.
Put Jankos back in the game. Bwipo will miss the combo, has ultimate. Jankos no flash, no ultimate. I think he's just dead on the 1v1 medic.
I think he is as well. Bwipo will take down Jankos. An auto-filled jungler.
Adam ulting there. He really wants those raptors. Forcing
Oh,
Caps
for
away.
sure.
Niski's able to hit mid-tower. Adam should be able to run back towards top side. Bwipo in the bot side jungle just used his combo though, so he might be in a bit of trouble if he gets knocked into the wall. Chain CC.
Det er Reckless på Blink der.
Hylissang's going to be able to retreat here. Meanwhile, the
Casteren var drithypa.
He's going to get himself a couple more plates,
Ja.
but just a few
Husker hvordan det gikk sist gang han ikke vinn.
I mean, every single play from Fnatic's been flawless.
Reckless flashed in and he's
just
died.
2 plays in the bot side. One trying to catch out Caps, and then one trying to go for the enemy Wolves when enemy bot lane is right in your face, and you just use the combo for it. So Fnatic are their own worst enemy right now in this game, similar to last game when they went for that mid dive. Winning on the early stages, but they're still ahead for now.
And the problem obviously is like, you look at it and you're like, Fnatic are in control of this game. 2,000 gold ahead, they have a really fed Renekton, their top side of the map is really strong. But then all you have to do is think back 40 minutes and remember they were in this exact same position in Game 3 and G2 were able to fight back. So we need Fnatic to show the discipline they showed in Game 2 and not the all-out fighting that they showed in Game 3.
TF som mesteparten av grunnen til at de ligger veldig foran. Og for så vidt gjør det da.
On the other side, it's going to be one plate left on this tower, 3-3 in mid bot, and they still have Herald. G2's only plays are in this bot side of the map, and Fnatic just have to respect it and back off, let Adam take top tower.
Vi kan ikke skuregrein på den neste gang.
You'll always win out in mid and top if bot lane just play safe and
du er skuregreinen min.
He's looking for it, Rift Tower. It's going to be used there by Whippo in the mid lane. That's going to charge in. This should be a dead tower. Mitski already with the Everfrost complete. It's going to do a little bit of extra damage to the zone. He is built up, and with the Rift Tower charging in, that's the tower down. Top lane, about 500 HP on the turret up there, as Niski has the Destiny and could look to get up there. With Destiny about to come off cooldown, Rift Tower will get a second charge in. Now going down towards the bottom side as Reckless has Flash, has Cleanse, but he's all on his lonesome. He gets a plate.
Hvordan hadde Reckless der, eller? Skjedde der?
Fnatic dive on their former ADC. Gillisang takes the kill.
Yeah, gets the kill, gives the gold over to Upset as well because of the way the champion works. Det der bronse, ass.
So now mid tower is dead. Adam is probably going to get this top tower in the 1v1. Whippo's buying time here. He knows Reckless is dead.
Bronse.
He's got Cataclysm. He can go for this because Gillisang just needs the Bone Skewer to connect. Minky had to burn the Flash.
Could be a world here where Fnatic gets the top tower as well. They're chunking it out a lot. Reckless will have to run from base and yeah, Fnatic winning out on all 3 lanes right now. It's a 4,000 gold lead in 13 minutes. I feel like it's a deja vu, Medic. I said that last game.
It really is. And you can see the leads in the mid lane. 6,700 gold to 4,000.
He has 2 items at 13 minutes.
Føles timing. Hvordan en rapid fire? Ja, det her en... Det her en... Hvordan har han så mye gold? What?
Yeah, I mean... Wow, I'm shocked that he has both those items so early in. Caps doesn't even have his mythic yet.
It's crazy. Absolutely absurd how
han har ikke fått tech-turten, så... Han har bare et kill og 2 mer farm.
Masse plates.
Ja, jeg har sett mange faktisk fått 5 plates som ikke har fått 2 items.
Kanskje han bare lucky. Ja, altså, passer det.
Det funker spill. Sånn sett, jeg vet ikke hvor mye gold det kan...
Hvis du har fått 6 ekstremt mange ganger.
Jeg har fått mye 6, ja da forstår jeg vel godt. Jeg er veldig glad.
Jeg gleder meg at Caps har spilt Orianna 3 ganger nå. Det er noe sånt. Det funker, I guess. Og så har Mickey spilt veldig mye Braum. Varierer med skin hver gang.
Han må like livet. Så får jeg en gang spille Reckless. Antar det er veldig mye radikere som banner. Det var en rar pick.
Ja, det var de sa Kajsa, MF eller...
MF? I hvilken århundre kan han pikke MF?
Nei, det er ikke jeg som foreslår det.
Det var du som foreslår det. Det var vel
jeg som sa det. Hun passer på Wards. Han fikk ikke gå ekstra gold på
bot tower as well. I think Whippo could also just run through mid to top now and get Herald as well after securing this bot tower. So yeah, Fnatic own the entire map. All 3 towers have fallen now.
Ja, for det tar
single one just yet. Wonder
has to flash.
Men herregud da.
Flash burn there. Whippo's 4 wonders, but that does give Adam so much more freedom if he ever matches into one of the sides now.
Buffa, men ikke om den buffa personen kan være neste person.
Because
Slutt. A little bit of caution, a little bit of
trepidation there
from the Fnatic top laner.
Yeah, similar situation where now they have the pressure bot. There's no need to make a play top. Wonder the flash upset's going for it.
Hva er det her for noe? Det er mest obvious tingen. Ja, det er helt sykt.
It really feels like this game is is all done, but the
Apropos.
still have the shockwave here. Is going to get it onto Niski. That's
Holy fuck, Jarvan. Hvorfor ingen spiller Jarvan? Han bare hopper på noen og så er han bare død.
9,000 gold lead at 16 minutes.
Medic, this is an absolute
Det er vanskelig å kikke på knappen mer.
There's a very high chance we're going to game 5 here. 9,000 gold lead in 16 minutes. 4 towers, 2 items on your carries at 13 to 16 minutes. G2 can barely finish their mythics. They've got a dragon and that's about it. Not a single tower.
Jeg forstår ikke helt Braum first pick.
The dive on tier 2 is upset leading the charge here initially because Wunder has no TP. I feel like people are dying on G2 before I can even hand you off the mic, Medic.
You should just do the play-by-play from now on, Keijo.
Cap steps up. He has flash, but I think once the combo
hvis du skal gjøre det der, så bare gå frem og ulte på winnerwaven, så de ikke har med middels.
And look at all G2 on the minimap now. All
Yes,
towards the top
så det var litt langt bak.
That tower got taken a little bit further down. Still alive, and they lost
Her
Herald too.
second her nå.
G2 are scaling.
They are scaling, but currently Hylissang is the only player
De har mye gold champions da.
than anyone on G2. And he has more goals than the G2
Mikke?
Ikke har ikke lyst til å spille i Worlds.
Oh my god.
Det er for noe clown-fjes da.
Det der er en stopper oss. Holy fuck. Vi spiller Vayne. Så lav range at jeg ikke kan gjøre en dritt hvis det skal bli fights. Mira går inn i fjeset på ham. Defender outplay. Tror du han kommer til å komme seg vekk? Eller tror du Nekten kommer til å komme ut av cooldown? GP har ikke utslett meg.
Husk på at det er en skikkelig fedre nett nå.
Det skal ikke være forskjell på hvor fort den går. Vel, nå er han ganske fed. Nå er han 50 farm over.
And that's what got G2 slightly back in the game. A mistake from Fnatic. Nothing else has been proactive from G2, and it's just Fnatic from start to finish this game.
Nei, det kom en pike-hook når det var en pike der. Hva var det der? Det var så på meg. Så bare ser vi ikke. Det var bare sleng.
So I mean, he's still a nuisance. He's still doing really well.
Yeah, definitely is. Good death. That's what we call those.
Yeah. Fast recall.
Fast recall. Now 1 minute till Baron. Fnatic have 40,000 gold in 18 minutes. They have all lanes pushing in. They have a global to work with as well. Surely this mid-tier 2 dive
ta spektet matchen her via pro-viewership alle 6 grann. Det føles som det ikke er en andre ting som kunne. For dette her vil bli 2 items på 13 minutter. Og har bare 1 kill. Og ingen farm. Så nei, Orianna har ikke noen 2 items. Og det er snakk om for 6 minutter siden. Hva er det her for? Hva kommer til med å være her? For begge lag. I guess de vil ha til å pushe frem. Men kan ikke pushe mer enn der.
Ja, den bare går jo frem og bare slår til.
Oi!
Bra Vayne.
Oi, dæven, det der! Det der var instant regret moment, altså.
Reckless goes for the side wave. Fnatic get mid tower and Reckless. Win-win for them. Whippo has to flash out, just like you said. And all 6 towers now. G2 have not taken a single
Bedre enn 98,7% av top-laners. Altså, jeg spiller support på sånne matcher som her er helt mulig, altså. Du må vare det, og du bare dør hvis du gjør det. Hva mener du? Jeg tror de 2 kommer til å vinne her.
You cannot throw this one. I refuse to believe it. We've seen teams throw games in the LEC, or at least enemy teams coming back and finding miraculous team fights, but I think Fnatic have put the nail in the coffin once they get this Baron. Jankos and Mickey had to walk into this jungle. Look at the vision on the map right now. They see absolutely nothing around their own jungle and the Baron pit. That's what they see, so they had to walk in to check if they're on Baron, because Reckless was dead. Medic.
Reckless was dead.
Point, I think. I can't believe it. A best of one to decide which of these teams gets to world, to decide which of these teams misses world.
Vayne en bedre enn Jinx, for han kan ha for spill, men Vayne funker ikke på pro-play på den måten, fordi at man trenger bare spille rundt det faktum at han spiller Vayne. Så kan han aldri gå inn, og hvis han går alt for langt inn, så kan han alltid bare si, hei, gå på Vayne, og så går han på Vayne, og så treffer han. På solo-Q så kan man liksom gå bakom og gjøre det forskjellig. Så man kan sitte kite. Det kommer masse EV, men her bare... Han har alt for liten range til faktisk fighten.
Wonder bruker det samme skinnet som Armut når han ble 0-5 som gameplank. Det noe med det skinnet her.
Jeg har det skinnet der.
Det skinnet jeg bruker.
Ja. General SS gameplank.
Jeg har kanskje noe med det.
And it's so much cleaner than it was in game 3. You see, three waves synced up, mid lane inhibitor force. Now the next waves come in and you have to deal with top and bot lane. Fnatic looking for that inhibitor. They've already taken the tower in the mid lane, but they will continue to pressure. Niski down towards the bottom side.
Det her han kan ikke faktisk vinne.
Mid lane inhibitor goes down, and there's two separate pressure sources happening in the bot lane.
Jeg får det gå på oss. Ja, det forstod jeg. For en flash! What the fuck? Han var jo oppe I lufta. First inhibitor destroyed earlier than 98. Kanskje bare 91% for det?
Vinn dem her har MG2 mot Roll.
It's a shellacking.
De har jo også sånn 2 champions som gir dem 5000 gold. Så de har sånn 20 items.
They are 17,000 gold ahead at the 23-minute mark. They have almost twice as much, 50% more gold than G2 have in the entire
Jeg tror ikke de har backwardet, altså. Jeg tror kanskje de mer sånn... Vent, bare ikke gjennom multien, eller bare sånn... Han tok den back, men det viste ikke på spekterien. Ja, hvis du valgte upset denne uka her, da har du hatt det funksjonen også. For han har fått noen syke games. Mye var sitt reckless sånn, jeg skal spille Vayne. Kanskje jeg skal prøve litt Jinx I stedet?
Men husk det at det var veldig sånn jalla å velge Fnatic for at han må spille 2 games.
Ja.
Nei, 10 games.
Ja, det bryr meg ikke så mye om det. Det var en...
It's reckless against the team that he left. The team that he left because he wanted to win, and they could be the team that denies him worlds once.
Ja, det var jo morsomt virkelig. Kom igjen, Fnatic vinner. Jeg synes upset bedre for reckless, så... Men resten av teamet litt sånn question mark.
Ja, resten av teamet litt question mark, men upset
Niski ganske god. Er det vanskelig å si noe på? Bippo gjør ganske bra, men han føles ikke sånn at han forstår helt hva spillestilen han er.
Ja, Bippo gjør veldig mye rart. Hyggelig bare dør.
Og så spiller sånn Scream Games på Pro Players Games. Denne flasken veldig populær blant andre flasker. La oss lære gamet om environment-problemer.
Ja, det confused over pointsene da.
Nei, det... Point uka her blir man. Det kommer ikke være.
Så langt så Jankos blitt out-jungla og har 0 points på...
Ja, han har ikke hatt en eneste game der hvor han har på jungla. Uten kanskje jungla med.
Ja, det første game med Lee Sin. Da var han bare head som generelt, jeg tror ikke head på junglen.
Det kan være... Eller kanskje han var... Noen triple kill.
Jeg er 327 poeng nå da. Det når det lå 2-1 da.
Det forandrer seg litt det, ja. God damn, upsettet hadde 2 games som bare var sånn 12-1 og 12-11-1 og 12-0 og hva... Han viser virkelig hvilken av dere som mest for selv gamesen Reckless har vunnet på, så var han ikke så veldig viktig.
Når det ligger 2-1, så Upset den eneste med blå score. Jævlig fornøyd dem som valgte Mickey, da.
Det meg.
Valgte du Mickey? Igjen? Why? Han har gjort det så shit, det synes jeg.
Han ganske shit, men... Jeg
velger en god support som Kaiser.
Ja. Hva var det her? Var det eneste detten hans? Det der var det eneste detten. Det var sånn starten av greie. Niski, Everfrost, second earliest timing. Later than a record. Faen var ulten her, da. Kan du replay den her? Hallo? Det er bare et bygg på dør, men det var jævlig tidlig bare. Reckless, free kill på meg! Og så G2 Wonder bare sånn, jeg har lyst til å stjele den for Reckless! Hva faen? Ikke bare blitt en Braum. Main at the moment. Oh my god, hvor kort er det med? Guten Tag.
Ja, hva faen? Han er jo legit 14 da.
Hva da?
Whip er ganske høy.
Det er bare håret hans. Hilde ser som den største nerden av den nerden.
Browse står bare, jeg vet du ikke kan slå dem. Jeg vet ikke hva du ikke driver med.
Janka ser som i crack-pin. Reckless ser som de kommer rett opp fra sånn der modeling-shoot.
Ja, men det er jo alltid han da.
Bare sitter posen. Hva er den 4 midten her? Hva han gjør? Bare sånn, ja, jeg hører på, og jeg skal gå og hente vann. Jeg ser på den åpne munnen.
Skal bra med.
Høy på drugs.
Det har jo vært i 2 uker nå.
Ja.
It is for Worlds. After this game 5, one of these Titans will fall, while the other will live to see another day. Forgive me, but there will be some narrative here because this is just insane. First, can I get a reaction about how we got to game 5, whilst I'll tell the viewers that everyone at home can vote. Who makes it to Worlds? Spam in chat, G2 or FNC for Fnatic. Goldborg, do you want to go first?
I mean,
Misfit!
It's on Fnatic's own terms that we are sitting in a 2-2
Monologue.
situation here, because it's crazy to think about just the game beforehand. If they didn't throw that lead, they would have just won now and been at Worlds. So I think Fnatic clearly has been the driving force.
Jeg kunne ha vunnet gamet sist. Jeg ville ha med det. Det er bedre sett, men hvis de andre lag har fått counterpicken, så vil jeg sikkert ikke det gamet her går sånn det her heller. Det blir rart statement. Bare gi Upset det han trenger for å gjøre ting, og så vinner de, for det Upset er the superior player. Og begge lagene bare er med de, sånn legit er med de hele gamet.
Få han av Tristana, og bare...
Yeah, I mean, as I said, after the first TF game,
he's
super scary. I think it's one of Niski's best champion, if not the best, and it just finds so many picks around the map, and it doesn't seem to have any good.
But what I think the biggest thing about TF is it's not even Niski that's like going silent.
Altså, ban TF, for fuck's sake.
TF helt syk champ. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor han
killing Wonder. The bot lane is just getting some jungle assistance while also finding advantages in the 2v2 because they do have those winning matchups. But the moment that they get those leads, G2 can't make plays. Niski's like, oh, you want to? No, you can't make a play bot lane. Oh, you want to make a play top? No, you can't go there either. And he just stops any proactivity from G2, and anytime they try something, he shuts it down immediately.
Så ikke på Benson.
Jankos and Bwipo have played these early games so far. Bwipo have come out on top, but they haven't always finished the game with that. But there was that one game on Lee Sin where Jankos absolutely smurfed it, right? How can G2 channel this again?
I feel like it's
har liksom bandet eller bare vil ikke gå det liksom?
Well, it was a skirmish that Arise down
Se på fjeset mitt.
And I think once again, having something to play for, having that matchup that actually makes sense for you, because going into this, it just seems like when you are out on the map in the early game, there's just nothing you can translate into anything. As Vedius just said, if your top laner gets solo killed already, then what are you going to do then?
Oi, nå er det jævlig slå seg.
Versus both of these teams the entire season. How would you attack this early game?
Det gikk fra sånn
I think it starts a lot from draft. I think the TF is obviously a good starting point, but also the mid jungle that G2 are drafting is not very aggressive. I think Orianna is a fine answer into TF, but it's not really aggressive enough for G2 to get advantages through mid, so I would like to see them have a bit more kill pressure in their mid 2v2.
Also, this Braum Prowl needs to start.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. There's an element of it that I understand, like, sure, I think that it scales quite well, and I think that given Fnatic want to skirmish and fight you a lot,
det bra mot TF, tenkte ut, men
like, stop. I think that they could just be focusing on the top side.
Oh, det var
They themselves could get Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Jace. They could get Twisted Fate, Viego. They could go for Ryze. Like, they have so many options. We know they can play for top side. They could go for the Tristana in the second half. Like, we need to see G2 unlock themselves more in the early game, because if they don't, Fnatic will obliterate them.
Let's talk about this top lane then. We talked so much about Wonder, the tank proficiency, or the choice for tanks in the series versus the Mad Lion specifically. Adam now, who's gotten a solo kill versus
Var det da smork på det som var banna?
But do you think Wonder has been enabled in this series so far, and should they do more of that?
Hvorfor?
I mean, I feel like the most enabling he's been getting this time around is that
kanskje noen spam på grunn av personen.
Gir han upset Tristana, ta den selv, og for så vidt banne Renekton.
Smork! Det er ikke sånn det skrives.
Hva var det her for noe tull, egentlig?
Jeg vet ikke, nei, jeg var... Åh, det her, ja! Det er for sist game. Det der var spesielt. Det var mer spesielt det botlane Pike-tullet. Det var bare begge til flashback på Pike-skuen og bare sånn, nei! Ikke hylle seg, jeg er så redd. Nei!
And now we're seeing the full potential of him. He is outclassing Wonder in today's games. And it's not just a matter of resources, because even when Wonder is being given those resources, Adam, I feel, overall impact is coming up clutch.
Yeah, Treats, can you say something about kind of how a young player like that, how stressful the situation is for someone like that, and how impressive it is if he does keep fighting it? I say it also in the context of, which we've said before, they want him to sack his lane, or he does it himself, right? He just goes somewhere else and leaves his lane to make sure that the team gets ahead. Incredibly selfless play out of Adam.
Yeah, I think Adam is a pretty well-rounded player overall as a rookie. Even like now you can see it. I think he's fine to sack, he's fine to play for lane, he's fine with everything. It's kind of this rookie mentality where you don't really care what happens, you just play your own game. And I think Adam is really good at this right now. He can do whatever the team needs him to do, and he always steps up when he needs him to.
But now we're in a best of one. 50-50, completely split for the fans at home, and I think that's how everyone feels as well. We have a best of one for a world spot. Teams that have made it many, many, many times, that have had success on the international stage, but haven't won a trophy there at Worlds. They want to get back and try that again.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. Jankos Mavigla. For det vågade å si noe sånt.
So the thing is, for me, when I think about G2, I feel like that their expectation is that they have gone to Worlds. But now they're being put in a position where they might lose that. And I wonder how that affects the mentality. In the past, with Perks on that roster, I would say that he thrives in a position like that. I don't have that same confidence with this G2. But Fnatic, they have now been in best of fives 3 times in this playoffs. And every single game 5, they have stomped their opposition. And it feels like that this is their comfort zone. They thrive under this pressure, and they relish in it.
Oh, you summarized it very, very well. It's so dangerous because you never want to count out G2.
Egentlig har jeg en stor sak hvor den tappte han. Det føles som en god translation.
Gave Fnatic the advantage in the predictions a couple of hours ago. So I'm going to give you a chance to change if you want.
Den saken jeg tror
I'm flipping. Okay. I'm going Fnatic. I think Fnatic is the better team. I think they have been performing, and I think that in Game 5, they are the team that will not be afraid to make the play. I think Fnatic is going to Worlds.
Everything Vedius just said makes sense, honestly, and from an analytical point of view, Fnatic has been playing the best League of Legends so far, but I've been taught to stick with my gut from the get-go. I'm not going to change my prediction.
And Treats and
the important stort
here's that Treats has gotten every single winner prediction correct so far. Treats, are you flipping it?
I'm not flipping it. I'm staying with G2 as well. I think everything that Vedius does makes sense. I think Frank has been a bit sharper, but with G2 coming back on the side, I think he can change once again.
Oh, man. Summarize it for me. G2. What did they first pick? What did they ban?
Vi kan se på LCS. Jeg angrer meg alle det. Ser du her fine... Oi. Var ikke det interessant? Med en gang jeg går inn på... Med en gang jeg går på LCS, så er det sånn dung.
Jeg kjenner etter draft, så har bare G2 bare glemt at de skal spille. Så bare, vi stod ut og ventet vi.
Kan se på det, de ikke venter på det.
Hot.
Ikke hot. Hot. Oi, det var veldig viktig å følge med. Oh. We halfway there. Wow. Living on a prayer.
Det er fjerde gangen det her skjer.
Ja, det er det.
Men det er bare musikk uansett, da, så det er ikke så mye.
Nei, det var ikke så mye. Det var ikke så mye å komme seg nå. Æsj. Det var fælt at det skjedde.
Jeg har ikke sett det der før. Er det en greie, eller så? Æsj.
Ja, det har jeg sett, men... Dr. Breakdown Jojo. Da ser vi på polet mens.
Hi. Does anyone have a damn mic?
Oh, what's up, dude? How you doing?
How you doing, man?
Yes, finally.
Content boys, yes, content.
Yes, we got content boys. We're in.
I don't want to die because you guys are cool.
Yeah,
man, you're cool too. You're cool as well.
Everyone here, really cool guys. Yes.
Yes. You wanna know how much of a cunt I am? Watch this.
What? I'm watching.
Hey, Coyote, come here. Come here. Come here. All right, come here. Stand here. Okay, ready? I want you to jump. Ready? Go now. Jump.
Go back!
No! We're gonna save you! We're coming!
Dude, his scream, Nice backpack, Kraus. Where'd you get it? Fucking, you're a faggot or something?
Wow, you got him there, dude.
Oh, he's right here in front.
Jeg får opp bandet for den her from B. Don't silence me. You degenerates.
And before we move on, what is the sign for Big Fudge?
No.
No?
What's the sign?
Oh, she's just spelling it.
Sorry. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. Hope you fixed your camera.
The Neil Patrick Harris
Step 1, approach girl. Step 2, reveal to her that you are secretly a doctor. Ah! Step 3, reveal to her that you have also voiced for Spider-Man on several occasions.
Wow.
Step 4, take her back to your place to ride the California Screamin'.
Yeah!
I request the highest of 5.
You got it!
I request the highest of 5s. Oh my god.
I've never seen.
Hey, it feels like it.
So many stakes are on the line. Like this time, it's not a title, but it's Worlds, and it's keeping the run of Worlds alive for both these teams over so many years.
I mean, Reckless said it earlier today. He said, "This is all that matters. If you don't make Worlds, your season is unsuccessful. You have not had a good year. Even if you win titles, even if you place well in spring, even if you have a good performance all around, if you don't make Worlds, your season is not worth it." And you
if you don't make Worlds, your season is not worth it. You better kill yourself.
As well. This is everything to them.
Reckless was laser focused. If any of these players are going to have the game of their life, oh boy, it better be this one. Fnatic have looked dominant in the early game. G2 look like they can bring it back in fights, and that's where they're focusing.
Game of
My biggest question coming into Pick and Ban is Twisted Fate. Oh boy, this song. It's scripted.
I mean, the thing is as well,
Reckless
left Fnatic before. He went to Elements, and they crashed and burned, and Fnatic claimed title after title, and Reckless had to work his way back towards them, and then now he's left the Fnatic and he's gone to G2. And it looks like Fnatic could be the team that deny him a spot at Worlds.
You can see Adam there taking a deep breath. I mean, with pressure on Adam, Renekton ban targeted at him after solo killing Wunder. It's just about a year this man's been playing competitive. Whippo must be so proud.
Men det ligger Rakan-banen, for de burde picka Sayarakan, så at de picker Tana.
Lane phase itself. Tristana first pick for G2. They want to be the ones playing as AD carry, and Fnatic have been denied it.
Kan vi slutte med Arne?
G2 moved over to blue side here. They locked in blue side. They decided they wanted. They locked the Tristana first. Rakan banned away. So far,
guys, I think going I.
High priority.
What
the question is,
there it is.
Twisted Fate immediately here for Fnatic.
Caps must have an answer. They let this champ go through Pick and Ban. They pick Tristana away. They have to have prepared something. Trundle's going to get taken for Whippo too. Jankos, Viego, Sinzao, Lee Sin has a lot of options. Caps could go Syndra, could go Orianna. The Orianna hasn't been working out, I think. It's not really been having the push to stop Niski from being able to roam around. Maybe he wants to go for a Sylas.
The thing with G2 is they played for this later game composition for these team fights, and it's worked out for them a couple of times, but they don't have an early game right now. Fnatic consistently are getting early game leads, 2, 3, 4,000 gold, and you have to see some changes from G2 if they're going to manage to get towards that mid game. Here, the Rise can follow the Twisted Fate a lot more.
Slap the book.
I like the Rise into TF. You outscale him, you push him in, and you win the 1v1. TF just has a bigger global, but Rise can deal with him on side lane. So what are they going to round out here? We've seen a lot of Brown blind picks. Are they going to pick support? I think matching jungle makes sense here. Ryze Lee Sin's a good combo. Ryze Inzao's a good combo. GP blind pick could be good, but it's going to be a Camille insta-lock. So Ryze Camille for the side lanes. Niski has a TF. They have counter pick top. What is Adam going to pick into Camille? He could go for things like the Olaf. Could go for a Mordekaiser as well.
Yep. We saw Mundo against it in game 1, but of course the Camille was picked into the Mundo there.
Sejuani top.
Could of course take the Trundle into the top lane, or even put Trundle as support.
Okay.
Instead, Ezreal will be locked in here for upset in the bottom lane.
Okay, so G2 can ban away top laners. The blind pick Camille, the stare down worked out, I think, because now they can ban away tops if they want to. And Fnatic still want to pick up their support and their top laner. So expecting top lane on 4, support on 5, but again, jungle not picked for G2. Lee Sin Viego expected to be on the way, and with Trundle picked already, all 4 of the strongest S-tier kind of junglers, which have been prioritized, which are AD, will be taken away. And it's up to Jankos. What do you want to go for? Viego top lane var så sist gången det gjorde. And those champions, Olaf very bad into Trundle, I have to say.
Tror du at Trundle går top lane?
Not too bad.
There's a lot of options here for both sides.
Tror jeg vi ikke snakker om topplaneren som har Camille på siden av det bygget.
Just off the back of 2 incredibly strong games, the pipe has to be banned away by G2.
So many bot lane bans throughout this whole series. You expect Viego to perhaps be taken away here, unless they want to pivot and look for something to target Jankos. They're banning away counter-pick supports. Makes sense to ban Braum because they've been picking Braum and Pyke's been the answer all the time. Leona still up, Alistar still up, Nautilus still up. I think that might be where we're trending towards. Fnatic can obviously flex this Trundle support if they want to.
Jeg synes det burde gå Seraphine.
They could. G2 of course could look towards something like the Lulu as well. We've seen Lulu Tristana have a great game earlier. There's the set taken away from the top side of the map, and now Fnatic have to either blind pick their support or blind pick their top lane here.
No, I think picking top makes sense, right? They've shown Camille.
Oh yeah,
won't be a blind pick. Looks like they're gonna run the Mundo. The only worry I have for Fnatic is if you go a tank top into Camille, you're also playing an Ezreal lane in Tristana, so pressuring sides becomes a lot harder with the TF. And Adam special!
Oh my god!
Darius, we talked about something to play for in top lane. Oh baby,
no
that's something you can get ahead.
fucking
I mean,
way.
the weight of the world on this guy's shoulders as well.
Orker så skrev han det var
One game away
det
from
här.
finals weekend, and you lock in Darius.
På sista gamet.
A decision here from Fnatic.
Adam has 5 games of Darius this year, including, you know, the EU Masters run. 80% win rate. He only lost 1 game, but there's the Viego coming out for Jankos, and that's going to be a Gragas support to round out bot lane for G2. Now, Alistar can't be picked into Gragas, so you expect something like Leona to be picked up here, unless they want to flex the Trundle, but I think Trundle going jungle makes the most sense. It's on Hylissang. He has counterpick. He sees the entire comp of G2, and he can pick his support. Leona makes the most sense, and there it is. So now, I think everyone knows which lane needs to be looked at here. It's top lane. Darius into Camille. It's gonna be so volatile.
Darius mot Camille med en TF-filter. Det der er skummelt.
Darius has a TF behind him, and the Camille has a Rise behind her.
Everything. All your eggs in that top lane basket here. Alongside that upset playing the Ezreal, he's currently undefeated on it in playoffs, unkilled on it in the 2 games he's played, 14-0-12 on that champion.
This is the 15th game Fnatic's played in how many weeks? 1-2 weeks of just straight best of 5s.
You have to remember, like, Fnatic played 5 games against Misfits only 2 days ago. They are more practiced than G2 when it comes to stage games in this playoffs, but they also have to deal with the exhaustion of playing 15 games in such a short space of time.
We talked about putting all your cards on the table, and that's exactly what Fnatic have done.
15 games?
Adams Darius for game 5. Yes. Oh, it's all on the line, Medic!
Do or die between these 2 teams. 15 LEC titles between them. Worlds after worlds after worlds. 2 Worlds finals. They have been the name on everyone's lips when it comes to European League of Legends. They have been the names that you talk about when you talk about the best in EU. Now they have fallen down from that pedestal, and only one can make it to Worlds. G2 versus Fnatic, a best of 1 starting now.
Best of 1. Let's go! Det er sånn best of 1 funker. De får counter alt med det. Hva faen er det for noe weave shit? Oi! Jeg skal få pentagrip på Darius nå.
Out of the gates, Fnatic looking for a level 1. They're looking for Mickey. Maybe he's been standing in that bush the whole series long. They're going to see him, but I think he's going to be absolutely fine. So Fnatic,
I think that
ward is going to be good for the bot lane phase, but now Jankos and Caps can move into the top side of their jungle and place down wards. I think Fnatic going to have to base and pick up a sweeper here.
Hold shaft.
Okay, guys, take a break, take a second. Sweeper's picked up there on Bwipo. Hylissang has one as well. We didn't really talk about the Gragas pick. It's a Mickey special in support. Obviously, we do see it around the world.
Yeah, han sykt på hver gang han siste.
One of the best Gragases on the server for a very long time. Obviously good into the Leona as well, because if she Zenith blades forward, you can body slam her out of the connection and make sure she doesn't get in range for her follow-up stun.
Pick on Gragas into Leona, pick on Leona into Gragas.
3 champions getting the ward gives both solo laners level 2 on the first wave. So after 6 creeps, they'll level up because of the ward XP on both top and mid. So G2 should know that, and they should be very careful on this first wave, especially in top lane.
Both junglers
on
the top side of the map. In the last few games, it's been Bwipo who's been getting the advantage early on, a lot of it due to the pressure that the rest of his team is putting down, the priority they have had in lanes.
And then like it's off som tar Varch in...
At least since game 2.
Yeah, both junglers, like you said, full clearing bot is all going to come down to bot priority then. You can see Wunder has that ward in Tribush to cover off any maybe level 2 shenanigans. Adam, like we said, will get level 2 off the wave. They have to be careful for it. Lots of trading in mid. This is why the Rise picks notoriously into the TF. Kind of outscale, you win 1v1 and you can get the push. and Caps is forcing that already. Adam's gonna level up from that creep. Maybe Wunder won't expect it, but he doesn't go for it.
Wunder giving the respect that's due to Adam's Darius. There's the Denner played in the bottom lane. Mickey going forward as well. Hillsang with the Aftershock will be tanky enough, and Reckless takes the bad end of that trade. He has got 3 pots and a longsword here, so expecting to trade quite regularly with Upset and Hillsang.
A little bit of trading in all these lanes. Both junglers still backing down, both hitting level 3 at roughly the same time. Crab spawning around 45 seconds. And Fnatic have to push in bots for now, but again, G2 have to push in mid very, very similar to game 1.
Jeg angriper mine sine, og du mistet 5 bars, ja? Okay, ja, det er jo koselig.
It's like such on a knife. I'm just imagining the tension that must be in these players' minds as well. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but Upset has been denied Worlds in 4 separate best of 5s. He's lost 4 separate best of 5s, meaning that he hasn't made it to Worlds. This would be the first time a player of his caliber, widely seen as one of the best AD carries, at least top 3, top 4 AD carries in Europe for a very long time. It would be the first time he's ever made Worlds if he's able to close this game out. Of course, Adam in his rookie season would be going to Worlds for the first time as well.
And I think whatever happens,
ja, det var Reckless, Hansama og Jeskla.
From both sides, I think he might be dead here. He has nowhere to run. I think Fnatic's gonna get first blood.
Yeah, Caps shouldn't burn the flash here. He's going to try and trade back onto Niski,
Jeg anbefaler ikke å gå fremover, det er ingen måte for å komme seg vekk.
Whippo ignored the
Så han
bot
må
grab.
alltid gå for det.
Jankos thought that he'd see him there, but Whippo snuck past him and went for the mid gank instead, giving up the crab, and Adam collapsed from top as well. So Caps really had nowhere to run. Running back to the lane, he would get chased down and flashed by. So yeah, just dies. Gonna TP back. They lose nothing in the end. Just a TP on Caps. I think Niski might have to TP back as well.
Jeg tror at han skal komme til å prøve å ta sin egen rekord på minene sine. Jeg minner seg på items på
just about collapsing in top lane, so Adam's actually going to be able to get all of this as well and be equal in CS. Stun goes down in the bot lane as Reckless is forced away by Hillsang, but another strong early start here for Fnatic. It's looking good for them. They can keep this momentum going.
And Caps froze mid lane, but Niski saving his TP for his team, so he wants to make sure he can use this global to prevent any kind of plays happening on the side lanes. Again, this TF pick will pay its dividends once again. He has the TP, he's going to have ult up again soon, 2 or 3 minutes when he hits level 6. And Reckless has no cleanse, so if they can get the setup with Leona, TF having no cleanse, I think he's as good as dead.
Have to see if they're able to do it. As you say, now Cap's going to shove out this wave after freezing that previous one. You can see Niski a little bit behind in terms of CS. Niski, once again, just trying to get vision around that mid lane to make sure that he couldn't be caught out by Jankos on a gank. And the question is now, set it in draft. Top lane has to be a focus here for G2. Caps is working his way up here, and Jankos is in the vicinity.
Getting a little bit of information here. Caps the Raptors. Will put a ward down in the end, sees they respawn, so he knows Whippo's respawn camps are top side. And he knows that he'll be there soon. Mickey's pincering on mid. Doesn't have a lot of mana, but has enough mana for the combo. Whippo's actually just ignoring that and going towards top. So G2 doing the classic pincer towards mid, while Wunder is alone in top. He has flash, so he should be okay. I think Whippo's just covering this wave to crash.
Adam building up that passive as well. We'll pull Wunder back with Wunder waiting on his...
Oh my god!
Adam underneath the tower, he's going to die, Wunder! Oh, trades him in the 1v1. Whippo here as well with the wave, and Wunder is very low. Wunder can go back and then TP back in. Jankos could catch this, but he's in the vicinity, so Wunder should be able to walk back towards this wave under tower.
Adam thought he had the damage with the Q flash auto. Turns out he unfortunately didn't. He's going to TP back here to force Wunder off another wave. Maybe he can get the kill. Wunder's being really greedy here.
Wunder goes what was that, Adam? He just TP's back in and Wunder dies for him.
Adam fails the first kill, but then Wunder kind of gives it back to him. Wunder's going to have to TP back here now as well. Whippo's around. Niski just hit level 6. If Jankos looks at the top lane, he will be collapsed. Look at Mickey. He's top side as well. Everyone knows the top side is everything. And right now, it's gone back into Adam's favor after that play from Wunder.
Adam now sitting on the Iron Spike whip, getting that kill as well. Whippo having to flash away here.
Oh, Whippo.
Caps coming in with the Realm Warp. Niski there with the stun card will lock up Caps, and it means that Whippo does not get caught with the Rune Prison.
Yeah, if he got hit by that W from Caps, he would have died. Mickey can flash after him, so Realm Warp's down. Adam's moved down here as well. Now, Destiny Global's coming in, but Adam doesn't have flash to get over that wall. The Q was zoning him away, so that won't turn into anything. A lot of contest onto this top side.
Pathway to go in.
Both AD carries handshaking and farming bots once again.
So Fnatic still with the early lead here, about 800 gold ahead, but it's been back and forth so far. Whippo looking to see if he can get these early advantages, but is actually behind in CS over Jankos because he decided to look for fights instead of looking for those early camps. Mickey and Hillsang trading over a control ward. Importantly for Fnatic and for Adam, no TPs on the side of G2, no realm warp available for Caps either, so it makes it a bit harder for them to really focus down Adam in the top lane.
Jankos got a lot of information there. He knows Whippo is on Krugs, but
Reckless, du bare får lov til å være igjen alene. Jeg gidder ikke å komme ned noe mer. Vi bare taper.
A lot of contests around this top side, but only 3 kills this time around. Normally we see a kill a minute. Both these teams paying respect, mostly in this top side is where we're
det verste at hvis Darius får trade 1 mot 1, så det mye bedre for han. For han kan gjøre mye mer enn det Camille kan gjøre ikke der.
Adam is taking over the top lane. It's his rookie year in the LEC.
Det forundrer seg selv. 100%. Ingen vil falle det der.
Adam is smashing him for the second game in a row in terms of lane.
Han får så mye ut av det ikke der.
It's huge into the
Oh my god.
What a way to make a name for yourself, from LFL to EU Masters champion, and now to taking it down a Wonder in a pure 1v1, not 1, not 2, but 3 times so far this series. Adam is on an absolute stormer, 1,100.
Hvorfor
20 CS lead has 2 plates as well, 2 kills. It's stacking up, and G2 are gonna have to find a way to bail Wonder out of top lane. Adam is having a fantastic game so far.
Men
really is, of course. Darius can be tricky to play later on. You can just get kited depending on how well the enemy team plays it. But for the moment, Adam is Fnatic's lead. Jankos off towards the top side is going to start up this Rift Herald. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic are pushing in this bottom side. You see Reckless and Mickey having to give respect to the fact that they are on the weak side of the map. Adam now finishes Stridebreaker, Mythic complete at 8 minutes 40.
Yeah, look at the vision G2 have towards his top side. Look how many members they're committing.
Han skal drepe Darius, men Darius skal ikke dø.
He ran to mid. He knows something's up on top side because his team's all bot lane. They're getting free plates on this bot tower. And he knows that they're here because the Herald fell. They're bailing Wunder out of this lane phase, but they're losing a lot of the cost of it. Reckless is zoned away from the tower. He doesn't know where Hylissang is. 2 plates over to Upset. Niski can push in mid. Upset keeps the push in bot. And as long as Adam's safe, they're not losing too much. I don't know if they should fight. It would be 4v3, but I don't know if they know Caps is based and all the members of G2 have backed away. Wunder's going to have to go away as well.
Yeah, no Rift output down, but Wunder does manage to get a plate, so he'll get himself a little bit more gold. However, Adam's still very much in control of that lane.
Important thing is, Jankos has Herald. So if you can use that effectively, Adam has no flash for a little bit longer. If they can get towards top, you know, kill Adam, get the shutdown onto Wunder and Herald top tower, then top lane will be stabilized. But for now, Adam taking over the game for Fnatic. Stepping up.
Wait, Wunder.
For Worlds.
We haven't.
Do it. Rookie player, the 19-year-old Frenchman, really showing up on stage here. Niski can land a stun card. Caps was just greedy there. Shield of Drakewake's going to start him up as well. Mickey coming in. Hylissang flashes past him. And with the ignite and with the auto, that's enough. Caps are way too greedy in the mid lane. The solar flare coming out means Mickey has to flash as well. 4 kills on the board now.
Ellie playing again with absolutely no fear. Caps tries to cancel Niski's base, or Hylissang's base, sorry. Then he just commits to
det her unplayable etter at de gikk skikkelig der. Det faktisk unplayable. Han bare one-shotta. Det har vært Darius som ikke, det en coinflip champion, enten så rekker den der, eller så bare kan ikke gjøre det. Og du har gitt den muligheten til å bare han bare 20 og dealer halvparten av livet hans. Og healer opp halvparten av eget liv. Det garbage. Men han gikk teleport på Darius.
But G2 have all the vision to work with on the top side. It feels like G2 have had pinks towards the top side. You can see in the minimap right now, these pinks have been here for so long on the top side of the map, but it just feels like G2 is just losing the lanes in general. Caps getting greedy by trying to cancel the space. Wunder getting greedy, trying to kill Adam.
Jeg tror Adam aldri ville gå teleport på Darius som vanlig.
Maybe they just want to put 3 members top, herald this top tower,
Garen
change up the condition from Wunder to Reckless.
Veldig int da hvis det skjer Garen play, og så han liksom sånn, jeg kikker teleport.
Uses the true shot to clear out the way, but Upset Reckless on this top side. We've seen what a Tristana can do when he's ahead in games so far this series. The question is, will G2 invest that Rift Herald into him? Looks like not for the moment, Pedro.
Fnatic have 2 choices right now. Defend top, keep Adam there, and just try to manage the weather the storm, you know, of Reckless being top. Or Niski could look to ult bot and dive Wunder with Upset. Looks like for now, after pushing out top, G2's going to move their bot lane now towards mid. Maybe they want to just force something in mid and herald it. They think team fights could be the way to go and just get out of laning phase as soon as possible.
Oh, Reckless, Mickey and Jankos have kind of just gone walkabout for the last couple of moments, playing Ring Around the Roses as they walk up and down this river, but
You better check it 12 minutes, by the way.
And catch this wave as it pushes in. Could actually let the minions kill off a plate here, which he does. No one will have got any gold from that plate.
Hylissang has been laning mid this whole game, making sure Niski can keep this push, and he's absolutely fine on every single wave. Mickey has been running up and down the river with Jankos looking for picks, and with this mid push, he then unlocks the map for Fnatic on his bot side. Upset can keep pressuring.
Du får informasjon utover gjør samme dagen om igjen, og for å finne ut hva
Rifthold about to time out here on Jankos. You can see G2 have been a little bit circumspect about where they wanted to put it. Not quite sure. Bwipo now on the top side, but you have to feel Jankos just going to run towards top lane, down in the tri-bush, and try and get some gold out of it. Reckless is here as well. He's actually going to back. So Jankos,
running out.
Yeah, you've got like 2 seconds to put down this Rifthold. It looks like they're going to go mid instead. Hylissang going in with Hex Flash. Mickey is here as well.
How can they go mid though? They don't have a wave. Fnatic might be able to kill off the Herald. He's trying to get as close as possible to the tower. He's going to place it. Hylissang in trouble.
Hylissang doesn't have flash, doesn't have anywhere to go. Tries to get out with the solar flare, but Reckless is going to jump across the wall. There's the kill. Hylissang will fall. Bwipo and Niski here to defend. Adam does have TP if he wants to join. Upset is forced underneath his tower in the bottom lane, and that Rifthold will charge in. Gold goes over to Reckless.
Look at G2 sprinting top. They have to deal with Adam. They have to stop him taking the first tower of the game. They get the crab as well. And that
man går i Ghost
salvage the map, put it in an even state where now mid lane's being pushed back into Fnatic. Niski is not unlocked on the map, and Adam can't start pressure. Praise to G2 for kind of killing the lane phase. You know, this Camille-Darius matchup was absolutely doomed after that second kill, but they found a way to kind of juggle the map and keep Wunder against Upset for the last 5 minutes. Reckless running up and down the river. Fnatic yet to respond.
And the gold pretty much even right now. I mean, Fnatic do still have 1,000 gold lead, so not quite as even as I thought it was when I first did my maths, but they are still a lot closer than it was a moment ago. Destiny coming out, that's just being used to look to see if they can catch out Wunder on the bot side. Adam here as well. Wunder's going to go in with Hex, got to dodge away from the gold card, then flashes away. Good escape from Wonder. Niski looking for another gold card, but can't lock it in time. A superb escape from Wunder. TP from Caps to the top lane as well as they look to get him some plates.
Absolutely clean play from Wunder. Use the ult to cancel the gold card, of course, and then uses the Q for move speed, flashes away, gets the E up in time. G2 instantly respond by TPing top. The Dragon's going to get taken by Fnatic, and they're going to match the plates taken top with bot side. So it's a win for Fnatic because they get the Dragon, but they lose Adam's TP, and they lose the Destiny. It's a complete split map right now.
Zenith Blade going in, they're looking for Reckless. He's going to be able to jump away. Importantly, though, for Caps, he was 1,000 gold behind when that play started. He's now been able to pick up at least 1 plate in the top side, so he's closing that gap just a little bit here, Kadro.
Yeah, look at the mini-map.
Så det går armplate. Han blir en armplate.
For G2 and full vision towards the bot side for Fnatic. It's just a trade-off of tier 1s in top and bot. Wunder has to be really careful.
Doesn't have the flash. Remember, Zenith Blade went the wrong way there. Hylissang was expecting one to go one way. Tower goes down. 1 for 1 traded so far. I think first tower was taken there by Upset, second tower by Caps in the top lane.
Next objective for both these teams is the Herald, which is just spawned. Herald will unlock mid tower, and unlocking mid tower in the early to mid game is essential if you want to start playing for Baron, getting the setup and pushing the enemy team back. So both teams probably want to contest that. Adam, level 11 now on this Darius. He hasn't found his way into fights just yet, but he still has flash up, of course. So if he can get in there alongside Hylissang and get on to Reckless and Caps, he is going to destroy them. So G2 need to find a way to peel Adam off of them. They're starting this Herald now. There could be a fight around this. Niski has TP.
See, Bwipo has been around but not really involved in a lot of the early plays here. Only 93 damage Delta champions at the 15-minute mark, about 2,000 below the average, so struggling a little bit, but that hasn't really been his fault as such. It's just the way that the game has played out. After those early kills from Adam, G2 have not wanted to take it.
So G2 have decided not to go for the Herald. In turn, they're going to lose it and top tier 1. So what they have to do is answer somehow with a bot tower or with a mid tower. They need to pressure something, because look at Caps on the minimap right now. He's almost at his Nexus gates. He has to run all the way around to his tower. Exact same situation as earlier. Fnatic get a bot tower and a Drake. G2 get a top tower. Now G2 get a bot tower. Game has settled into a little bit more of a quiet stage here as both teams perhaps a bit tentative about making big plays right now. G2 obviously wanting to scale up as Fnatic got out to this early lead. Fnatic now deciding it is time to do something. Rifthold comes down in the mid lane, and that should be the tower gone. Niski stepping forward with the gold card, locks it onto Mickey. That's a knockback, but Niski not underneath the tower. Cap steps in, Everfrost goes wide. Rifthold is going to get another charge out of this. Wunder does have the TP if he wants to join the fray, but decides against it. Rifthold will charge in and be killed before it can find its mark. Yeah, good smite from Jankos there, just to make sure it can't chunk it down. Always buys you time and always makes it easier the later the game goes. Hylissang's looking for a pick here. Jankos might be in trouble.
Destiny available. He has got flash. The rest of G2 have to collapse quickly, but Jankos is down before G2 can get in there. And now the flank is on the road. Stops G2's retreat right in its tracks. Shutdown comes out for Reckless. He's going to get killed to the slot towards the side.
Jesus Christ.
And now Fnatic have found it.
Piller faktisk jævlig sykt, da, for at Rise-ulten faktisk så akkurat en perfekt ratio for Rise-ulten. Så det hitter hele øya. Hvis den hitter den plutselig. Kan være så godt opp på kanten. Vi har den der... Ja, den traff ikke engang Mikke, den stoppet i går. Bare for den lille øya. Tror du det er helt sykt champion? Se på deg! Åh! Du ser på hjemme at det kommer. Se på han! Du ser på Reckless! Hvordan kan du være imot hjemme at du kan? Se på han! Se Simen, se hva du gjorde.
Fnatic once again in the driving seat.
Hvordan kan du gå imot dine egne ambisjoner i livet? Dine ambisjoner i hjemme at du kan.
Han har skuffet meg litt for mange ganger.
Simen, han har aldri skuffet.
Det er ok, det er bare laget som har skuffet meg.
God, for en piller. Holy fuck.
Grupper som går kartet, så går 0-18.
Men det som champion funker, han er til død. Hva vil du heller ha? TF-passiv som gir deg masse penger, eller kartfylte som gjør at du må gå 3 til selv? Her overbevist i kartet. Lysang går det bra. Han overlever skikkelig lenge, så kan vi at han faktisk... Ja, det er 10 mann. Hillesang bare sånn, ja, vi vinner litt for hardt, så faktisk ikke, så at vi ikke får den neste Draken. Skal ikke flashe dem. Skulle vente, da skal vi bruke en Q, skal Q på ham først, og så flashe ut. For å få de... Dem på ham først. Hva gjør han der så nærme Drake? Jeg ser meg piller, bare gjør det mulig for ham. Hei, hadde du lyst til å komme? Det er det BS egentlig at han får lov til å kaste Gjellekardet før han blir hittet. Jeg kan ikke si det. Så jeg fikk ikke that important. Hvorfor gir de litt Dragon damage? Han har ikke damage. Han bildet fuckings... Han bildet.
It's like watching Reggie all over again, but it's enough to slow down Caps, and it's enough to kill him off. Upset on a killing spree.
Yeah, the follow-up was enough. Hillesang might have died, but G2 tried to make their own play by trying to catch out Bwipo. They run way too far, and they leave Reckless all...
Uansett hva som skjer i gamet her, så tror jeg Upset har vist det at han burde være over Reckless på en leaderboard. Det her... Upset faktisk helt syk.
Han bare bedre, ikke?
Jeg får på med.
Det er sant.
Folk sin godhet for å se det veldig type skjerm. Jeg er bare mer irritert over folk på sånn her Reckless Superium is the best Reckless best other carries 5 tiers above. Han sa meg en Upset.
Det er ikke enig.
Det er en liten question mark. Ok, det her... Det var så bra play, det var uheldig.
Han har vært ganske god, og har spilt veldig bra ganske lenge, men... Altså, han gjør questionable ting han har.
Han bare tar ikke like mange risky plays som det andre adkeren gjør, som faktisk keeper meg på her. Det er morsomt, ikke hans, Upset sa noe om Carsey, det at han er veldig redd for Carsey, for han har liksom experiencen på inte, så han er ikke redd for inte. Derfor er han oppe. Oi da, det her er litt viktig egentlig.
Det er litt viktig å få med.
Stillingen er 4-10. Det så sånn, Rise er hele vindet der, han kommer i da. Hei, lekk kan vi få lov til å se på. Det var jævlig morsomt.
Oh my god, de dør.
Det kan godt være.
Ja.
Det så ikke ut som en fight som Fnatic burde tape.
Nei, Reckles, Caps og Mikke død.
Ja, du så på dine, ja?
Ja, for jeg gidder ikke å sitte og vente.
Bare gikk dem inn og så døde han. Nå jeg sa at de er mer risky press, men ikke inn da. Hillesang mistet
Ikke gå frem og dø.
Du kan ikke splitte deg opp. Samtidig man må på en måte splitte seg opp for å spille her på en ordentlig måte. Så kan man ikke splitte opp på grunn av hvis det ulter på en bra tidspunkt, så kan man bare se dem splitte opp og gå for igjen.
Jeg synes det begynner å bli dritløy av at han bare gir dem TF.
Jeg synes det er interessant. Alle sammen sånn der, Viego is the best champion in the game. Prestiserelsen sier det. Viego ikke har noen impact. Og ikke bare en gang klikket på sikkerheten. Folk er bare elsker klar.
Altså et team som vinner liksom bare fordi...
Jeg tror ikke de bryr seg om de har lyst til å gå på den. What the fuck, hittet den biten her? Det var en spektakulært bygg, ass.
Bås?
Det har faktisk ikke vært en bås, det var helt sykt.
Det er for at Fnatic
G2's coaching staff shaking their heads. They know this game is in such a bad situation. Caps 1-6 right now. He can't find anything on the map, and Fnatic can find absolutely everything. That's going to be a mid-tier 2. Caps is dead. They're going to get bot tier 2 as well. This gold lead is just going to keep escalating and getting worse.
Fnatic startet på losers. Han helt på, de på tapp Vitality. Hva det for noe garbage det for høy? Det legit upset 1-9. Det det ikke, men det her for det rada. Det hopper på Hillesang, det gjør ingenting. Du dukker dealen nesten halvparten livet. Man skal bruke nesten halvparten livet dere. Så ligger dere mistet. Hei, så vi lagt T-fer åpen igjen. Jeg tror det skal bare være en T-fer din, eller ser det ut som det? Ok, det Adam på. Men det rareste ikke, ja. Det er en sykeste impacten i verden, men de er vanskelig å spille. Så det er bare det bra. Camille får komme i pullen. Men han hopper mot den. Lukas har meldt en mechanical krevende, men han har spilt nok da etter at det andre som kan.
Almost just over an 8,000 gold lead now for Fnatic. Dragons up, that's going to be the next objective for them. It should be pretty free. They have all the vision in the world to work with. Items being completed. Fnatic are ready to take it home.
Morsomt å se. Alle som bare klager over Viego. Så ser man at Viego er bedre enn de jungle.
Title contentions to Alliance. Then G2 came in 2016 and they took Fnatic down a peg. They became the kings of Europe, the team that everyone wanted to beat. And then this year, Mad and Rogue have risen up. They are the new kids on the block. It's G2 and Fnatic fighting over table scraps, fighting over that single world position. Currently Fnatic are in the Fnatic have control of the game. G2 find anything.
Jo, det er for så sant, men jeg tenker på...
Det er sånn det viktigste. Jeg tror mye mindre om å vinne hele serien. Men det kan godt være. De er mot... Og det kan være at Rogue er frustrert over sitt utgrød. Og hvis Fnatic spiller så bra som her, så ser de helt annerledes enn de har sett tidligere.
They have a bot wave. Niski flashes in. Reckless has the flash.
trenger å finne ut faktum at de trønner oppe. Spør det også hvem er bandet eller... Oh my god, jeg fikk en kill! Let's go! G2, Superior. Og Reckless livet. Åh, jeg møter Ken og slå over bordet! Så han bare sa til meg, Simen, hvordan våger du å gå mot meg? Og den sa, åh, Reckless besparer på kålene sin, for en player, absolute legend. Siden jeg tror du varmt i gamet, siden Reckless ikke døde.
Upset finally conquers the demons of worlds and he makes it there, the 5th best of 5, and he puts in a statement series.
De må passe på at jeg går ut i gamet, ellers så kan PC-en bli sånn dårlig.
We won't see G2 at Worlds this year for Europe.
Nei, skuffa. Wonder feed Adam.
We use it perhaps too much, but it's the end of an era. Like the G2 era is dead and gone. They don't even make it into finals weekend. They have done that every single time.
Og så bandet jeg med mainen til Mickey.
The elation on Fnatic's face. Take a bow, good men, because what a performance after they
Jesus Christ, er det med røde kort. Vippe kan du gå på andre siden.
Story of the series, but they fought and they fought and they fought and they took it to G2.
Every single player stepped up. Upset had an amazing series. Niski stepping up, showing that he's one of the best mid laners in Europe, especially on that Twisted Fate pick. Whippo rolls
for låter den siste Fate gå gjennom alle teamsene. Hva faen for garbage det? Og jeg møter Ken, han bare sånn, jeg tok det ned fra gaten. Du var som en synd for meg, Adam. Og nå er jeg så stolt.
Du skal få pinnen i kveld.
Ja. Yes, 7.
Give them each one. I'll draw it
on
paint.
Er ikke Bippo med? Jeg overser oppsett, men det var hyggelig. Hva sa han? Kanskje jeg var hjemme med noen key players. Det var hyggelig oppsett og egentlig.
Adam, sikkert. Hvorfor hyggelig?
Jeg har 0 pilling.
They're so happy.
Det ene parkhjemmet hans.
It's great to see.
Det er upset. Det er Adam og Niski. Det blir på. Ikke hyggelig.
Vi kan vel snakke om den flashpilleren til Bippo. Den var helt syk. Men Bippo er outjunglet av Jankos sånn 70% inn.
So like every time you get a series like this just done at the end of it. We have 2 more. We have 2 more next week.
That's not the finals. Oh. That was just for a world spot. Fnatic still have 2 best of 5s ahead of them if they want to win the entire thing. Adam didn't even know they could still win the LEC a few days ago. He thought they were in they could best finish 3rd place. He tweets he doesn't even know if they can win the LEC. He thought they were out. Oh, you're not out.
Oh, Lord, jeg bare sånn, hei.
Man, look at that. Upset 4 times one best of 5 away from Worlds. So often overlooked as one of Europe's great AD carries. His name was always there, but it was always like, what accolades has he got? He's never won a final. He's never made it to Worlds. He's never represented Europe in an international competition.
Yeah, and everyone was like, is Upset one of the best AD carries in Europe? Because he kept falling short. They finished 10th place in Origin.
Det er ikke sånn games funker. Det er jo helt team. Hallo?
One of the star players of Fnatic. And the trust that Fnatic had in him, of course, the shoes he had to fill, the amount he stepped up this year in this split is unreal to see. The white buff is real.
Of course, going back to Worlds as well after his performance in 2018 with Vitality, one of the